streaming. All right. Just want to see if I can get an audio check, please. Please.
Rafi,
You woke up too?
how was about?
अच्छा वो चल रही दूसरी प्रेजेंटेशन ठीक है नहीं क्यों अभी तक ट्यूलिप नहीं आई ना नो वरीज
आप YouTube पे ऑडियो टेस्ट कर देंगे YouTube पे सिर्फ ऑडियो टेस्ट कर देंगे ऑडियो इज ओके पानी अगर चाहिए Yes, it is very good. But like, I just kind of like, okay, guys. Very good. Okay.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Bendy. All right. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Saturday, April 18th, 2026. And thank you for coming in person. And for those watching online now, we should be live on Telegram and YouTube today. This is the number in case I miss anything. This is the WhatsApp number you can take down. If you have questions, you can send a text. It doesn't take any calls. You can send a message. Somebody will reply. You keep calling it, keep rings in. Nobody picks up. Because myself and three other people are just looking for messages, and then the right person will reply based on where the message is intended for. So in case I don't cover, I know you're watching it for the second time, you've seen it, but few of you are just watching it for the first time. Now, anybody here doesn't understand like Hindi, Punjabi? So they all do, right?
Yeah.
So I gotta stick to English. Okay, so in case I deviate, just raise your hand, because most of my students here that I've been doing are South Asian. They do understand Urdu, English, Punjabi, Hindi, so right? So, but it's okay. If you just wave it, because my track gets switched pretty quickly so anyway, thank you for coming in this Saturday. My voice is like this because we had sponsored an event last night, and the event finished like 3:00 in the morning. So I went home, took a bit of a nap, got up, and then, I'm back here. So that's why they scheduled me yesterday as well as this morning. So that's why my voice quality is a little bit rough. No problem. Every Saturday I begin. And one other question. I know you do some trading, you've tried, of course you trade. You have no experience prior, right? So I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. We'll build it. And this presentation does go on for some time, and you'll see crowds coming in depending on who's our student. All right, and why is it not charging? That's my one concern. Otherwise, I will have a problem here. Sorry. Because if it doesn't, I only have 5% battery, and we're gonna be in trouble. Sorry, guys. Need to have a. That battery is not good. Brick is better. Skip this now. Yes, that's true. Good. Okay, I'm your host, Rafi. Number is 647-228-0694. Every Saturday, I begin my presentation with this quote. They say sky's the limit for ambition. We say sky's the beginning. Why? The amount of money that moves in online trading these days, you just can't comprehend. You can think of a number. I would like to make X amount of dollars, 100, 200, 500,000, 1,000, 5,000. There's not a number you can comprehend that you can make in this online trading. It moves $23 trillion a day. So if somebody brags, I made $5,000 today, I made 2,200, doesn't matter. There's no upper limit to it, because no amount of money can you can understand that how much money there is. So don't think somebody says that I made 100,000 today, that it's okay, no problem. You made money, good for you. Before I begin my Saturday presentation, I'd like to always, I know hard to read like a cell phone plan, you're signing up, SuperAreas.com. Legally, I have to address this 30 seconds. Why? Because first you have to understand what is it that we do and what is it that we expect you to take away from us. The whole agreement comes down to three things. I'm not a financial broker. This company is not a financial investment group. I don't take your money, I don't invest it somewhere, and I don't give you returns. I don't tell you buy this, buy Tesla, buy XRP, buy Bitcoin, buy S&P, nothing like this. I'm a person who will teach you. We have some software, we have some tools, we have some education. So the money stays with you. Money never travels to me. I never touch your money. None of my mentors or traders ever get to see your money, how much you have. So it's not an investment group. Has to be very clear because sometimes money is so thin, one complaint can put you out of business. So rest assured, we're not going to take your money, invest it somewhere, and give you some return. So we're not that. End of the day, we are a software consulting company, and I write software, and that's about it. So, and we will teach you how to trade, and you can day trade options, futures, et cetera, and then. So main thing is our disclaimer is that we are a software consulting company and we have written some tools for education for trading. Now the way presentation works, from first couple of hours, I'll give you, especially you guys, the basic understanding and because then I'll build up slowly. I generally is about 5 hours. All my presentations are 5 and by 5:30, 6 o'clock, but after the first 2 hours, it starts to become a little bit advanced topics but you're welcome to stay. The longest I've done this is 9 hours because I had a technical guy and his questions were there. So don't worry, I'm here until that's my job today. Today, yes, we are streaming through YouTube and what do you call it? Telegram. If you have questions, by the way, please online, send me on WhatsApp. Don't send me on TikTok or anywhere. So send me on WhatsApp. So, because I won't be reading because in order for me to read a question, I would have to go here, I would have to read here, reply, but I'll keep my WhatsApp open. You can ask me right there. Audio, anything you ask, audio can get picked up here, but the video is only facing me. So if you decide to come in the front camera, that's about it. So disclaimer a little bit about privacy. If you have to take a phone call, just step outside. There's washroom, there's kitchen, there's water. No problem. You don't have to record because we are recording for you. You don't have to record the whole event. So a little bit about me. I'm 46 years old, turning 47 this November. So the reason is you should know my background slightly a little bit, that who am I and what's my role in this company. I came to Canada in 1996 with my dad, age 17, 16. And my dad is a forklift engineer. He can rip apart a full forklift, no problem. So for Middle East, he came to Canada. We settled in Kitchener-Waterloo. So I went to Cameron Heights, did my grade 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then I went to Conestoga College. My field was software development, data analysis. This is what I did. So the program was called Software Programming and Data Analysis. So this is year 2000, 26 years ago, 25 and a half. And this is me representing Canada in a gold medal program of writing some software. So me writing software, I've been doing this for 2 decades professionally. So a lot of energy, even today, is for me to understand how software works. Your phone has a software, your car has a software, traffic light has a software, weather systems have software. So whole day, and one of the worst software today in your phone today is TikTok. It doesn't get any worse than this. The amount of software and why I call it, it is bad. So top 5, you have TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Google Maps, and Snapchat, etc. Why? The amount of data they collect from you, it feels harmless. You download it, you scroll down, you hit agree, and then that's it. They have access to your photos, your keypad, keystrokes we call them. They have access to your camera, your mic, and it looks okay, all right. So right now, TikTok is off. All these apps are offline. I'm not using it, but they are running in the background, collecting some data points. And what is it that they're after? They're after two things: your attention, and they would like to see, okay, what kind of music you listen to, what kind of conversation. So when you leave today, all these apps will start sending you trading related inquiries on your screen. So there's no such thing as privacy these days. Google Maps is tracking you, your banking apps are tracking you, everything you're being tracked globally. So, and this was my work. My work was figure out, we are given a bunch of data, and I'm figuring out what is your next move. So if you swiped your card here at Petro-Canada and next card gets swiped in New Jersey, something is wrong. It's not you or your card is stolen. So banking software uses it. So my background has been extensive in writing software. So being said that, so my first original 2008, we were writing some CPU software and got into hardware and software. In the last 20 years or so, like construction, importing, Sportsplex. See, Sportsplex, how they work is they need to do a lane management system or a big booking software that we worked with. Three main businesses have been doing software primarily. When you watch satellite TV globally across the world, any home or any place, you're having a signal coming from a satellite. There's a software called there's a software that gets used in something called the lower noise block. How that comes, I'm pretty much expert at it until this technology got phased out. And now we have IPTV streaming services like Netflix, YouTube, Hulu, Amazon Video. So as the compression got better, so I worked on quite a bit of like writing switch software for switches, AVR boards, Xbox and PS2. So writing software is my passion, as you can see. And lately, I wrote some software for IPTV. You guys have something, a box at home. You're paying somebody $10 a month, $15 a month. How the channel starts, how it gets delivered, A to Z. So now, after COVID, I had really nothing to do. Most people were just looking around at home to see, hey, what is it that we can do with our life since we are stuck now? So most of the people, they turned around and they looked online, and we found opportunities for trading. So this is where I started to get into around near COVID time. So I've been trading around, I would say, 2010. That era, I got introduced into trading, and somebody said, hey, buy this stock and invest in somewhere, et cetera, et cetera. So to buy something, me and my friend flew to Hong Kong, and the company was called 1688.HK. And today it's known as Alibaba.com. You probably know. It's a Chinese wholesale company. So back in the day, somebody said, hey, you should invest into it. Okay, no problem. We flew there, we bought some shares, et cetera, et cetera. So then I just did it as a hobby. So after COVID, I was driving on 410 and I heard this radio ad by a company called Win Lifetime, WLT. Win Lifetime, and Mr. Daniel was doing the presentation, and I, just like you guys are listening to me. So in the 2022, I joined, actually 2021, I joined that company. Now, after been working there for 3-4 years now, as a student, I became a co-owner in the last 5 years. So the company has been around since 2008. They have, just like you, they have taught 12,000 students globally, in person, online, offline, US. They have 2 offices, one right here, one at Dixie Matheson. Another presentation like this is happening over there. So 4 analysts they have on payroll. They have mentors, they have staff. So my reason of telling you this is not a one-person show. If I'm not there, company doesn't fall apart. So there's a lot of mentors, there's a lot of guys out there who are doing this as a hobby and a side income. They're like, all right, I'll teach you from my home, my basement, Tim Hortons, Starbucks. Let's go sit at a restaurant. So they're not doing it as professionally as what we said. We have a floor, you can come in, talk to us, and we are not a one-person show that if I disappear tomorrow, I'm on a vacation, the company doesn't fall apart, right? So that's what the main thing is. This is not run by one person. So, and I'll explain to you, we do a lot of things that our competitors can't even come close to what we are offering. So we're not faceless. You can come, you have a question, you can come talk to me, Happy, Ramnik, Naman, Daniel, Majid, Vikram, like Jatin, who else sits there? Tulip, Fahad. There's lots of guys who, it's an organization. Again, not a one-person show. And of course, each person has their own duties and responsibilities. Why are you here? Either you got referred by somebody that, hey, go check these guys out. I've heard them. Or we may have run an ad somewhere and you got curious and you're interested. All right, let's get into a bit of trading. And then I'll answer all your questions. Anybody can learn, by the way. So if you're new to it, you have never done trading, it's not that difficult. We have a saying at our office, you can breathe, we can teach you. It's not rocket science, because with the evolution of 2010 all the way to 2026, many things have changed. So I'll write some key points. Everything we'll talk about is in US dollars. And 2023 is a year of change in our industry. A major revolution came in trading and online trading. So you can say, all right, since NASDAQ open, S&P open, stocks open, but a major shift in the industry happened after 2023. So we'll explain you a few different subjects. Now, they won't go in any particular order. As thoughts go through my head and I look at a topic, I'll run through it. Anytime you have questions, just raise, and then we'll go into that topic. So hopefully I'll cover everything possible. Who should not trade? This is where my favorite is, that there's people who shouldn't trade. Yeah, there's 8 billion people on this planet Earth. We cannot have everybody. So 4 things I would write, and then you decide if you are number 1, discipline. There's a word that gets used called FOMO, fear of missing out, revenge, and greed. I'm not going to go more into it. These are the killers of 97% of the traders out there. So before I get into technicals, analysis, trading, buying and selling, let's talk a little bit about, because if it's so great, everybody should be good at it. Very, very simple. Okay, you're offering something, you're promising something. So why everybody cannot make it? And it has something to do, we call it a human behavior. So these are the problems of human behavior. Technically, I can have somebody who has never traded before outperform somebody who sits in a computer 23 hours a day. But so in this class or this seminar, I would like for you to take this challenge next week, this 2-3 days. Just question yourself that what kind of behaviors if you have problems with this, please don't do trading. Fear of missing out is meaning that you get easily excited. You can easily get down. Some people have emotional challenges. That's normal. There are ways to fix it. No problem. So the revenge will kill you, greed will kill you, fear of missing out will kill you, and discipline. And then we'll tell you where these problems will come in with our challenges, right? So 3% who do make it, who really are really successful in this trading, they don't have to worry about how to feed themselves tomorrow. So if you work on this, you don't have to so much worry about the technical aspects of it. If you're disciplined, if you're not a greedy person, rest will take care of itself if you manage to work on these things. Because let's put a goal together. So together, let's say I would like to make $20,000. Again, currencies stick to US. Easier for me to work. Now, depending on, we started differently. Question, because I have to relate to everybody, a lot of people. Put yourself in a situation of a few different, you're a newcomer to Canada. That's a one category. Today, you just arrived. So because I have to, it's not a cookie cutter thing that I have to make sure I can have every single person go with me. So April 18th, 2026 is the date. And as an engineering background, you have to plan everything. Okay, no problem. So today's April 18th. You just, so one thing is new immigrant. So that's what your status is. You could be a student already born in Canada, going to school. That's your second category of people. Then you are either you have a job already or you're a professional. Or next category we can do is you are, let's say, either a doctor, engineer, lawyer, etc. So pretty much four types of categories fall in. Is somebody who just arrived in Canada, is a new immigrant, you're a student doing this, or you already on a job somewhat or professional, and or you are a little bit high skilled category, I call them, you're a doctor, engineer, an accountant. You really fall into any of these four places, right? So, and your goal is to make $20,000 after a year. 1 year. We're not gonna say tomorrow or day and we say, all right, what's our deadline? Is April of 17th, 2026, because I like to plan everything. And then when I sit down with people, I said, what is your goal? How much money you wanna make? How are you gonna do this? Trading or not trading, job or whatever. So the career path is, so again, we'll say either you get yourself a job. So you're a student in Canada. So I'll give examples, real life examples. My son is 19, born and raised in Canada, Kitchener, Ontario. Did his high school, now going to university. Will get a job and then go into a career, marketing, whatever, right? So that's one route. You can open a business. You can open a franchise, or you can do on trading. Now, to make $20,000 additional, not through your $100, whatever you're making, I'm just saying, what would it take you to put aside $20,000 in 1 year? You can decide, I can work more, I can save more, I can have my partner work more, or so that's your goal. So your goal is $20,000. Maybe you need it for wedding, maybe for a vacation, maybe a down payment for a home. Whatever your goals are, we are going to now work backwards towards a goal. So that's why I like to always break down and make it easier for you. $20,000 a year is the goal. Now, that works out to approximately $1,700 per month that you need to put aside. Okay? No problem. Let's divide that by an average of 30 days. That's $50 a day. Okay. If you just put aside $50 a day in a year, and that doesn't compound interest, whatever, and you don't miss a day, you got roughly that much money saved up. Okay, so times 365, you'll fall into this category. You will have $20,000 a day. $50 a day turns into $20,000 a year. So far with me, I'm giving very basic examples. Yeah. Okay. Now, how you can make this $50 a day with your current income. You're a student, you can start a job sideways and you can put in some hours. So here is the money to time graph in life that I've developed over a period of time. The more unskilled you are, the lower per hour your time is worth. So a new student who just immigrated into Canada doesn't have G1, G2, can't even drive an Uber or can get a job, is still struggling, right? What is a new immigrant can do today? If they, from YYZ, they can go to a temporary agency and they can say, hey, I'm looking for work. They can say, come and we'll give you a moving job. Okay, just move boxes, do grocery, whatever, cash job or paid job, doesn't matter your status. So in order to work, you're working approximately $15 an hour. That's the lowest amount of rate you can make, and then you can start making your living, et cetera, et cetera. Now, let's go raise you up to a little bit higher category. You have done your studies in Canada, you're in high school, and then you're in college, and you have a part-time job, and now you have a job. So you get hired by a bank, you get hired by an accounting, you get hired by a retail, you're hired by Walmart, whatever you're working as after studies, you're working, you have a job now. Generally a job, I'll put aside to about $25 an hour. A reasonable starting job, it's approximately that. Okay. Then is you are in the professional careers. Professional is my dad is a forklift engineer, or he can forklift repair. It's about $35 to $40 per hour, approximately. And then you get into a little bit of a skilled category. You became a dentist, you became an accountant, you became a lawyer, you became like, I don't know, property surveyor, whatever is your professional. Then you start to get into a rate of approximately $100 an hour. So you become a nurse, you become whatever, like consultant of, there's thousands of categories you can go inside. Like you can go into nursing home, you can take care of it. So at a low end, I'll put $15 an hour. At a high end, I'll put up $100 an hour. Now, the low end requires no time for you to invest to make that return. Straight from YYZ, go get a job. There's no learning that took place. And as you went from 15 to, like, in order for a lawyer to close your mortgage, to do close your like house closing close your file, he probably studied after high school 7 years, bar exam. So the curve is you were born, so then you have your high school, then you have your college or university, then you have the last, let's say, 7 years into it after age 18. The first age 18, you're studying. From 18 to whatever, 28 or 25, I'll say. So you cannot be a professional unless you're exceptional. So I'm doing it very realistic. From born to 18, you're studying, and from 18 to 25, and then most people get into a real good career by 30. By 30, you should be established if you were born in Canada. Primary school, high school, et cetera, by 18, university, graduation, and by 30, you're somewhere. By the time you become a doctor, you are around add up another 5 years to it. So I would say 35 to 37 years of your life is taken to become a doctor. Like you now are a full-time house job and you have done all the lives and you have made it. By the time you're 35 to 37 to 40, you are a CPA accountant. Like all the categories you wanted to, you are an accountant, you're a lawyer, you're an engineer. But how much time from birth to here? About 35 to 40 years. Somebody say, my doctor, how long they have, what kind of studies they have done to do it, right? So this is a normal, every person's life, including, so study, got a job, and now profession, etc. So here's the normal way. So for somebody who makes 15 bucks an hour, if they can save something, I doubt it. Like they're gonna pay to live, phone bill, cell phone bill. So this category, I would say these two, there's no saving going on. Definitely, if you are making 25 bucks an hour or so in Canada and you are below $5,000, depending on how many people are, etc. This is what we consider a poverty line right now. It used to be 3,000 in Toronto. If you're not earning $5,000 per month, you are in deficit, meaning that, let's say again, you evaluate your situation. Don't have to go case by case. You have a mortgage or you rent, you have a car, then you have insurance, and you have groceries. Its cost of living in Canada has gone up significantly. So inflation is gone. Anyway, so these two categories say, hey, I don't have that additional $50 a day. I can't sacrifice 3 to 4 hours a day in order to put in 50 bucks a day so they generally won't be there. So most people will fall into yes, if I am earning 35 to 40 bucks an hour, I'm an electrician, I'm a plumber, I'm a long haul truck driver. Yeah, it's not big deal for me to put some savings aside. Maybe you can put 120 bucks a month aside or whatever per day. This is all per day. And depending on how much, some people can say, if I put aside $100 a day, that's 3,000 a month, that's 36,000 a year in a saving, or at 30,000. So, but generally you have to start going into this category and higher. A lawyer, burn rate of his firm could be maybe 20 grand, but he's still making some money. So this is all comes down to putting a number together. Now you can put this number as 100,000, as a 20,000, as a 10,000, as a 5,000, doesn't matter. But I'm giving you a framework on, you have to work backwards towards the goal. Okay, so far so good. For him, if he closes 2 files, but remember, difference is 35 years of studying. So he is reaping his rewards or her rewards after a lot of struggle. Maybe there was times when paying the OSAP is a little bit of a trouble. So, thank you.
That's okay.
So there's a lot of, so now you can evaluate yourself and say which category I fall into, and then what would it take for me to make $20,000 of savings in 1 year, right? And you work backwards, et cetera, et cetera. So you cannot compare yourself. This person cannot compare themselves with $100, nor should be any greed or revenge or any envy, because the doctor, if he buys a property or a Porsche, has spent 35 years of his life. So, and then you just arrive and then you go and buy a Challenger and your income every day is 15 bucks an hour, but your expenses, that's the culture, unfortunately. But it's okay. That's not for me to decide how you spend your life, but I look at how, kind of give you a framework. So, everything aside, this business of trading, that's why you are here, approximately 6 months, 3 months, 0. I don't care who they are. You're a new immigrant, you're a student, you have a job, you're an engineer, doctor. We have Dr. Sandeep Purdia, our so-called corporate dentist. Like, he's a dentist, he trades with us. We have new students who just arrived. We have every walks of life. We have people, so they generally don't have to spend a lot of time. So within 3 to 6 months, they will either become the 97% or the 3%. So again, I'm not saying, oh yeah, you will make money. So you, within 3 to 6 months of this industry, or if today you're not exposed to it. You have no idea what it is. You sit on the fence line and you know a little bit about it. You know it. You definitely know it. I know it. That first of all, once you are exposed to it, there's no going back. So I always like to warn my students, newcomers, that this is like the COVID. If somebody got COVID, there's no going and saying I don't have ever COVID, right? So just saying that you have to be very careful. And
I have a
sorry.
question. to you.
Yes,
Since you're talking about the discipline,
Discipline.
courage and greed, and how do you manage the psychology?
yeah, that we'll come to it. No problem. Well, this is a long talk. No problem. But I'm just first building up that what is towards my goal, right? So you decide today that you. So I like to preemptively give you all the warnings first, because then you can say, oh, आपने मुझे इसके बारे में नहीं बताया, दसिया नहीं सीधे से. Yeah, so today you get exposed to day 0 and 6 months into it, because the moment I expose you, you will go from here to here in day 2. And this will mess up your psychology. Because what happens is, once you're exposed, you decide I'm going to take this risk and I will learn it and I will fix my 4 discipline, FOMO, etc. And I want to be the 3%, not the 97%. And you're in it and you click NASDAQ, 930, one button, and boom, you make $100. That will mess you up psychologically. Because in life, you were one of those 4 stages. You worked for an hour. So again, I'm going to break it down a little bit more, because let's break down this part. You work as an office receptionist. Very common job amongst youth to become an office receptionist. Very common at the beginning. So they pay you, we pay our office receptionist at this office 9 a.m. She leaves 4 p.m., let's say 5 p.m. That's a normal working day. Okay. You have 24 hours in your life. Your job is taking away how much? You always have to work, because I'm a numbers guy, data analyst. My brain doesn't sleep. So I always say, all right, you have 24 hours in a day. How many minutes you have? 144 minutes. Because then you will understand that each breath you take has a value. Each step you take, each decision you make, that'll fix your psychology too. Because you have to break it down is then a little bit more philosophical way. What's the purpose of life? We're not going to go there. That's a 2-hour discussion of its own. Then you say, all right, so I am hired as a receptionist. So let's say they pay you $20 an hour. Okay. So we pay $20 an hour for our receptionist to show up. Whatever your job is, your $20, you start at 9 o'clock and you finish. And there is 1 hour an employer will deduct for your break, because we don't want to pay. Hey, why should we pay? You're taking a break, not us, right? So maybe 30 minutes break here, but a 15-minute, that's normal life. Most people ignore. But in order to be here at 1575 Trinity Drive, the person takes a life start maybe by 8 a.m. 8 a.m. they got up, they got ready, ironed the clothes. Nobody's paying for this hour, by the way. I'm not paying, certainly not paying. When she leaves, or they leave at 5 o'clock, they maybe get home by 6:30 because of the traffic. Please do count end to end. So if you ever get a job, you have to start thinking, is it worth from me to leave the home? A lot of electricians will start counting from the moment they leave the home or the job. But a lot of job people, they ignore the fact that your job starts from the moment you sit in the car to the moment you exit your car. Your job is continuing in order to get to a job. And most people overlook this. And this sometimes is a deciding factor if this rate is good or not. Maybe in order to get to your job, it takes maybe $15 of gas or whatever. So a lot of people will just say, I go to work at 9, I finish my work at 5. That's wrong though. You have to also allocate maybe an hour or 30 minutes or whatever, then decide, etc. So what would happen is in order to make $100 for this person, that's how many hours? 7 hours?
8.5.
Eight-
Somewhere 8 or 8.5. Yeah.
चलें 7 लगाएंगे ना 8 तो नहीं करना half an hour. So
वो निकाल दिया.
So 20 times 7, 140. Okay, very good. Looks good. In a day, I made $140 a day by coming to Rafi's office, and I'm a receptionist, and I take calls, and I take appointments, etc., and I make 140. Approximately $40, or is Trudeau is going to take from you. You're left with, because hey, you got to pay taxes to be in Canada. You use their highways, you use whatever. So not even 40, but you miss this and you miss this, and this works out to minimum wage, if not worse, because anyway. So you did whole days of work for $140. From 8 a.m. you got up for my job and you're going back home at 6:30. I would call it, you're earning about $15 an hour, right? So 15 times, etc. And you take away $150 after 10 hours of work. Okay? The problem with trading, you can click one click, and this can happen in 9 seconds. This will mess you guys up. You found it. So today you have no idea about trading, 6 months to it, and you will outperform everybody in the hourly basis. I mean, so this has a little bit of a mental block that everybody will face eventually. So first I'm saying, very careful. It's a slippery slope. You got into it. Yes. So don't just go for it for that. Hey, I'm going to make that much money. So that should be the secondary thing, that I'm going to make money. There's a lot of challenges that come through it, and they're not technical challenges. Please, for God's sake, they're not technical challenges. They're more of a human behavior problem. So anyway, so you decide, all right, this is my current job. So what happens with us? We hire somebody and they're working. We go through, in last 3 years, we went through 6 receptionists. Why? They start to hate their job. Why? Because there's a trader that comes in and in 5 minutes they're leaving, or 10 minutes they're leaving, or 1 hour they're leaving. They're like, what, something is offset here. I'm making, and then they're like, sir, maybe like teach us or whatever. And then they get into it, and then we got to hire a new receptionist, because now we put a policy, you can't be a trader. Because the moment we start to say, hey, if you're going to work for us, you can't be a trader, because then we train you, we teach you, and then you're like, oh, we took away their laptops because they were trading more than they were doing our work, right? Because they're like, I get paid $150 a day after 15 hours of work, but if I just learn how to do this, I can just, so we've had these problems a lot. So now we made a company policy. Do trading on your own time. We're not forcing you to do it after 2 p.m. or before 9 o'clock. You can do 23 hours a day. Just don't do it through because what happens is this $150 a day or $200 a day or $100 a day, it is literally at maximum 90 minutes a day. That's the maximum. So we now will put a goal together. I would like to make $100 a day from trading. If you scale yourself in 90 minutes max, in 23 hours, by the way. Why? So now we'll work backwards. What is a trading day? It's not fixed. It's 23 hours a day. That's considered one day though. So you can open a trade in the morning, afternoon, evening, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock. A lot of people don't know the markets are open 23 hours a day. They think it opens from 9. Yes, options and stock. Yes, it's a fixed hour. You 9:30 develop and then 4 o'clock. But for futures trading, which we'll get into it, is open 23 hours a day. So yeah, a person from different backgrounds easily from 0 to within 6 months can reasonably make a much more income than somebody who has spent 35 years of their life to get somewhere. However, the most, again, I will keep stressing it, you will go back to me saying they will fail here because that's the difficult part. How much money you can make? I have traders who make $100 a day. I have traders who make $20,000 a day. So there's no upside to it, but we will put you on a plan that, hey, if you reasonably follow us, making a couple $100 a day is not that difficult. Okay. What is trading? For those people, let's drop it down. I'll always give my presentation with, it's a prop. Let's assume that, by the way, all of you are, all of us humans are natural born traders. Well, the trade that you took at the beginning, you always are giving and receiving something. Emotionally, financially, psychologically, you're trading something. And I'll give you a basic example. You go to buy groceries and you are a buyer. So 5 things we will write to cover trading. You need a buyer, you need a seller. Okay? You go to grocery store, you're a buyer, grocery store owner is a seller. If you're an accountant, you are a seller, you're giving your services, and somebody else is a buyer. In an office job, receptionist is a buyer. A buyer. We are a seller. We're giving her money and she's giving us services, right? So either you are trading money, you're trading finance, you're trading emotions, you're trading there's a transaction happening. So the example I always give, today go to Costco on April 8th and 18th and say, okay, I have $5,000 today in my bank account, US dollars, and buy 1 ounce of gold. So Costco is a seller, you are a buyer. Very simple. I'm going to break it down and then it'll make sense to you down the road. So Costco is a buyer, seller, you are a buyer. You have $5,000. What did they give you? They give you an item or an asset or instrument or whatever. They give you gold. I'm going to write gold. I'm going to write GC. I'll write XAU, USD. So those they will start to make sense to them. So you gave them $5,000. They give you a commodity called gold, and now it has a value. Now today, the price of gold is $5,000. I'll give an example. It's 48.70 approximately. It was trading at 4,000. Now it's trading. It has a value. And in 1 year from now, you would like to sell it back. Okay? So you bought it today, and 1 year from now, so we'll put a date. So 2026, 2027, it could be trading at 4,000. It could be trading at 6,000. So in trading, there are 5 basic things anybody has to know. Are you a buyer or are you a seller? That's number 1. That's parties. Who's a party? What are you buying? That's number 2. So who and what? What are you buying? Gold. You could be buying gold, stocks, options, futures, doesn't matter. What's the value of the product? 5,000. Now, when you start this trade physically, we call this in our language or our industry, you executed a trade and you have started a position. You have opened a position. You have started a position, whatever you want to call it, but you have executed a trade, give them 5,000 or let's say even $50. I give you the money, you give me the gold. Now they were a seller, you were a buyer, and now you opened a gold position. Okay. Now time starts right there. You walk away 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 month, but your deadline is 2027. So 2 months into it, you have a little bit of a profit, $200. You bought it for 5,000. Now the gold, you look at it in the gold prices online, is trading at $5,200. Okay, you're excited, you've invested, and you have some profit. This word is called unrealized profit. So just the third thing is you have unrealized profit or loss. The P&L stands for profit or loss. So what does that mean? Okay, today you saw $200 profit. Market happened something, and now gold is trading at $4,800. You bought it for 5,000. It was up 200. Now it's down to 200. This is again called an unrealized, either a profit or a loss. Okay, so now you're like, man, I bought it for 5,000. It was up $200. It's down. If you get anxiety or if you get emotional, don't do this. You shouldn't be looking at it and getting excited. Oh my God, I made money. If you're looking at it and you get anxiety attacks, now I'm going to lose my investment, you shouldn't do trading. Fourth thing is, now when you sell this back, 2027 came, you went back to Costco or a jeweler shop or your friend, you say, I have an ounce of gold. Would anybody like to buy it? They look up the prices, and it is trading at $6,000. You give them the gold, they give you $6,000. You have a realized profit. Very simple. It's not that complicated. And you have closed your position. So here you open the position, here you're closing the position. And you have a realized profit of $1,000. Maybe gold is trading at $4,000 that time. You have a realized loss of it. That's it. There is a transaction that took place. You bought something, you held on to it. In between, it's unrealized. And once the transaction is over, or position is closed, or trade is closed, becomes realized. Now that's an actual profit or a loss that you have booked it, and end of the day. But the most important thing, the factor, which becomes point number 5, what caused this price from 5 to 4 or 5 to 6? What caused it? You have no idea. When I bought it, I predicted it's going to go up, but it went down. Okay, what caused it? Globally, China found a gold mine. There's a gold shortages. So this comes down to one word, stands for supply and demand. Every product in the world just simply works with this Now this is trading 101 on a grade 1 level. It's not more complicated than this. This is really the essence of trading of everything. You have two parties buying and selling something. When they do a transaction, we'll forget about seller. Costco gone away. You are a buyer. Unrealized profit or loss became a realized, and all of this happened because of buyers and sellers, supply and demand. If in market of anything, more suppliers come in, but less demand is there, price goes down. Very simple. When there is more demand, not enough supply, there is a price increase. So 2 real estate example, because this is what in Canada, everybody seems to know a lot about real estate. So we'll work about this. After COVID, everybody had money. SIBA loan, CERB loan, this loan. You just went on the website, you type in your company, you hit enter, 9 p.m., you got your 40 grand, or 60 grand. It's like government were printing money from a thin air. And people are like, yeah, koi purani company hai, koi INC number hai. So a lot of money was created. So what happened to all that money? We couldn't eat money back after COVID started. The government started to give us money, right? Either you got served or SIBA or whatever, and a lot of creative people. I always never call the word scam. I never say somebody scammed. I use the word creative because they are thinking out of the box and they were creative and they got SIBA loan or they got this loan or whatever. Creativity is not scamming, by the way. So, and you got this 60 grand, 100 grand, your mom got it, your brother got it, everybody got it. And all that money, we couldn't take a plane, we couldn't go to a restaurant, we couldn't go anywhere. It started to pile up in the banks. So it all went to Canadian real estate. All that money pile, millions in dollars, account sitting, everybody started to buy up property. I have a small $50,000 account or a $500,000 account. There was too much demand in real estate after COVID in Canada because of the two things. There's too much money supply. Money supply is up. You can't spend it. So there's demand is up. And there is not enough supply. Supply is down because builders can't even build fast enough. So everybody, what they had a little bit of extra money, they poured into a real estate home or house or pre-construction or condo or doesn't matter. And the price surged like this to like beyond no means necessary. Okay, so I'll put a house together of $460,000. The home I bought and I lived in, Woodbridge, it's a semi-detached. I bought it in 2011. 4-bedroom with a basement finish, reasonable, like 2,000 square feet home, good for 3-4 of us. This thing shot up in price, unbelievable. We started to get off because money was coming in. They're like, just sell it. And then it at one point, it was trading at $1 million. They're like, chota sa ghar hai, gita jitna. And people were like, just sell it and you will make $1 million out of it. And I bought it in 2010. So after COVID and after the money supply, we didn't sell it, but it's okay. But I'm saying is same thing, just because of not enough supply in the market, demand was higher. So that's how the value came. This triggered a chaos in Canadian real estate. So what happened was people were just buying and selling within days or within hours, within whatever you can say. And then all of a sudden, Canadian government realized this is a problem for previous immigrants. People who have come here, they have now kids, they can't afford a home because going to get a home, the same value kind of exponential went up. So a lot of heat went into Canadian government and they did two actions. Number one, now they can't supply, they can't stop it. So two things they did. Number one, interest rate. They started to make this, and also here, another one was interest rate was low. So money was up there, your demand was up there, supply was down, and interest rate was lower. So Canadian government, after seeing this problem, they fixed it by raising slowly the interest rate, and they stopped the immigration. More people can't come to Canada. They can. If you're a Chinese investor, you can't buy property unless you pay 20%. You are Indian or Pakistani or Afghani, it doesn't matter. You can't own a property if you're not a citizen. So they started to put some rules out there in order to cool this down, this demand supply problem. No worries. So a lot of immigrants, so the rules became tighter and the price started to correct itself. We're not at exact level, but we could be somewhere around here. So what is happening right now? There is too much demand at this time. 2026, There's thousands of properties anybody can buy. Too much supply is there. Not enough demand is there. Not enough money is there. Right? You know how the dynamics switch? Interest rate has gone up. Immigration has gone down. Because of all of this, your home prices are plummeting. Because now the property value is, let's say, this 460, you can probably get for around 850 or 750 for it, maybe even less. So it has starting to come, went down to 1.1, 1.2. Now let's say same house, if I were to look at maybe a reasonable price could be 750. So this could have been prevented if this was a normal growth. But because of this problem, it's now at a correction point. So too much supply, not enough demand. So the housing prices, why are they collapsing? So you were an investor, after COVID, your closing is coming up. You're panicking. You're like, if I have multiple properties, now I have to close it. So you are liquidating it, and you don't care if you have an unrealized profit or unrealized loss. You're like, let's get rid of this before. And because of a little bit of situation and market correction, crime goes up. When people in a society are financially struggling, crime goes up. This is normal. Go look at New York, go look at Chicago, look at Houston. So the lower end of the society, or we are all humans, doesn't matter. Either immigrants or those that they made it here, but they're struggling now. So the lower end of the society, meaning those, not degrading way in a humanly way, but what I'm saying is, when you have imbalance of finances in any society, what is an imbalance of it? If you're rich, you're extremely rich. If you're poor, you can't even make your ends meet. You have a lot of crime, a lot of cars getting carjacked, a lot of home invasions. A lot of people go for extortion because we're all humans. Hey, how come you have money and I don't, and you deserve it and I don't? So a lot of human behavior in a society causes crime, and crime then becomes norm. So what I'm trying to say is, and they blame it, oh, it's part of it. No, you could have prevented all of this by just controlling a few dynamics of the society and not give everybody free money. In US, they don't give you free money. In the Commonwealth states, England, South Africa, Hong Kong is no more, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. So the grandfather, British, their child, they only have 3 left of this empire. You have Australia, New Zealand, Canada, South Africa. Pretty much everybody else became their own like children. So because of the Commonwealth is, just keep feeding people money. Enough. Just don't make them work. Why? So the culture is, again, I go into a little bit deeper things of why society behaves the way it is. In a Commonwealth, especially the British Empire is, you do not want the monarchy to lose its power. If you give the citizens more, just keep giving the food, fuel, money, they won't have a courage or an interest to rise. Once they don't rise, they kind of the lower end of it. So the higher power always stays there. So they keep feeding you. Because if I don't give you money or food or fuel or energy or resources, you're going to go out there and work. Today you will work. Maybe your second generation will not have to suffer so much. And by the time you're in the third generation, generally you have made it somewhere in life. So this is, again, a big part of the plan. But in US, they say, hey, we don't give you any welfare, buddy. You don't give you any medical. You want to stay alive, work for it. So that is called a capitalist society. There is 2, social welfare. It's okay. I'm not against it. But here, they give goddamn, like, to everybody. You just applied and you got money. So too much money came in. So anyway, that's not our problem. So that's not, again, our objective. I'm here for trading. But I wanted to exemplify you and zoom in to see why the when you want to go and buy a home, why is it trading at this price? You should know. Oh, because of what happened previously. Now this is something called the buyer's market. A lot of real estate agents will say price has finally come down to a point where it's somewhat affordable. It's a little bit reasonable. Same house at 1.5 million or 1 million, unrealistic today. You can pick up a home. It's not really bottom yet. It hasn't gone back to these prices yet, but slowly it has. So after Trump inauguration, Trump says, my country's in a bad shape. We're helping a lot of people. They started to impose tariffs. Tariffs, along with these problems, caused a bit of a chaos in Canadian society. 4 industries got hit the most. Transportation doesn't go anymore, back and forth. Number 2 is real estate. People don't have a lot of money to buy. Mortgages are high. Interest rates have gone up. Number 3 that got hit was your manufacturing. So a lot of U.S. manufacturing stopped. And 4th was restaurant industries got hit the most, especially in 2025, 2026. People don't have a lot of disposable income to go out. And you judge a society by how many dollar stores they have. The more dollar stores you have, it means the current economic conditions are not good. If people are shopping, if even Walmart looks expensive and you go down to dollar store, that gives a clear sign things are not right. Because then you have the one milk that's empty, you have everything that's empty, because people say, you know what, I have to live. I rather buy a little bit something because money supply is not there so much. The expenses to cost to living in Canada has gone up globally. Look at the gas prices. It's trading at $1.76. Now Trump is here. They're causing the war in Iran. So our life is not normal anymore. Yes, there was a vision back in like 60s and 50s and 40s. It's still called an American dream. By the way, if you study that, you were born, you went to school, you graduated or didn't, you got a job, and you stuck to that job maybe my dad worked in the same job for 20 years. He retired fixing stuff, and then he's like, after 65, but what I mean is there wasn't so much chaos in the world altogether. Things were steady. But after especially COVID, the word is called a global reset. A lot of things are changing so a lot of dynamics of life are changing very rapidly. And the cherry on top, and the most scariest thing as a software developer, again, I'm not here to scare you guys. There's positive news coming. I'm scared. I know you have pumped us so much down. Is there any hope left in life, man? Don't worry. It's okay. I'm just giving you and making you aware and educated to you understand it. So what is happening is it's not normal anymore. You can't. You could be fired instantly. And there's a storm brewing that we see as a software developer, and the word is called AI. It has eaten up so many jobs already, and it's going to come very soon, whether you like it or not. So those people who, Canada Post just finally went bankrupt. They are not delivering mail anymore to houses. There's not enough supply, not enough demand for it. How many people wrote a letter in the last 10 years? Took a paper, took a pencil, wrote a letter, put in an envelope, put a stamp there, went to the post office, and let's see if it goes. Nobody does this. But this was the norm, right? We have lived through it. We went from cassettes to CDs to DVDs to streaming. All right, this is the norm now. We went from watching our TV shows at 9 o'clock Friday to whatever. And then we're like, this is the next episode. Went from Netflix on demand, everything. So a lot of world is shifting beneath our ground slowly. If you can adapt to it, it's good. If you can't, it's okay. So there's a huge, what we call it as an IT guys in the industry, we call it a paradigm shift. So I grew up through it. Here's the lucky answer. 46, you have seen it all. You have seen from ICQ to internet like boards to all the way to BBM and WhatsApp to Snapchat. So best era to live in from 1980 plus to like even 75. If you're born to 1999, you kind of have seen it all. A lot of people don't remember the new youth, the rotary phones. You got to pick up, dial in, and it would click in, dial up modems, things like that. They all got phased out, so industry got phased out. If you had to make a long distance call and you're like, my God, it's going to cost me $1 per minute to call home. Now, evolution of Skype came, Zoom came. So when there is a shift in the global dynamics, there's an industry that's going to lose, then there's an industry that's going to make a lot of money. When COVID came, only companies that made money were pharmaceutical. They made a killing because of research and making Pfizer, AstraZeneca. When you have a lot of money problem, banks make a crazy load of money on interest. You know how much money banks make? You have to look up 5 top banks in Canada. They change their logo every 2 years. Have you noticed? RBC becomes Royal Bank. CIBC's logo become Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. And what happens is they have way too much money, and you just like, all right, this is RBC now. You're like, what happened? They just had a sign change 2 years ago because banks have too much money now. Because where you're only making minimum payments, they're making money on interest. So people have no savings. So every industry goes through a lot of changes. Now there's a shift happening of AI, which is similar to a lot of people. And where I grew up was they owned taxi plates. And the taxi plate from the city was $5,000, maybe not even that, maybe $250 to $500. But the value of the plate kept going up because it was a business. Today, when Uber came, a lot of people said, no, we don't want this because this evolution is going to kill my taxi business. But Uber took away anyway. Today, you do Uber, you do DoorDash, you do Uber Eats. So at the beginning, it doesn't look very normal. And then you get used to it. And then you're like, hey, this is how life is supposed to be. You ask a teenager today where the food comes, they will say from Uber Eats. They have no idea. There's a farmer, there's a chicken. They just say an app. And that's the culture. Midnight snacking. They would add to a cart. They will pick it, ingredients, and food will show up. Generally, if you haven't gone back home, the food is grown, right? So there's a lot of culture that's missing because of technology. And what is coming to kill some industries, graphic designer, scary. Software development, very scary, very scary. Why? You can cloud code it now, vibe code it. A lot of people now, wherever you, like even doctors are somewhat scared, but not right now, maybe 10 years. Not right now. Lawyers are already, you can draft a will by ChatGPT. You can draft something you had to go and paste a pro bono, somebody say, hey guy, I would like to. So Google Maps killed the GPS and map system. Horses were killed by taxis. And then, so now there's a new evolution of AI. You can just talk to it. And with this is what we see. So a lot of industries are going to change and new industries will be born out of this. But so a lot of people are now shifting their focus that I know of, because what happens is, where does our business thrive of trading is there's now too much demand for it. Either you lost a job in real estate, or you are struggling, or you were in restaurant industry, or you were trucking, and you're like, how do I make ends meet? I am at a stage of life where I don't want to retrain myself. So generally, when the jobs went away in the early 90s or 80s, what would happen if you got laid off? The government will give you some money for maybe 2 years or 1 year or 6 months, and you will retrain. for a different industry. You were a tool maker, now robots make your tools, and now you got re-educated to do something else, right? So, but now the change is the only thing that's happening too fast. That's the only constant thing in life, that today you could be in this and then new revolution comes and boom, Trump will say tariff and an industry can shut down over a period of couple of months. So we are living through some, I would say, not scary times, little bit fast changing. So what comes to save us? And that's what I tell everybody. And even yesterday I said it on a stage, that get into trading today, tomorrow, within the next couple of years. What happens is the whole dynamics of online tradings are changing as well. It is becoming much easier because to save 20 grand where we started our conversation from, or to go from a job that is not certain, you can open a business in Canada. Now I'll cover a few different things before I go to my main concept. Now, in order to do a business in Canada, pick a business. Let's say you want to open a restaurant, it's $250,000. If you don't have, for a restaurant industry, $250,000, you can't have a dine-in business easily. You're gonna have to do a 3-year lease sign. You're gonna have to put in some tables, a waitress, some hood, some other furniture, some down payment, some marketing, et cetera, et cetera. This $250,000 gets eaten up very fast, especially in the rent here. Rents are very high, real estate rents here, right? So you wanna buy a truck, at least it's quite expensive. Any self business, all right. So you can either stay in a job, open a business, franchises. Let's take up some big numbers. Pizza is there. Pizza Hut is there. Taco Bell is there. McDonald's is there. Burger King is there. Now, bigger the franchise, meaning the more chances that you will stay in business, the more costly it is. $2 million, $1 million. Popeyes will sell you 3 for about $1.5 million. Then you have new franchise coming. Where in Canada, you will see, I call this a photocopy culture by now. You can go from Ajax to Niagara Falls to Windsor to doesn't matter. You'll find a strip plaza with identical anchors. You have TV, you have a dry cleaner, small mom pop shop, then you have a pizza, and you have a Subway, then you have a Tim Hortons, a McDonald's. That's an anchor tenant, by the way. Because those people, and they can just move a franchise model to anywhere in the world and drop it and say, these are the rules. You don't have to do anything. Today you start Rafi's Roadie Shop, right? You know how difficult that is? You're going to have to start establishing a brand. And unless my cuisine is good and people like what I do, so starting a brand is a little bit more difficult. Then you do your own business, whatever. So a lot of people turn into online trading, online marketing, influencing. A lot of people became famous, like, the kid, Ryan's TV toy reviews, like one kid became a millionaire. So there are a lot of, so not only the change helps, it creates new opportunities. Today, you can make money online by reviewing food. Take a food, put a camera in front of you, start eating, you'll have your own followership. These are called followers, right? They like, they share, they comment, they enjoy the content. Then you can start making dancing videos. People will enjoy it. That's entertainment. You can start giving, like I have car mechanics who have a TikTok channel. They're repairing something. I have food industry. So TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, these social things now are helping a lot of people to grow their business as well. So there's lots of ways now online trading along with it that you can now make money. And again, coming back to it, in the fast moving world today, if you get exposed to it, this business that I'm about to tell you, and you do really work hard for 3 to 6 months, you fix these problems, you will become unstoppable. Literally, there's people out there. I have at least 4 or 5 on my fingertips that I can, and I'll show you some examples too, right? So we had a person whose job is to drive concrete trucks. Very normal job, big truck, backs in. 2 years ago, they joined. They had no idea what any of this meant. They're doing about $5,000 a day right now, after 2.5 years. We had a person other day message us. I met him. Hopefully he comes in today. 8 months ago, they joined. There you go. I give you his example first. Mr. Jatin works for Air Canada Lost Luggage Department. That's his job, by the way. If you lose your luggage, somebody has to deliver it. That's his job. He's like, I want to get into trading. That's a different walk of life. So now, on average, he's doing 5,000 a day. He's been with us for almost 6, 7, 8 months. The 5,000 a day, 5,000 a month is now stable, right? So doesn't matter which walk of life you come in. So if you give us 6 months, you fix these problems, we will make you quite successful in this business. I'm not going to say rich. Why? Because you create your own richness. I don't make you rich. He pays us a fee to be our member. I don't care how much money he makes. We don't charge percentage. We just charge an education fee. That's our business model, right? So today, in the fast-moving dynamics of it, you fix your human behavior. You leave the technical for us for 6, 7 months, maybe maximum 6 months. We'll give you a way to make this much money in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, in 20 minutes, no more than 90 minutes a day. And then your goals will start to look very realistic. Because what happens is money, I know a lot of people say, oh, money is the root of all evil. But what happens is it's a hard realities that you don't have it. Yeah, that's how you get judged. What you wear, what do you drive, what do you consume, where do you sit? Brand conscious has become a little bit of norm of the society. And again, their gap is increasing. So there's 3 societies, main pillars are, you have the extreme rich, you have the bottom, and then you have the middle class. And there's 2 more, but the middle class is disappearing, unfortunately. There's the gap is widening. People who are rich are becoming extremely rich. People who are either losing the sight or joining the lower class. There's upper middle, etc. I'm not going to go into it because why? Either they learn how to become here or they just kind of fall behind, and they evolution and revolution kind of changes humans in different ways. So the great mind thinkers of the global world, I'm not one of them. There's only 150 people that own this world, by the way. There's only 150 people that own. Let that sink in. This water bottle, this room, this bottle, there's in the global systems, and there are 2 companies that own a lot. There's a company called BlackRock. There's a company called Vanguard. Just look up what they own, right? Construction companies, hotels, motels. You will, if you, for example, there's a company called Nestle. Just look up to see how much supply chain they have where in the global system. So handful of people own quite a bit of world. That's unfortunate. It's okay. But the gap of the super elite, Elon Musk became he's going to be a trillionaire. Like he was just after Trump, he was 400 and something billion dollars worth. Lately, I looked them up. I think it's at 600. He's going to be the fastest person to become a $1 trillion worth man when he does his SpaceX IPO whenever soon. That's beside the point. He didn't make his money selling cars. He didn't make his money selling whatever, or space, flamethrowers. He made his money in trading. Warren Buffett made his money in trading. There's a lot of names because this is where the money is. And you got to understand how money works. And unfortunately, my son born in 2007. My son is 19. Middle school, primary, high school by 18, university, job, career. This is what is kind of taught you to just stay inside the box. Again, I'm not arguing that it's a good thing or a bad thing. You're not given any options to think outside of the box in very early stages. So yes, school, you're kind of locked in. And so you are only given very little options. You can finish your high school and go straight into workforce. We can become a truck driver, whatever, it doesn't matter. But in education, this is where my argument, nobody teaches you in life how to manage money. That's unfortunate. Yes, there are some optional courses of economics you can take. How money works, how money is created, how money is moved. It's so easy to spend the money if you have it, but you should be looking at why am I paying $1.76? Why is it gonna go to $2.12? Why is my grocery is costing me more? A lot of people will say, well, okay, they'll agree to everything without questioning. I'm not saying don't agree. All I'm saying is you should be understanding why this home price went up, why Bitcoin is trading at 75,000, why was it trading at 45, 50,000? Why is a little bit make yourself aware in the financial industry because it will make your job easier. You don't have to worry about what if, because statistically in Canada, and last time I checked, that you can check Ask ChatGPT, not many people have 1 year of burn rate in their savings account. It's the word is called burn. I know I'm very transparent in truth, and I'm not gonna paint a rosy picture for you. Because what happens is because I have to make you understand the value of money. Because unless you understand the value of money by hourly, by monthly, by yearly, by whatever commissions, doesn't matter how you make, you have to understand earned rate, and then you understand what my burn rate is. So what is a burn rate? How much does it cost you or your family to stay afloat? So if you're earning 5,000 and you're burning 6,000, you are at $1,000 deficit. Most Canadians are severely in debt by credit card, by line of credit, by home equity loans, or they just don't have enough saving and they're living paycheck to paycheck. Now, here's what really, really bothers me. This used to be a Caucasian problem, a white problem. We are immigrants, Indian, Pakistani, Bengali. This wasn't our cultural problem. We were a nation of saving. This is what we were taught, right? Save, 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 don't spend. So I'm a little bit in 2026. How come most South Asian are suffering through this? Maybe they're not, but we're joining them. Most of us are overspending and we don't have 1 year of burn rate saved up. So if you're burning 5,000 a month and today you get sick, I'm not selling you insurance, by the way. I'm just saying, today you become sick or disabled or leave this world. Why is it a hard reality? My brother-in-law, 3-4 weeks ago, he passed away, age 52. Boom, cardiac arrest, gone, done, finished. Left 4 kids, gone. So he has a burn rate to support his family. Can you support your family or your loved ones for how long? 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. That's called a burn rate before you go back up. And then, so assess yourself, write down. I know it's scary. First thing is self-assessment is the most scariest thing in life is you look in the mirror or you sit down in Excel and you say, hi, these are the assets I have. These are the liabilities I have. This is my earned rate. This is my burn rate. You're picked because a lot of people shove their problems under the rug thinking, I don't have a problem. Everybody has a problem. Even I have a problem. You have a problem. They will all have different problems, right? All you have to do is how money moves. What is my earned rate? What is my burn rate? How can I create additional money? Again, trading is not the only thing. You can make more money by adding more hours to your job. You can get a second job. If money is struggling, if you're working 6 hours a day on Uber, maybe you work 8 hours to make your earned rate and burn rate same, to make sure you're not in deficit. Maybe you do. I like to give all sorts of examples. If you're good at cooking, make a dish, put it on Kijiji, Facebook Marketplace, start taking home catering jobs. People sell cakes from their home. People sell like baked products. People sell, if you are a little bit of a creative person, there's thousands of opportunity you can work with. You open up a TikTok channel, start a shopping channel. Doesn't matter. There's lots of small businesses you can do from the comfort of your home. So lots of creative ways for you to make money. But now coming to it, trading is one of them. Why do I prefer trading? Now I have an open challenge who's here for the first time. Amount of money that I'm going to put up versus amount of money I will take out. You go out and research and you tell me, I will join you guys. So you say, all right, that amount of money that I will put in versus amount of money that will take me out. So trading will surpass everything. So there's no question about it. So what is your goal? Goal is I'm going to work on so if you take nothing out of this presentation or seminar, you say, all right, it's okay. You talked good things about it. It's okay. I'll decide later. But at least pay some attention to your finances in daily life. If you're not good at computers, you can take pen and paper and a calculator. It will tell you everything. How much your income is. Keep track of your income. You know, when I buy this water bottle, I take a picture from the grocery store. It helps me save taxes. Again, I'm not the most financial genius out there. I just track my expenses. How much? Because here's my problem. Whenever you are in software field and you have picked something called data analysis, your mind is not at peace at all. And it has affected me in a negative way whenever I work out, I would like to see how did my heart perform. This is severely the other case where I'm data analyzing my heart rate to a peak, that how much higher highs it made and how much lower lows it made, how many calories I burned, how many steps I took. Because what helps me is helps you make a decision about a certain. So whether it is your health, so again, different topic. Health is first, wealth is secondary. So fix your health first, forget about. So when my brother-in-law passed away, all of it went for some tests. Hey, can you check us out if we're okay? Just in case, right? I don't want to leave the world prior to 85. 85 is a good number. Meaning that means you have lived reasonably long on this planet. None of us have finite time. But if somebody goes before 85, I kind of feel sad for them because, if you make it above 85, you did it. I mean, you really managed to pull that life through to this level. Before 85, I feel like, man, come on, you could have enjoyed a little bit. Because then I'll tell you, it's called this Canada Pension Plan Scheme. If you don't make it till 85, that's a huge scam that you're part of. Correct. So that's where I come in and say, you gotta make it through at least 85. So they said, hey, you need to lose some weight, at least 5 kilograms, and you bring your blood glucose down, and you bring your cholesterol down, and age 46, these are the problems. So, okay, I have now a plan. So, by the way, I went from 108 kilos to 90 kilos in the 2 years period. Why? Because I had a goal. The goal was lose 20 kilos. That's a goal I put down. And then I worked backwards. How many steps I have to take, 1 pound of calories, 1 pound of burning rate. I require 3,500 calories not to be consumed, et cetera, et cetera. So you put your goal there, again, 20 grand, 100 grand, 5 million, 10 million. Make sure put a realistic goal in realistic time. You're not going to be able to do $1 million and then put in 1 year. Okay, then you have to go and start. So put a goal together in your finances or health or whatever it is, work backwards. And now coming to the trading part is, so you know what a trading is, you know what the cost and benefit is if you do it right. Fix your discipline. Now, let me quickly cover what is gambling, what is trading. A lot of people say, well, I think trading is gambling. Of course it is. If you have no idea what you're doing, it is gambling. If I ask you, go buy a car from Kijiji or Facebook Autos or whatever, and I gave you, so you see this car, Toyota Camry, $9,000, model 2010. Okay, it's a good car. And you have the money, you go buy a car, you're a buyer, they're a seller, and you just give them the money and pick up the car. You're gambling, by the way. There's 50% chance, there's 100% chance this car is not gonna work. So, but if you haven't looked at so-called the safety, or if you don't do your due diligence before making a decision, you're gambling. Simple as that. Whenever you are just leaving things to luck, you're leaving things to feelings, you're leaving things to, we'll see, we're leaving things to randomness, you are gambling. So what is gambling? Very simple. Everybody should once in life go to casino, any casino. I would like you to experience firsthand gambling. I'm sure most of you guys have played a lot of 649. It's all you are caring about is you give them some money and they give you a ticket and they print 6 numbers out. And you are just trying to pick the 6th number. That is gambling. The way gambling works in a casino, I'll pick a game. Let's play roulette. Put $50 down, you put a number there. You're like, all right, this is a ball. It is going to land somewhere. Pick a number, 27. Pick a color, red. Now you're hoping, and let's say pick a reward. So your entry to the game, by the way, gambling is very much entertainment. If you go with the focus, maybe I'll enjoy some drinks, I will do socialization, and I will play a game. Yes, good, no problem. But don't think you're going to gamble to become rich. So if you are buying a lottery ticket today to become a millionaire, it means you don't have a skill that you know of that you can make millions other way. Just saying that. If you're thinking this is the only way I'm going to become a millionaire, no. So when that person dealer takes the ball and throws it in, you're just hoping that if it lands onto my number or even a color, I will win some prize. And if it lands it's called the jackpot, and you will maybe $2,000 or $500 or whatever the wager is going. So this is what gambling is. Wherever you pick something, so don't mix it. If you're taking gambling with alcohol and with your socialization, that's for entertainment, not for earning money. Yes.
Yes, when it comes to trading,
Yes.
we buy a product for $5, then we sell it for $15,
Yes.
$20 or $50.
Correct.
How is that possible to become gambling?
Okay. I wish I had a coin, but I don't. Anyway, let me explain you a math concept. Math concept is what we use, and we call it a probability. Okay? Probability of is an outcome of something, an outcome, and what is the accuracy and what are the chances of something. So you're driving and you see red light. My eye, okay, you're going through green, sorry, make it easier. You're going through green and you're approaching, maybe you got 500 meters left, My eye goes to that intersection blinking. 17, 16, 15, 14, because my eye is saying, what are my chances that I will make through this intersection by calculating my probability of this walking signal? Is it 10 seconds? Is it 9? The moment that is dropping, you're trying to accelerate because you want to go through that intersection, because the moment that goes 0, more chances are it's going to go red or amber too. So when you take a coin and you flip it, it has 50% probability. Every coin flip can only have 2 outcomes, heads or tails. There's no third outcome unless it lands in the, like, really, you only have 2 outcomes. Anything in trading starts with 50%. I can have a blind person here. I can have an animal here. Bring me a cat. And I give them 2 buttons, buy and sell. A blind person doesn't know anything, it's like disabled. And I say, all right, just from the feel of it, press a button. And they press buy. 50%, they're already a winner. They hit buy for $5, the price went to 10. Okay? Now, this is gambling. Why? They have not calculated anything. They have not done any study whatsoever. So whenever you click without any due diligence, that's gambling, by the way. I don't care if it's $5 or $0, you have to make a calculated decision that if I click here on buy button, or if I click here on the sell button, what is my probability of success? Is it 50%, which is the starting point is 50. If I hit buy of NASDAQ in the morning, is it going to go up or is it going to go down, right? If I hit sell, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? So the probability is 50%. आगे चल सर मैंने दो 10 मिनट वैसे लेट स्टार्ट हुई 15 मिनट दे दो. Any given time in trading, we are calculating the probability to make it higher than 75%. Above 70% becomes profitable. But so you start at 50 and you want to hit buy something for $5. You have to make at least 4 or 5 conscious decisions of my outcomes. And the higher the probability goes, the better your chances are for success to win that trade. So your question is, I bought something for 5, now it's trading at 15. But you didn't just randomly buy.
Yes, I agree with you, because based on our studies and our system, our experience, a good thing is calculating.
Correct.
Based on that, we are doing.
Yes.
So there is no gambling, what I meant to say.
Okay.
Because when we go to the casino, that there is a gambling. Because without study, we bring into the lab and we work on it, right? So when it comes to real estate, like let's say like I bought a house for 600,000.
Correct.
Then after 2 years, I'm selling for 900,000.
That's right.
So where is gambling there?
There's no gambling,
right?
but here's the thing. If you just bought it without any risk assessment, if I told you tomorrow, please buy Tesla, it's trading at $385. He just goes to his bank, takes out $5,000 and just puts into Tesla, probability is 50%. Starting tomorrow, 385 is a gamble now. If I ask you to buy Bitcoin, if I ask you to buy a car, if I ask you to, any time in life, you're not doing any sort of strategy or assessment or like due diligence is the word I use, you're gambling. Because what happens is people gambled. When the price housing was $1 million, somebody bought it, right? There was a seller, there was a buyer, a transaction took place. Somebody did buy it, because unless that you don't have a transaction, you're always looking at this price. I bought it here. But let's say when this home was at a peak, we call it expected high, right? You bought it. because you were hoping price is gonna continue to climb. You did not do any due diligence whatsoever. Ourselves, Daniel, the whole analyst were saying, please don't buy, please don't buy, please don't buy. These house prices are gonna go crazily down because these closings are gonna come in. So in advance in 4 years, we were warning everybody, don't get into a real estate. Price is getting overbought, over there. And you say, no, I am a greedy person. Why? First emotion kicked in called fear of missing out. If I don't spend $1 million today, maybe the price has gone to 1.2 tomorrow, right? Sorry, yeah, 15 minutes. So you have to understand that every decision in life, whether it's a car, a home, a phone, a coffee, or a trade, it all starts with human behavior. So first thing your mind is saying, fear of missing out. Okay. $1 million trading home, okay? What is fear of missing out? I didn't take an action earlier. If I don't do it now, maybe I miss this boat and this keeps climbing up. So your brain kicked in and says, I am fear of missing out. I must buy a home because my relatives bought it and they become rich. Human behavior kicks in, kind of puts you in grain, you buy this home. What is that same home worth today? It is decreased in value. Because you bought it for $1 million. Now it's trading at $875,000. You are not realized in loss. So it doesn't matter what product you buy, based on when you decide to buy or sell will determine the outcome of that decision, right? I hope I'm understanding the question right before, because I'm trying to, in life you gamble too. If you gamble, you marry somebody. Very realistic thing. Forget about finance here. Okay, you marry somebody without dating. You marry somebody without doing their background checks. You marry somebody without, you don't instantly marry somebody, right? But if you do, that's a gamble. That's 50% chance your life is gonna have a great partner. There's a 50% chance you're gonna not have a great partner. Or so anything, what I'm trying to say here is whenever you take a trade or anything decision in life, just do the risk assessment. If I decide to take this action of buying a home, so what is a risk assessment in buying $1 million property? It was trading at 460. I'm buying my $1 million property. Can my job or business or work survive my lifestyle? My mortgage is, the mortgage, my dad taught me one rule when I was growing up. Your mortgage should be that amount that you can stand at Tim Hortons and pay your mortgage. That's what he said. Do not exceed your mortgage more than if the crisis, life changes. So my risk assessment. If you buy a $1 million, yes, if you have the reserve, the bank, the capital, the means to support your risk or lot size, what we will start to get in, yes, take that trade. So you have to do a risk assessment first before you start to take a trade. Your account balance is $1,500. You go with 2NQ. You have not done your homework whatsoever. Your account, even though what is NASDAQ trading at? 26,880. If you hear my Friday stream, I was screaming. I said we will start with 1MNQ because the market is one way up. It's crazy. And people who got in, they made a lot. So was my account balance of an average person? $2,000. Yes, we want to short there. But first we do risk assessment. Then you do a trading. You want to buy a home? Okay, you go and buy a Porsche. $75,000 minimum to buy a Porsche right now. If you don't have the means to buy a Porsche or Challenger or RAV4 or Toyota, how are you gonna support it? So that's gambling, right? You're saying, okay, we'll see. Because now I'll tell you some statistics, crazy, scary demographics. I studied this, by the way, online. Who takes the most amount of risk nation-wise. Now, it comes down to, they will say, if you look at India, within India, if you look at Punjab, and if you look at Punjab within the Sikh community, they jump in first, they look at the depth later. They're the highest risk takers in a nation. There's a lot of people, different categories of people, different nations, different risk assessment. A lot of people said, "Dekhya jao." We will offset that based on our culture. Well, the culture says, let's jump in now, we'll figure it out later, right? The culture of figuring it out later, you're pure gambling, pure. Because 50% chances are, hey, देखिए आप किसी को भी बात कर लेना, ये उनका negative नहीं कर रहा. I'm not saying it's a negative thing. All I'm saying is they don't believe in so much of a risk assessment theory. They're like, all right, let's take this decision. We'll figure out when we get to that bridge how to cross it. Maybe we'll see. Because that's why I'm in a trade and I'm looking at. He's like, now I don't care. I'm like, come on, man. What do you like? You gotta put a stop loss in. You gotta put in. They're like, sir, dekhya jo. On account pura jave ya. Like, so that's just the way it is. It's okay. I can't change it. I just say this is a little bit. You are high risk now. Same culture. You should see how West Indies plays their batting. They're not the type of batters where if you play cricket or you understand it, you should see how Yuvraj Singh plays. These guys are not really the whole thing. They do exceptionally well in T20, high risk, high reward perform. An average score of an IPL has gone above $175, not dollars, 175 runs. Why? Because the game itself has changed. It has started from Test cricket, where the English had the most amount of patience. They would play a game over 5 days. Then the game came over 1 day. Now the game came over 20 days, 4 hours. So that's how the batter is. The batter is, I need 10 and over. Otherwise, I can't win this game. If you don't have 200 on the scoreboard, there's guy who can so. He's aggressive. Where are they coming from? Mostly Punjab. They come in. They're like, from ball number 1, I'm gonna put a 6 out there or 4 out there, right? So this is a culture here too. They take a trade. They're not measuring lot size. They're not measuring the risk. They're just saying, man, either this way or this way, right? So who has the most amount of properties in Caledon, right? High risk, but high reward too. You have to understand. Yes, they take a risk, but they're the most successful as well, right? Look at like Surrey, look at Brampton, look at the most amount of wealthiest go into that category too. Because they are not shy of taking any sort of risk whatsoever. So yes, there's a bit of a drawdown that you are not measuring your risk. However, the rewards outperform. Those who make it, they make it like, I started driving from Mayfield all the way up to Orangeville. It's all brown people who have taken risks in their life. Opening up a business, opening up a restaurant, opening up a food supply, opening up trucking business. That was a risk because when they took that risk, they will see, we'll figure it out later. However, they worked hard. Luck was in their favor too, and they made it big, right? So high risk, high reward. So it goes both ways. You are gonna either play very aggressive or you're gonna play with the borderline. I just say, come in the between. There is time to play aggressive, then there's time to play very conservative, right? So when you are in the expected high zone, go with 3 micros, 2 micros, 5 micros, understand. But whenever you're not sure, making sure, go with MNQ. Don't go with full NQ because you are gonna gamble your money away. You don't have, okay, RSI is okay, moving average is okay, everything is fine, you take a risk, but your account balance cannot manage that risk because of the lot size. And you went in and maybe you did an average wrong. You bought it at 880 with 2 micros, price quickly only went 20 up and you put in 2 micros more. So I'm just talking very technical now. So in trading, your discipline, your psychology have to be coming to the question, which we normally do in 4 things. Just have your trade with 4 things. Make your job very easy. What is my entry? First of all, am I going to buy or sell? Like long or short? Simple. That's all we can do, right? What market, what price later? But am I going to go long? Am I going to go short? At what point I'm going to exit with a take profit? $50, $5, $100, doesn't matter. You decide. At what point before I do I can do dollar cost average. Okay, I have a $1,500 account. I entered at this price with 2 micro, 2 MES, 2 MCL, 2 MGC. And what if it goes against me $50? Can I do an average here? No. If you watched me on Friday, ES was trading and our area was 65. There's somebody who entered with a full lot. There's people who entered with micro. With a full lot, I couldn't do anything. I said, take your stop loss, exit. But for those that were micro, I said, wait, it's going to come down. Maybe it'll take a bit of time because I did quickly risk assessment. All right, account size is 1,500. We're going to go. Maybe at this price, we'll do an average, right? And then we came down to break even. Everybody wasn't profitable except the person who took a wrong lot size. Because from 65, it went to 94, right? So if you were doing 1 or 2 micro, you survived because the lot size was smaller and your account balance was smaller. But if you put in 2 minis, just because it's expected high, and we're going through a global war, hey, please, there's things happening. There's a tornado go outside. Just prepare yourself. Just because the computer has printed an area, you don't have to go it blindly. That's gambling. You're saying, and again, there's culture. We'll see what will happen. 50% goes in your favor, 50 it doesn't. But there was a probability. And then the last thing is, at what point I'm going to close this trade? It's going against me $200, $400, $500, $600, $900, and then your account is liquidated, and you say, "Dekha, koi baat nahi, account le lete." So unless you fix your psychology and these 4 problems, you are not going to make it in trading. I trade 200 accounts sometimes. Every action I have to take has to be very, very calculated because when I'm copying over 80, 90 accounts, I cannot just randomly click. Yeah, right. There are accounts. I take profit accounts. I take whenever the payout is done and I took my investor, 5 minute Algo, 50% hai na? 5 minutes, I went long, boom, it gave me $2,000 and I'm done, right? So there's time and there's a place to gamble inside trading. If you are looking to do a stable income, you have to define what is my risk, what is my lot size, where am I going to enter, where's my TP, what's my entry, my TP, my dollar cost average, and I'll decide. So, live example, live account, I shorted gold 5,000. When it was coming down for 5,700, 5,600, long, I never shorted gold. Live account, $170,000 live account. And I did long on gold at 5,000. My lot size was reasonable, but I went to the surgery to check my angiogram to make sure. That night, market had fallen to 4,100. Like, from 5,000, 46, 42. There's a time you say, hey, this is it. I'm not going to risk my account, close the trade, because it would drain, right? You know how there's times in futures trading where you got to say, hey, this is enough. I've taken enough losses and I'm calling it a day, right? So next 2 minutes quickly, I'll just quickly explain. What is your job in a true form example you saw? Now today, you can open up your computer anywhere in the world, anytime, 23 hours a day, and you can get into trading simple. You take anything, gold, crude oil, natural gas, S&P, NASDAQ, Dow, Russell, You decide what you want to trade. So what are you going, so before we take a tea break, I'll keep this on. We'll make you primarily, अब यहाँ से आपकी presentation शुरू होगी. We are working to make you a day trader. There's different types of traders out there. Options, stocks, futures, et cetera. And there's lots of trading. Here, we focus on primarily day trading. What is a day? 6 p.m. all the way to 5 p.m. is one day. That's considered one day of trading. We are going to make you a day traders and only focus on futures. We don't touch options. We don't touch stocks, CFDs, EFDs, crypto, nothing. We primarily, this is what our game plan is, to make you $150 a day. That's my goal, to make sure you can make $150 a day or $100 a day on the low end without compromising your current style of work, current style of income, current style of whatever you're doing, your luxury of time, right? Where are we? In futures, we'll fix you with two main markets, either at NASDAQ or S&P. Now, the software that I'll show you after the tea break, it works for everything. If you want to do options, no problem. You want to do stocks, no problem. You want to do crypto, no problem. It's a huge tool that we have built together, but we'll focus on making you a day trader. You open a trade, no longer than 23 hours, you must close your trade. Number two, you're becoming a futures trader. Number three, the platform we're going to use is called Ninja Trader. The algorithm is called SuperAreas. And the last thing is, most important, we will never let you invest your own money. Never. You have 5,000 or 5 million. You have $5 or 50 million. I don't care your wallet size. You're new to this. We're not going to let you go into live trading at the beginning. Even though you may have options experience, you may have stocks experience. At futures, the market moves very differently. So we are not going to let you invest your money. And we're going to put you into something called a funded account route. And where you get hired by a company, they hire you as a consultant or as a trader, and then simply you are trading their money. If there's a loss, it's not your loss. I want to be responsible. You're going to be not trading your own money for at least 6 months or to a year. Most people can make a good income just from here. I have people $5,000 a month to $5,000 a day. They do not invest their own money. And a lot of people don't know. Yes, it is possible. There are hundreds of companies that will give you all the tools and necessary. So this is what you're going to become. Day trader, futures trader, S&P, NASDAQ trader. Other markets will work down the road, gold, natural gas, et cetera. This enough will give you up to $1,000 a day without doing anything else before you start going into other. Now, why do we not teach you options and stocks at the beginning? There's a reason for it. A lot of people have no knowledge how options works or stocks works, how earnings works, how dividends work, or what is a put, what is a call, what is an expiry, and it is costly. If you want to buy stocks, you gotta have money. You want to buy options, you gotta have at least a couple of grand. Here, you can start for $14, $15. Maximum, your cost will go up to $90. So there's no money required up front. So this is the route we take you. Once you learn this, you are the king of the jungle, man. You can decide what time I want to trade, what market I want to trade. So the whole universe of financial knowledge will get unlocked for you here. I come every Saturday. You have a question, I'm here Monday to Friday. So my urgent appeal is learn the system, and I'll again show you what you have to do to become. And there's some education part. Whether you have experience or not, we have structured education. It's not random. You have to go through lecture 1, lecture 2, lecture 3, 4 lectures. After that, I have to teach you how to use the software. This is not something, a theory that I'm just gonna say, all right, thank you much. It was a good talking to you. Give me some money. No, I will deliver some concrete results and then you will study. And I'll show you the study part. And then you can come here in the morning from 9 o'clock to 2 p.m. if you like. Somebody's sitting here, or you can do this online every single day. I go live stream and basically you can connect with us globally anywhere. I have from Australia to Indonesia, from Nova Scotia to Bermuda. Global students, anywhere. You have internet, you have a laptop working, you can connect to us. And in the morning times, if you have the luxury, because some people don't have the luxury to trade or in the morning. Because the best time to trade is from 8 to 11, 9 to 11. That's the best because we are connected with New York and this is where the Wall Street is. This is where the money moves. So if you have the luxury from 9 to 11, good. If you don't, you may not be up to a 6 months learning period because then I have to teach you how to trade in the evening. That's a different thing. I'll trade you how to go in and out of a market for $50, $100, $60. Very easy. Now, where will you fail again? We have an open challenge, by the way. Daniel has been running this company since 2008. We have an open challenge that you, before you troll us, that, hey, you gave us the software, you gave us, we're going to have an open discussion in front of the camera, and I'm going to open up your trades. So you can't be lying. So, and then we're going to see if this was our problem or your problem. You're going to say, either I'm not a disciplined trader, either I'm missing out a lot, either I'm going for revenge, or I'm a greedy person. We will concrete. So we have an open challenge for 12,000 students who say, I'm struggling. No problem. Very open. You open up your laptop and we'll go on live stream because then it gets recorded. It's good for everybody. Then we'll start analyzing. And then no, this is okay. Nobody has come and taken that challenge because we say, we give you something very easy to make $150. In the morning, if you take 3 trades just on mid-band, that's $50 to $100. And that's it. You close your trade, you close your computer, and then you will go over trading. Over trading goes into greed. Revenge goes, so I had a student Friday. He just graduated from the classes and very excited. Thursday was his first day. We are asking, please don't open an account. Even the $90 account, you are just a little bit too baby. You're new. When a human baby is born, you can't even flip for first 1 year. Mother has to flip you. But here, because you're adults, you feel like, oh, you know everything, right? And then you go through grade 1, 2, etc. in life. But here, he comes in, he's like, I've done the courses and I'm ready. Okay, $90 gets an account and boom, in 10 minutes, he has made $500. Okay. No problem.
In live count?
I've got many funded में take profit. So आखिरी एक example दे दो. $500 बनाए in about 25 minutes or so. I'll give his example too. I trolled him so much. I said you should quit trading. So he doesn't quit, and I'm like, all right, what is you have to make to pass? It's 50. आप शायद उधर ही बैठे थे ना. जो आगे बैठे थे. $1,500 is the target. He is made already $500, and I ask him to stop, and he doesn't. So he goes down from 500 to negative 450. Now he's lost some money. In 15 minutes, he recovers it. He's back up. And now his greed kicks in. And then revenge kicks in. And then this kicks in. And next thing you know, he has lost $90, which is a capital of $1,500. All right, now he's pumped and revenged and other human emotions are coming in. Next morning, he comes again. He buys a $500, he buys a $90 account again. Right away, very excited, right? Money is moving and changing. Again, same scenario, $500 in next 30, 40, 50 minutes. And if you watch my live stream, you can pick that word and I would say, sir, can you please stop and go into something called the micro. I say next mid-band or next area, I will take a micro. And that $500 again goes to zero, but he's not listening, right? So, because he's like, okay, here's the funny part. Today, you have zero knowledge about futures trading. In 4 months from now, you'll say, come on, man, I can teach a class. Because you haven't gone through a lot of ups and downs, left and right. You have no idea what a FOMC is. You have no idea what a CPI is, PPI is, lot sizes, micros, minis, moving averages, RSI. It's not hard. You just, any skill. You want to learn a piano, you want to learn swimming, skating, takes time. Our software does it for you. You just have to press a button. This is how my software easy is. It is so darn easy that we give you something ready-made. A lot of mentors out there or classes will give you trading view. You know how difficult just to open a chart on that thing is? And they think, oh my God, most people, even on trading view, we don't prefer. We ask you, just do this. You don't, here, what we have done is, we have made something very simple for you. You just have to watch and click where our software is telling. So you are doing risk management, software is doing all the analysis. What is an RSI? Let me pick up quickly and then 3020, it's gonna open up this chart. Software is gonna do everything. A lot of people who take you on the day one on TradingView, they expect you are the PhD in computer science. Just to draw a line will take you a month to learn. Well, how do I draw a line? What is a higher high? What is a lower low? What is a candle? What is a rejection wick? What is this? Oh man, my software does everything. This is where we excel. We have given you everything ready-made. All the 19 calculations that are happening, RSI, everything is being done. All I ask you is if this touches this, do this. If this line touches, so we're gonna take you to like a grade 1. First colors, then shapes, then you have been listening to me for almost 2 hours now. The conversation that I'm talking, most of it is registering because you understand English. When you were born, you couldn't even say the word water. So as the time went on, so how does English or a language gets learned? Through something called alphabets. So I think by grade SK and JK in grade 1 and 2, they start teaching you from A to Z and from 1 to 10. Then they teach you what is cat. Then they teach you, I have a cat. Then they teach you, you start writing paragraphs. By the time you're in grade 5, 6, math changes. So we are going to take you on board as like a newborns. And then slowly, don't expect a newborn to be a master, but we ask you for 6 months. If you study reasonably paced, 90 minutes a day, you can learn most of it. So within 6 months is critical. At least 3 are critical. You have to learn what a FOMC is, what CPI is, what PPI is, what this is, what moving averages is. We went through one last thing is we went through this much effort last week and I made something. I said, you know what? I have a lot of students who are still struggling. Because I have people sitting in front, they're like, I'm not getting it. But they only been there for about 4 weeks. Like, all right, don't worry, because they don't know what is unemployment rate is coming. What does that mean? And where do I gotta do? So we have, first of all, we will never let you trade alone at the beginning. Under a supervision, somebody's monitoring you, making sure. So on, what do you call it? We have made a new improvement in the software where it will take a trade for you. So it measures, it's called a strategy. The word is used, strategy. So it looks at some mathematical calculations and it does it for you. Now, on Friday, I gave out to a lot of traders who have understood. If I give you today, you have no idea what it means. If I give you in 3 months, it'll start to make sense because you have to understand a math concept called moving average. You have to understand them. It's not rocket science, by the way. You can learn it a couple of months. I'm not telling you advanced like derivatives here. I'm just telling you what happens when certain things happen, right? Software calculates it. And on top of it all, if you're listening to me online, and if I say, please, today, if you have to take a trade, please for NASDAQ to wait till 26,080. You just have to understand what I just said. So do not short NASDAQ until this number, or do not go long. So you just have to kind of pay attention to what I'm saying because my team is doing the hard work. So on Friday, when the markets were going up crazy, here's the thing. The moment I have said it, by 5 p.m., it's online. You can go back and listen to last 3 years what I have said. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday. I do this every day. And you can back test me by just watching my video. On Friday, we ask everybody, price in the morning was this. Wait for the price to go this. And then press this button. Not yourself, not randomly. We are doing the analysis part, please don't do buy, don't do sell, don't do touch anything. But if price goes to 26,880 and then you will sell, then you already know by then, because I know you today, you're like, what is he talking about? You already know your lot size, you already know your account size, you already know what MNQ is, you already know what this is. And then first time it went to 877.
Yes.
Okay, what number?
Yeah, 877.
87. And I was like devastated. I'm like, my God, I missed that trade by 3 points. And in me, this came fear of missing out. I had placed my trade at 880. Price came down, up, and then it went to 877 and then shot back. None of us panicked. No emotions, no excitement, no anxiety. We know our lot size, and then we got it again. It went to the second time 887. 84 pe gayi hai kuch, 84 pe. And then trade gets picked up, and then we are continuously talking to you. Said, hey, I'm planning to take 10 points, 5 points, 20 points, depending on your lot size. So that trade did not go against us. We had done research, what number to buy and sell. We had done research, what is my risk assessment. And once that is measured, we jump in. You don't jump in randomly. When the price was going up or down, I would never, ever touch a pro account or a PA account randomly. The moment I go random, thinking that's revenge trading or fear of missing out, and I'm breaking my discipline. Each day, watch my Wednesday stream. I showed people how to do dollar cost average. I took a trade and it went, आपने साहब live देखा था. It went against, आपने लिया 335? आपने उस दिन कोई trade सामने बैठ के लिया था?
My live stream.
Live stream का. So many people, they're like, okay, I'm stuck at this. What can I do? And then I say, all right, I'm doing an assessment quickly. If a price reaches this, what would be your loss? And you can kind of figure it out live, right? So the whole idea is, at the beginning, I don't expect you to navigate these markets yourself. We're not financial advisor. We are not the person to give you buy and sell offers, but we kind of help you navigate in quick route. What do we think our software is saying to us that, hey, so every single day for last 18 years, this company has been predicting. And now after the T, we'll tell you how prediction works. What is the probability of winning and losing a trade? You buy something, what is the probability it's gonna go in your favor? What is the probability it's not gonna go in your favor? So let's take a snack break, tea break, and then we'll come back to it and then cover everything, the remaining part. No. Sorry, when did we start? 1:30 or 2:30? Hey? Telegram? देखिए YouTube चल रहा है YouTube और Telegram चलेगा सर पहले आए सर चाय पिए शुरू करते हैं Q&A में आपके लेता हूँ सारे नो प्रॉब्लम आपके Q&A 1-on-1 होंगे बाद में नो Yes, guys, help yourself. If you want to sit through the round two, it'll get very technical very fast. But it's up to you.
क्या वो टूट गए?
टूटा तो नहीं कितने तीन
I have 341. हाँ जी हाँ जी वो चेंज कर दिया फिर भी उनको इशू आ रहा कहते हैं कोई लैपटॉप के अंदर बात कर दिया that will both that will both that will both
No, man, it's plastic. Yeah, यहाँ पर पड़ा हो चार्ज कर दल
2 मिनट है ठीक है
तो बंद करके ना अभी देख लें अगर किसी का बैठना है तो हम दोबारा स्टार्ट कर लेंगे ऐसा है
सर वो स्ट्रेटजी जो है सर आज इसके लिए सर आफ्टर में ना सर 5 मिनट्स के कॉन्सेप्ट के ऊपर चाहिए कि वो करती क्या है ठीक है ना थोड़ा सा ब्रोकन था तो कल का थोड़ा सेशन ना बिकॉज थोड़ा सा कॉन्सेप्ट सर दे दीजिएगा और दूसरा सर अगर उसको एक दफा आपकी लाइफ में भी जा रहा है तो आप एक बार शो करके रिकॉर्ड करवा दें मैंने उसकी बात नहीं
अच्छा उसके लिए आसान है मैंने जो जूम पे अपलोड की थी वो पकड़ी मैंने उसको जूम पे भी किया था
जूम पे आता
नहीं यूट्यूब स्ट्रीम पे जूम वाला सेक्शन
जी मैंने वो देखा है
No, man, I don't drink, so I don't have that kind of problem. I know. Sorry, bro.
Okay, thank you.
ये सामने गैस स्टेशन से कॉर्पोरेट कार्ड से पकड़ लो.
मैं यूट्यूब वाले से ही सब किया
नहीं यूट्यूब के अंदर भी मैंने जूम पे किया. Audio is okay, right, guys? Okay. Yeah, start the second part. So 2 things I will cover. Why is it that we do what we do? Hi, guys. I will answer a question that you have a burning question in your head. You're not asking. I will do the honor. The question is, if they're so great of a trader, okay, keep trading. Good for you. Don't bother us. So it means you must not be a good trader and you're running this show to just get our membership and that's how you're making money. It's a business, no problem. Educational institute. So why is it that if you were the best trader, the highest profitable trader, and you have a strategy that you have it or you developed it, why are you sharing with us? It should be hidden in a vault, given like so much in the hiding that nobody should be, you wouldn't be sharing with anybody. Because that's a natural instinct of a human to say that I'm trying to find the back door, or I'm trying to find their fraud or their scam or their gimmick or whatever, because this doesn't make sense to me. They're offering that they're making good money. It's great, but why would they want to share this strategy with us? So they must be making money by selling us their dream, and they're not really doing so well in trading. So that's the burning question everybody has sometime online, and you don't ask. Now, I always like to break it into 4 segments. So number one is, the question is, why do I have a need or urgency or desire to have you as my member? That's the question that we want to answer. What is my benefit with your success? So if I'm trading, I could stay home. I don't need this office. I can make my money online. I don't need any of you. So the question is, why do I sell my software? So the first aspect is personal usage. What does that mean? I use this software for my own personal favor or benefit, and I make money with it. It's great. I've developed it. I mean, I didn't develop it. I developed a portion of it. Daniel and his team, since last 20 years, has developed it, and it's a tool that they made, and they use it to analyze the market, and they use it for their personal use, and we make money for our own use. So for our own use. Second thing is, it's a tool or you can call it an education system, but I have developed this tool that I believe that using this same tool, you can make money too. So I will make money from, so personal, I'm making money. So tool selling. So when revenue. So I always like to give this example. You want to build a table. What do you need? To make this table, you need some wood, you need a hammer, and you need some nails. That is all you need, and you can build the table. Maybe a saw, right? So 4 items, you can build a table: nails, tool, nails, saw, wood, and a hammer. Now, why do you use a tool like a DeWalt, a Milwaukee, because it makes your job faster and easier, and you buy or rent. So any tool that you buy or rent just makes your decision. So we make money by selling our tool or renting our tool. We rent you the software or you buy this software, either or. So I use my own, and now I will do this. Third is a little bit more philosophical, is called community help. I have a lot of people these days, they want to get into trading. They have no idea where to start. I have this tool, they can help, and they can make money too. So it's a kind of uplifting the community in that sense is, if you're struggling, some people I know, single mothers, they're struggling, they're new immigrants, they're having current problems in their business. They are looking for extra income. I can coach them and I can guide them, and along with them, they can make money or I can make money too. And the fourth, and which is the most important thing, is the concept is called Hive. It's a very, very deep concept that in mathematical, it works. The Hive, the word is Hive. Well, how does that work? If I buy this gold as a trader, and the gold is trading as $5,000. As a trader, let's compare first another business. You have a very great recipe for baking cake, and you are a very good real estate agent, you're a very good lawyer, you're a very good accountant. You can fix computer, 5 different things: cake, accounting, real estate, whatever. Your number one fear is your competition. Fear in a business. I'm a real estate agent. I don't want anybody to have a deal. That's selfish. Because if you are an agent, I'm an agent, deal is between that this client is going to go to you or me, right? If you're an accountant, man, I do better accounting than this guy. Take my services. I'm a truck driver. Please give the load to me, because I'm going to undercut mile per gallon or mile per distance and 10 cents. And you're a cook. You don't want your recipe going to anybody. If somebody takes your recipe, they copy it, they can duplicate it. Well, pick any industry, from restaurants to barber to accounting to real estate. Last thing a business needs is competition. Walmart has a competition with Amazon. Like Future Shop used to have it with Best Buy. You have this Turkish restaurant with this Turkish restaurant, this Indian restaurant with this. They're all competing with each other to get a client. Trading works the opposite. The moment I take a trade, I want to announce it. So आपका नाम?
Gottlieb.
Sorry?
Gottlieb.
Gottlieb? Okay. If I, sir, Mr. Gottlieb, I've taken gold trade. I have purchased a buy trade. I want the price to go up. First thing I'm going to do is call you up. मैंने gold ले लिया. आप भी ले लो. आप भी ले लो. Please, आप भी ले लो. आप भी ले लो. आप भी सारो. Goal is to announce my trade to global. Why? The moment I take a trade and you take a trade, you create a supply and demand effect globally. I know it's one person, but what happens is the more traders start to come in and take similar actions, the price starts to move slightly. If I buy it, you buy it, you buy it, you buy it, you buy it. So it is inherent. My greed is to tell you what I have done. I cannot survive this business or this industry if I don't announce my trades. Because what happens is there's no trader that works alone. You have groups and groups and groups of people sitting in a Telegram, 200,000 people, sitting in a Telegram, 1,000 people, sitting in a Telegram, these many people. What they're doing is they're creating something called an excitement inside their trading. And I have people who trade, almost 1 million people trade together in a group with gold and out of UAE. So the head guy was gonna say, we're gonna buy from here, sell from. Imagine right away, a lot of people start buying something. You create that same thing. Same thing in real estate happened. When everybody starts to buy, prices start to go up. So it is in my, so working as a hive. So everything, every day we are announcing our trades live that say, I am planning here. It's not my offer. It's not my advice. But if you like, hey, we are all trying to do this, then we have felt that at this price or this time, computer has given us some algorithm that this is, so I cannot survive this business alone. Either, so Rafi is right here, alone, no money. Either I have to be part of a bigger hive, or I have to have a hive underneath me. So if you buy gold, you know what happens is when a real estate agent or a builder decides it, they send out that yield to thousands of people. So then what happens is when you buy it, the agent starts saying, hey, buy this home, because what happens is the more people are rushing to it, the price will start to increase. So the whole hive concept is very much synchronized in trading. I'm sure you trade maybe options or stocks, you trade. You're listening to some cues of somebody. This is an analyst. This is an XYZ. Maybe there are, what is forcing you to join or become part of a hive is called percentage win. You join SuperAreas, you join XYZ, you join ABC. To join a hive, a trader must look at their win rate. That's it, simple as that. Like, okay, I ask you, sir, can you join with me? You're gonna say, Rafi, all right, good. What's your win rate? Do you win 50% of the time? Do you win 60% of the time? Do you win 80% of the time? Do you win 90% of the time? So there's traders on TikTok. They have opened up their shop. Some have face, some don't have a face. I call them keyboard warriors because sometimes they don't even put their face out there. At least we have an office. So we say, all right, I want to be part of your Hive, but please, or a group or network or community or doesn't matter. What's your win percentage? 10%? There's no 10%, but it starts with 50. Anybody can start with 50. We have 87% since 2008. Our community, our Hive, our group, we have statistics. You can study this yourself. That if we have predicted something, we are 87% correct. There's nobody in the world 100%, by the way. If they are, they're lying. That's what I get offended. Nobody's 100%. The moment you start and the curve goes so steep, by the time you're like 92%, you're like Michael Burry, meaning that they will hire you, like the big banks will hire you. That's how much really you're good at. You took a decision and you're 9 out of 10 times correct. The hedge fund will snatch you. We are around here. I get a job offer many times. They say, come and work for this firm and manage the firm, but you need license. I'd rather stay on this side of it. There's a lot of licensing required to become a hedge fund manager. So I feel much more less pressure doing this job than to manage somebody's $10 million or 5 or 1, doesn't matter. So a Hive has a percentage. So today when you go back, you say, all right, I want to become part of a community. I want to become part of a trading group. What's the benefit of being part of SuperAreas? What is my win ratio? Of course, SuperAreas, they will use their own software. I will make money. When they sell me SuperAreas, they make money too. It's a business. Of course, some people will make money through us because they weren't making so much earlier. So that's a benefit. And then how big your Hive becomes bigger. The bigger your Hive is, the better the chances are. The better more people are working with your Hive. And last thing is, you will see a lot of things called Algo. The word is used called algorithm. Algorithm works is open up TikTok, and if you have one user, it's not gonna go anywhere. So we have millions of users doing a particular type of thing, dancing, cooking, shows, podcasts. You will start to have algorithms start to figure out. So when you use SuperAreas, we use to track some data points onto the software, and it makes our prediction rate better. That's all. So if I'm just 1% show, I would have to become somebody's Hive member. I can't trade alone. I have to join my supply line above. And so this is not a multi-level marketing, but you have users after users underneath it. That's how it plans because they're all connected. Doesn't matter. There's not a single trader that is not part of a Hive. Maybe you're not part of mine, but maybe I'm part of somebody else's. I'm getting some information downflown through it. So the whole mechanism of trading works with belonging to a community, whether that community is big or small. And then how do you judge which? So think about it this way. You know how honeybees work? If you look at it, they look at one queen and they work for that queen. They get their food. And so that's how you join a Hive. So in order to join a group, a Hive, a community, you have to ask 5 questions. Number 1, do they have an office? All right. Number 1, if that person that I'm going to join with, does it have a physical presence? That's number 1 cue. In Toronto, there are 6 different people that I know teach you how to trade. No problem. Very, very simple. If that person can at least make it a business and have a physical presence, it makes it look very professional. Number 1, so the criteria to joining a Hive is office, physical presence. I'm not joining anybody until I see them. So 1 is physical. I need to see a face. I need to see a team. Yeah, I can show you. I can show you our taxes. I can show you our presence. I have 2 offices. How many faces are there? Is it a one-man show or there are multiple? So basically, if Rafi disappears tomorrow, is my hive is going to implode? If the queen dies, what am I gonna do? Like, so it's not a one-person show. These are critical questions you have to ask before you join or ask somebody, how big is the network? Third is, do you do only education or versus practical? This is a very big thing online. There's thousands of mentors who are just teaching, and then they take you to trading view. They're like, all right, I've taught you this, how to do this. They don't have an algorithm ready made, which we do. I'm just saying that our community or Hive does. They give you a ready-made software that you can use it, because otherwise it won't work. Fourth is, does the person do live streaming? Now, these days, everybody does live streaming in the morning. How many people? In our case, we have 6. Myself, Happy, Rithmic, Noman, that's 4. Vikram, that's 5. Tulip, that is 6. And Myron, 7. So there are 7 mentors daily who will come and teach you and guide you along with the market. Number 5, so prediction. How many markets? Prediction means every single day, our community, our Hive, our group, our SuperAreas.com predicts something. What is a prediction model? So if you open up your weather, very easy. Every single day, your weather app is telling you tomorrow's weather. So tomorrow is 85% rain in areas, 7 low, 20 high, and you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you plan your day based on this information. Do you need a rain jacket? Do you need a coat? Do you need umbrella? Do you need whatever you need? You plan your events and daily life according to this weather app. We predict 15 weathers or 15 markets daily. Actually, 10, but 5 are not on the weekends. So ES, gold, NASDAQ, Dow, Russell, crude oil. So our software not only predicts one market, but we predict 15 markets. And that's how the prediction goes. So that the way prediction works is every single day for the at least, unless it's on vacation or other analysts having some problems, we will predict, what is this, April 17, 16, 15. And then you say, all right, what is this prediction, Hive prediction? What's the accuracy? Is it 50, 60, 70, 80, 89, 90, 92? And that's where we come in and we are saying, you can take our predictions over a period of a year or 3 months or 6 months, and you will see that we have predicted something correctly around 87% of the time. So yesterday, our prediction was that from 880, market should do something. And it did. So that means that that's 100%. There's a prediction where it didn't happen. So I wouldn't highlight it. So I have data, years of data to analyze for me to figure out where's the market level. Well, these are what we call them areas. And of course, number 7 is, it's called an ecosystem. Some people are good at mentors or competition or Hive. This doesn't give you all the information. We will give you funded, we'll give you live, we'll tell you the broker. That's just part of the thing that we would like to, we're not just, so what we are trying to build for you is everything you buy in bits and pieces here at One Stop Shop. Hey, we give you the software, we give you the office, we give you the live streaming, we give you the prediction, we give you the mentor. Because what happens is, unless you have this, You don't have a complete hive out there. The whole thing is, yes, there's a mentor out there, I know. Gets up in the morning, he has a job in the evening. That means you're a hobby. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Just don't advertise yourself as that. Just say, I'm so and so. I do teach trading as a hobby in the evening, and I don't have a big hive, but I'm part of a bigger hive. That's fine. Nothing to worry about or be ashamed of. There's a guy out there on TikTok, has no face. You can't call him. You can't video time him. So I'm not, again, putting anybody down. I'm just saying, when you're comparing, you have to make sure you compare and you ask as many questions. What is your win rate? How far? How long? And of course, you can go. I've done live accounts, funded accounts, and etc. So this is how you become part of a community, a hive, and there's lots of people doing it. Once you understand, so here's your timeline. So today is April 18, 2026. Give yourself 3 months. That's a concrete plan to work towards a goal. 3 months is good enough to get you going. So today you start. I have to give you 6 lectures. So you decide today, I want to be part of it. You're going to join, no problem. You have to study at least 20 hours on your own. And then there's a bit of a reading, writing, exercising material that I have to show you before I bring you on board. These are called 6 lectures you have to study. And then you will start to and either trade in person or trade online. And then by the time you're in your 2nd month or 1st month, at least end of it, we will give you a funded exam. I do not believe in trading with your own money at the beginning. It's very difficult, very risky. So after the lectures and you have some practice, buying, selling, buying gold or natural gas, then I will tell you, let's enroll you into a funded exam and let's see if you have what it takes to pass it. How much is an exam? $90. That's it. So you will take it. If you fail, no problem. Then you lose $90. If you passed, good. You move on. So once you're done, by the time you're into 3 to 5 months program or 6 months, you now should be making reasonable money for you to make an income. What is a reasonable money? $100 a day. That's by the time you're in 3rd month, you should have a consistency. The word we look for is consistency. Now, we don't want this, that you made $500 and then you lost $500 and then you made $6,000, then you lost $5,000, then you make, and then eventually you will die. This is not a normal heartbeat. Adrenaline rush, and then you got excited, and you lost everything. So we'll go back to see what your human emotion is, what your human problem is, and it should be a reasonable curve towards upside. I don't want to see you did very well, and then you did very poor, and then you did very well. Idea is, hey, the growth is you start 100, 200, and there's people out there. I always like to give Mr. Harun example. Now let me open up my WhatsApp and HK. All right, this student struggles for 8 months, very much struggles. 8 months he became our member, and you gotta pay somebody monthly to become part of a hive. You may be paying somebody $10 a month or 15 or 20. We charge $300 for our services. We charge $10 a day. That's what we do. Anyway, he struggled. Eventually, he figured out what he was doing wrong. We sat down, and the other day he wrote that he's an IT person, and you can meet him too. And then he writes to me that things were not looking good because in the IT sector he lost his job, and he was trying to make trading work as a full-time. It's a little bit of pressure on us. Why? If you're already down and you don't have the means to survive, it's more pressure. And pressure adds a little bit of an anxiety. Anxiety adds then you're not focused on learning part, you're focused on the earning part. So this is a case where I had added pressure because he's paying and he's not earning, and then he's rushing, and I'm like, man, I gotta make it work. Anyway, so we put him with our mentor named Miss Rithmic. Like, Aaron, what is happening? Why are you not making money? Okay. He's like, he again, if you look at his previous 8-month chat, near quit experience, not near death, near quit experience. Or I've tried 3 months, 4 months. It's just not working for me. I'm not understanding. And then we go back and forth and we figure out, because my goal is to make sure you stay part of my hive, not for the money, but for the direction, long or short, right? So we finally put him with Rithmic, and we said, Rithmic, let's make sure she had it. So eventually, this is what he writes me. Because again, we assign a job to a mentor. This person needs help. You gotta sit down and do not self-trade. If you are having trouble after 3 months, here, where's the graph where we had 3 months? Please, if you are not making it after 3 months, seek assistance. We don't want to take your money after month. We say, okay, what is it that you're having trouble with? Sir, I don't understand this. Okay, Saturday classes. We will put you through Noman, Rithmic, myself, Happy. We have over there Tulip. We have a lot of people who can help you because that's what their job is too as well, right? Finally, he said to me on April the 10th that finally, after 8 months of struggle, he has taken out $10,000 a month he's on now, right? An average. So that what he did was, only thing he fixed was his discipline. Made $200, went away. Made $200, went away. Made $100, went away. Because once you have 5 funded accounts, you tell me how difficult it is, especially when I share my results on this. This is a little bit advanced for you guys, but she knows what I'm talking about. You have a 50K account, take profit. $90 is what you pay. How much you have to make? First round, 3,000. That's round 1. Next round, you have to make 2,000. If you would succeed, how long would it take you to do it realistically? Round 1 should have to take you a month. 200, 150, 200. Now again, we will break it down. You tell me, how long does it take to make $100? Like literally, with now even I even zoom into it. My goal is to make $200 a day. If you make 150, you're still okay because your goal is 3,000. So again, let's define a goal. What is my goal? $3,000. How many days I have? 20 days of trading. Okay. 175 or $200 an average. You can do 200. Now I will say, okay, no problem. So 3,000 divided by 20, that's 150 a day. Brain not working. 150. Okay, I've zoomed in. Every day I must make 150 in order to pass my test. Let's break into 150 and you decide how many ES or NQ or MES or MNQ trades I must take. Okay, just zoom in. If I'm doing ES, that's 3 points. Okay, if I'm taking NQ, that's 5, so 10 points in Doso, 7 points, 8 points. NQ is 8 points. That's it. If I'm doing MES, I gotta do what? 30 points. If I'm doing NQ, I gotta do 80 points. Okay, I've broken it down. It's one MNQ, by the way. One ES, one NQ, one MES, one MNQ. अभी आपको नहीं पता होगा कि बात क्या कर रहा हूँ, कोई बात नहीं. एक लॉट साइज होता है, मार्केट होती है, प्राइस मूव होती है. अब मुझे ये बताएं कि ES में अगर आपसे 3 पॉइंट नहीं बन रहे ना हमारे सॉफ्टवेयर से, तो डैनियल से कहा है कि अपना सॉफ्टवेयर किसी गरीब को दे. What I'll translate in English. You didn't raise your hand. I know you didn't understand. If you bought the software, you're right. You're not even the leasing one. You're the business class of it, right? If you're struggling to make $150 in a day with Daniel's software in lifetime, you should donate this software to somebody who can use it and make money. Because, you got a written guarantee that the software makes at least 2 points a day. You got a written guarantee. It says on the form that at least enough times market will do certain things based on our probability that, let me switch, any given time, if I open the market for S&P 500, and I have 23 hours a day, right? My background is green. My background is green. If this is at 421, if you did a buy here, that is at 62. Price is trading at 65. You're done 150. You know that, right? I don't know why people make it so overly complicated to make money. We teach you one thing, green to buy, red to sell. That's Daniel's chapter 1, lesson 1. He's not even talking about triggers. He's not talking about RSI. He's not talking about anything. He says, if it's green, buy. If it's red, sell. I'm sure for those who have bought the software, he doesn't make it any more complicated. Therefore, आप lectures सुने हुए, lectures में 4th में आ जाता है. ABC 1, 2, 3. Check the news. Check the base and the range for the day. That's 2. Check the trend. What is my trend? Green. What am I supposed to do? Buy to open, sell to close. Where am I buying from? Mid-band. You open the mid-band and you cannot take 3 points. Shame on me. Why? I failed to make you 3 points. NASDAQ moves a little bit different. NASDAQ, you wait for areas. You don't enter with the mid-band, or there's NASDAQ different trades. NASDAQ, you enter either with an area, either with an RSI with divergence, or moving average. NASDAQ only has 3 trades. NASDAQ doesn't have any other trades other than, yes, there's a fib trade, but we don't consider for beginners. Right, so 150 ka target hai. This is where I get irritated. Where's my irritation come from? It is so simple, yet people make it so complicated for no reason. It is so simple. Naveed Bhai sitting with me on a Friday at 12 o'clock. And I'm like, just do these trades. And then we were done $100 with micros. I said, just goes over there, sell it, goes over there. And then $100 got done with NASDAQ, with MNQ, $20 here, $10 there, $5 there, 2. And I was leading them with MNQ. Every time it got overbought, I said, sell here. Everybody came to this level, we'll buy, we'll do an average, right? So making $100 a day or 150 day is 3 ES points, one NQ is 8 points, MES is 30. I'm not asking you to do one MES. I'm saying go with 3 MES or 4 MES. You'll be, so this requires less than 90 minutes a day of work. Problem happens is the more you learn, the more analysis you do, you will become more paralyzed in your brain. Your brain is not working, it's overloaded. You start to doubt yourself and you start to doubt our prediction. What if I enter a trade goes against me? Okay, have you done your risk management? No or yes? If no, then let's go back to risk management. Because of course we are saying we're not 100%, we're 87%. What is my risk management? If you take, this is where I get irritated, is I'm giving you top 5 trades, top 5. in the software, the best type of trade is area trade. Price hits either a level of resistance or support. That's an area trade, by the way. If you log in, when did you join, Daniel?
Sorry, customer raise, area trade, there's a gap.
Yeah, it's a range. It's called a range. मैं आता हूँ आपकी question.
What do you do in between?
Nothing. This is where it predicts from which point it should start to predict. And just wait. So you joined him. When did you join Daniel? Yeah.
2011.
2011. We are trading inside 2026. That's 15 years, I believe, right? Been added, right? He hasn't changed his trading style, not training style since then. Today, there's a class number 1, and there'll be class 2, class 3, class 4. Fourth class says green to buy, red to sell. He hasn't made it any more complicated or any more simple than the day 1 that you did. Since then, a lot of things have been introduced in the software, like what we have done after the last 4 or 5 years is we have made it simpler. For example, when you joined, most likely there were no micros. Second time, there was no trend in the background. You didn't get the colors, and then just 6 and 7. Now with the evolution of AI and the software, with the auto trading, things have gone so simple because the new user is benefiting this. Back when you and I joined, there was no funded. You had to take every trade with your own money. And then we had to is this mid-band going to work or not? Is this bottom of the candle work? But at the same time, there was no volatility. You could stick at the bottom of the candle and you can ride up, sell on the top, ride down. Why? So there wasn't volatility, but there weren't the differences. These days, you stick one mid-band in and it goes, NASDAQ moves 500 points and ES moves 30 points in a blink of an eye. So there's more volume, there's more users out there, there's more craziness, which means you can be in and out of trade in 10 seconds, in 20 seconds, in 90 seconds. If you watch my live stream, I'm like, 880 came, 870, we're done the trade, close, done. Hit and run. A lot of this has come in. So in our system, we have developed strategies for 12 different types of trades. You can do an area trade, you can do a fib trade, you can do a retracement divergence trade, you can do this, that, doesn't matter. But in order to make $150, it is not that complicated we would simply ask, ES की move $3 चाहिए, NASDAQ की move $8 चाहिए. That will help you make if NASDAQ comes to, I have a lot of people who are driving trucks, intercontinental US. They're listening to me on the Zoom and they're like, what is my plan for today? All they ask me so if you listen to my daily, I'm like, all right, I start giving you numbers in advance. I would say on Thursday, I shouted out 364, 417. I think the higher was 484, and then 520, and then 620. 4 times I shouted. If every time you only took 4 or 5 points, so our analysis, you just have to take an action. So what you have to do is, let's say, simplify the answers. What to buy, we'll teach you. We'll take care of it. What to buy? You're buying NASDAQ or ES. What to sell, what to buy, NASDAQ or ES. How to buy, how to sell, we'll teach you, Ninja Trader, how to buy, how to sell. Next thing is, when to buy, when to sell. That's the next thing. Our analyst will predict and will coach you. Only thing you have to keep in mind is risk assessment. What if Rafi is saying 880? Am I going with 5 minis or am I going with 1 micro? That's the decision. We leave it up to you. You have a different account size. I don't know your account size. Maybe you have a funded, maybe you have a PA, maybe you have a pro, maybe you have $1,500, maybe you have $5,000. I don't know that. But all I'm saying is one decision is yours. Rest of the 4 decisions, like entry. What is my entry? 26,880. What type of entry? Short. Okay, I'm gonna say take 10 points. So you decide, all right, I'm gonna take 1 micro or 2 micro and I will be done. So mid-band trade, we teach you, go in, take a few points out of it. So don't over analyze, please, and make it easy. Even today's software, it is mid-band, 1 mid-band, 2 mid-band, 3 mid-band, 4 mid-band, 5 mid-band. So I think, yeah, आगे आपकी भी नींद खुल गई 3:30 बजे सोए आपकी लेट हो गई. Okay. Our software, it is such a powerful software that if I ask you, you have never traded before, I will make you a trader in 30 seconds. Watch this. Let me clean this up. Nothing at all. I'm going to make it so simple. Now, you only see nothing. I've removed a lot of noise out of it because I want to keep things simple for you. If I ask you, dear, if you have a background color, which is green, if your price comes here, this is your signal to buy. That's it. There's nothing. This is called the price action formula. Signal to buy, signal to buy, signal to buy, signal to buy. However, if price goes against you, $5, please close the trade. So this is your instruction. Instruction is, if it touches the green line, you're ready for buying. Software is doing all the calculation at the back at the Hive level, at the master level. You don't have to look at anything whatsoever. But software is saying, if the price touches here, good buy, it's a good price to buy, good price to buy, good price to buy. So if this is 347 on Friday, 354, and this is happening at 437. This is what? 60 minus 40 minutes of work from 347 to 437. Meaning 447 hota to 60 minute ka pura ho jata, 50 minutes of work. In this 50 minutes, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, it gave you a signal to buy. If you bought it here and you are out, that's $100, $200, $300, $400, $500 US in 40 minutes. I'm not asking you to make $500. I'm saying we're gonna make $100, close the trade. And this happened randomly. I just opened the computer. 23 hours a day is giving you an offer to buy, an offer to sell. And there, you just have to say, okay. And on the counter, we are also saying, what if it doesn't happen this way? What if there's a prediction that's 13% wrong? This prediction, we call it a 50%, meaning that it's called, there's a high and a low, it's a middle. The success rate of this type of trade is 70%. In a day, you took 100 trades, 70 trades will go in your favor. 30 trades, yes, price will go against you. But then we go and say, all right, if this and this parameter matches, we're going to make you self-sufficient. So if you're in the evening, you're like, okay, Rafi has told us, if this happens, do this. If this happens, do this. Go in, take a couple of points, and then morning, afternoon, evening, price is moving, software is calculating, it is telling you buy here, sell here, buy here, and then eventually you will get to a point where it is then go to the next level to understand. But now, second type of trade is, which is my number one trade, is called an area trade. I'm not sure if you use it. Every single morning, like the weather, our software predicts something at 9 o'clock. 9 a.m. Eastern, so we have a window when this can happen, anywhere from 8 to 9:30. Every single morning, Monday to Friday, we predict what can happen in the market. By the way, we don't predict one direction. We have a bias that what could happen, but we predict if the price of an item goes up, how high can it go? If today you're buying gold for today, what is the max price this thing can reach? Okay, that's one prediction. Second thing is, if you're buying gold, what is the lowest price to buy from? So that's what we call prediction, areas, zones, levels. Now coming to your point, our computer, you have to understand how much volume is there. If I ask ChatGPT right now, let's see, give me a second. What is the average? Because these days nobody use Google, they use Chat. Average volume traded in dollar in NQ. NASDAQ, how much money moves in NASDAQ every day? They're saying $250 billion gets moved around. Incredible, right? One day. How many number of contracts get buy on sell? Almost 500,000 contracts get bought and sold every single 23 hours a day. So how much money that is? Almost the value of it is almost $250, $250 billion of worth of the contracts move. Okay. It's the notional value, but still, out of that, I have to pick a number. You know how difficult that it becomes to, there's so much, like, it's like finding a needle in a haystack to see, hey, where is that needle? Where am I gonna do it, man? So we leave that data analysis part to our computer processor. Computer has to predict it, so it goes through and it has a formula of 9 parameters. Is there any news today? Is there any, like, what only thing we don't know what Trump is going to tweet. That's all. Even though now we are adding a volatility factor behind the scenes, inside. In case Trump did say something crazy, right? So extremely liquid market. So what has happened is, let's go back. 9 o'clock on a Friday, it gave us some numbers. All right. It does not know the Iran war is going to happen, not happen. It doesn't know Strait of Hormuz is closed, not closed. It does know one thing. I'm going to predict. Because it's computer, right? And it has data. So how does the data come in? Through at least 3 years of data. It's fed. And then it predicted that today, if I'll go back to this sheet because it'll make it a little bit easier for you. Sorry, guys. So it predicted. So you know what happened? Market opened and it was just shooting up. So when I sat down on the computer, I looked at it. R1 was done, R2 was done, and then I'm like, okay, what class enter kare? Where am I going to enter? So computer predicted for that day that if price reaches this level, this is good indication for me that you should stay short from there. So we just sat there and we placed our orders and we just sat there and sat there and sat there and sat there. Now here's the problem. Computer cannot predict an accurate price. I told you there's $250 billion worth of notional value moving. I cannot predict everything down to a, like, like, to a pinpoint. It's not an easy job to do. So we predict something called the range. So these are called the range. So today's expected high was from 880 to 910 for Friday. That if price goes in that range, it should reverse it. So think of it this way. It'll make your understanding of areas much easier. So right here, price will never travel like this. It always travels. That's how price travels globally. Our computer said, hey, around this number, price should do a trend reversal. Now this is this number, 880 to 910. So sometimes if the gap is bigger, we can take two trades, first at a lower level, then a higher level. Range is bigger. Here, the range is smaller. If you look at ES, the range was from 80 to 94, 65 to 80. This was a huge range. First, 65 gave us money, as well as 80 gave us money. So it's not so. There's no fixed cookie cutter for the area. I always say go in and trade and assess the situation as per your lot size. आप चले गए 65 पे with 1 million. You gotta be careful now. 65, 66, 70, 71. You're losing $50 a point. And you said, oh, Rafi Bhaiya told me, but Rafi Bhaiya already said, look at your risk assessment. Otherwise, you're going to have. So if you went with a mini, I can't do anything. You got to, at what point you're going to cut your trade? Because computer predicted 65 to 80, it should bounce back, and it did. It went down as low as 56. But took us like an hour or two to reverse the trend. Because again, it's not like, oh, it's going to test it. And the way the 65 to 80 range worked that day was like this. This was what happened on Friday. Exact range was this. Just zoom into it. Let me zoom in the 1 minute chart. You will see how the range behaved. So the idea is not 60 minutes. You can watch it inside the 5 minute chart. So I'm going to open up ES. And now I'm going to watch a 1 minute chart. And you should see how the price worked inside the range of 5 minutes on a Friday. Look. Even 1 minute candle will give you an idea how the price behaves in a range. So let me open up my area around that time of expected high. Let's zoom in. 5 minutes. 5 is a little. Let's do 15 minutes. We make it easier for you. I think best would be 5. Okay. So around 10:30, price got inside expected high. We are inside expected high. You took 65, but look, until almost maybe 11:30, it didn't give us any profit. You were inside a trade for an hour. You're watching, calculating, because computer predicted that it will go down from there, but it stayed inside that trade. True reversal came around 1:30. Sometimes it's okay. You have to accept the fact that you have to be in a trade for as low as 10 seconds, but as high as 23 hours. Because pura din hai na? So price is waiting. So that's why when you're inside the area, sometimes hit and run, Daniel Bai says. I don't trade like hit and run trades. I like to take more points, right? I wait and wait and wait. Sometimes people say, well, I got my 10 points, I'm done. It's okay. That's one way of trading. The word is called scalping. You went in, you take 10 points, 5 points, you're out. Trade is done. But sometimes look at here. Inside R1, how long did it stay? R2, but when we opened the market after 9:30, it was starting to go inside the R. So first time it hit, it took almost half an hour to give us from 65 to like 63. I think this is 63. It gave us किधर गया ये आ गया 9:30 पे पहली हमारी swing नीचे आई. It gave us 3 points. Okay, you took the 3 points. You're like, but the true reversal of the trend happened near the area around 130. Meaning कि वो price R1 के अंदर घूमती रही, R3 के अंदर घूमती रही, आती रही, नीचे जाए. आपने लिया 65, वो आपके अगेंस्ट गई. 65 आपने यहाँ से टच किया, वो चले गए ऑलमोस्ट 74 तक. मेरे सामने हमारे सामने लाइव गई है. मैं ट्रेड से नहीं निकला क्योंकि साथ में 5 मिनट वाली भी लगाई हुई थी कि हर 5 मिनट में क्या हो रहा है, 1 मिनट में क्या हो रहा है, right? And then eventually, by the time it hit, where's my, there you go. So by the time, what time did it give me 3 for? So originally, you can look at the history. When did the price go inside the area? And when did it correct? The true correction in this case did not come in until 1:30. Until 1:30, price did not come down to 56. You see, I already know the number because Friday is so close from yesterday. And it came to 56. It just hovers inside it. The technical word is it starts to make a cluster inside it, right? So you took 65, you were out at 62. Yeah, some days you will see price got inside the area and bounced back very fast. On Friday, it didn't. It just stayed there. Let's look at NASDAQ. How many times it stays and when was the area and when was predicted? Then I zoom in into a 5-minute candle and I'll tell you exactly how long you got your first reversal. 10 o'clock. Let's do 5 minutes. 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. 2. Okay. I think 8:80, it came around 12:30 or so. Look, only within 45 minutes, it took a huge reversal from expected high and went down to R2 level. It bounced almost. If you enter the trade at 12:30, it came down to give you some points. By the time it was 1:30. Like तो कोई आपको ट्रेड में थोड़ा सा तो बैठना है. Like for an instant, yes, there is some instant. You got in at 65, you shorted it, you got out at 62, game is over. What you have to do from the area is, every time I tell people, start assessing the situation. Where would my TP would be? Where would be my dollar cost average? In case I have to assess my trade, if it's going against me, it's not stopping. In this case, it did not break even what's the highest it went on Friday? A 905, something like that. The highest price point went on Friday was 884, no, 87. अभी 30-minute की candle आ रही है. So, but it didn't go against me a lot. I think 905 or 910 and then bounced back down big time. So every single morning, our computer would predict something, and based on that, you can take your risk assessment. Yes.
How do you manage, sometimes the market doesn't behavior, market behavior will be different, right?
Yes, every day is
different, every age is different, every minute is different.
100%.
So then in this case, for example, on Friday, I noticed I was in a trade, ES.
Okay.
So it didn't give a reversal bar, it continuously is going up. uptrend, right? So that-
Depending on what time you were looking at. Reversal bars, in a daily, there is no 13-day reversal. We are in day 13 of one way up. So first of all, if you're looking at daily, no reversal, no problem. It means trend is continuing. It's just breaking higher high, and we are in the history of higher highs ever. So which time frame were you looking for?
it was in the morning.
Morning. But I mean, which candle, like 15 minutes or
1 minute chart.
1 minute reversal happens quite frequently. But what happened was exactly at 8 o'clock, the tweet comes that Iran is opening Hormuz. And then just shoots up. ES and NASDAQ and Dow and Russell, everything goes up. Okay. At that time, you cannot do anything because what happens is when these tweets come in, you are kind of on either in, if you're in a trade, you got to exit. If it's going in your favor, good. That's why the stop losses and risk management comes in. You're like, I was in a trade from 620. It went in, I put in 3 minutes. I brought it down quickly. So these are volatile times, right?
Yeah.
But around expected high of daily hasn't killed us. So I'm sitting a little bit more farther and farther away rather than in the middle. Because in the middle, if you took R2 and it just shot up. So, you know, you gotta assess the levels. Where am I? At least for the last 1 month, I'm not taking R2, R1, S2, S1. I'm taking as high as possible so my ride can come down. Monday, we are expecting again ceasefire stops on Tuesday. Now these guys will hopefully start a trend reversal to the downside, right? Now the ES moves are so big that even for us as a professional doing this thing, we are a bit scared. Okay, right? So what we have done, we have brought it from minis to micros. Because in case I'm in R2 and the price does go against me, I can average on the upper side and then come down. So those who were in a micros on 65 on ES, nobody got hurt. Nobody that I know of. So my short answer to that is because of the high volatility, please reduce your risk to micros, especially if you're doing area trading. Or because all of a sudden, yes, it may give you 2 points and then it shoots back up, right? So micros are not going to kill you. And especially smaller account, 1,500, 2,000. We do minis when we have a $4,500 threshold. We don't do any minis before that because that's still scary on NQ on many levels. It can rip your account. So that's unfortunate, but who is doing exceptionally well? Trend trades. Buy. Yes, sir.
Rafi, there is no way like to collect like the software to collect like historical data to see the expected high bits and to like how much the ride it should give like 10 points, 15 points.
Sometimes generally the higher it is, the bigger the ride comes in. If you look at Friday, it ran and gave us from 65 to 56. So we are expecting a ride down. NASDAQ, if it moves, ES, if it moves $1, NASDAQ will move $5. So we look at NASDAQ to see how far that goes down. And if you were watching me, I was just looking at NASDAQ. If NASDAQ is coming down, ES is coming down faster as well. So in the volatility like this, stay with the trend. There's no reason for you to go against the trend unless you are inside a zone. R3, R2, R1 is resistance zone. S1, S2, S3 is the support zone. But you have to understand, that's where we come in. My job is to continue. My job, myself, Happy, Rithmic, Jatin, we are not leaving you alone, right? You are asking me live questions, which people do on my WhatsApp when I'm sitting. You can quickly ask me, where are you going to enter? What is your risk assessment? So I can say, so what happened on Wednesday or Thursday? I looked at a candle and our midpoint was 817 or something like that. and I missed it, 425, 425, 425. Previous candidate had already touched 422 and I ignored it.
Yes.
And I got stuck and I had to do average up there and then come down, right? So any given time, I can tell you based on what I'm looking at, because this is like a confirmation. Rafi, I'm looking at this. What's your consensus on this? Because again, we are working part of the Hive, right? It's not, I'm seeing something, you could be seeing something, rather than you take an entry, you can just get a double confirmation. Then I can say, well, it came to 880, do you want to take a risk? Let's start going in with one micro, right? So most of the time, we haven't been at a loss. If I ask you 1 micro and you go with 5 micro and then you ask me when to do an average, I'm going to say you don't have a room for average. You already went in because again, on Friday, 1 mini, 1 micro, 3 micro, I can't handle you guys. I told you, let's start with 1 micro. And because if I have to do a dollar cost average, I have to make a plan. You have a $1,500 account and you have lost already $1,000. And now you're asking me to save you for the day. I have to go very slowly to make sure my decisions don't have your account blown, right? Even though I know my disclaimer is you're responsible for your own actions. But if you have to ask me my opinion, you can quickly ask me, Rafi, what's your opinion for today? And I will tell you, and I'll say on the live stream, my first entry, I'm planning at 880. Then this, so sometime I give up to 5 NASDAQ entries and couple of ES entries. No problem.
Dollar cost average, जैसे एक माइक्रो के साथ MIT
100 point
100 point
minimum or ES 20 points.
20 points.
20 points से पहले I'm not averaging whatsoever. जी भाई.
Rafi, what's really over trading?
Over trading is
Because I'll give you a couple of scenarios. My daily goal is $100,
okay.
and I'm at, let's say, 80,
Yeah,
and I just have $20 more to make.
Correct.
Close for the day. But then my SL hits.
and you were back down.
at 60 or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm gonna try to still trade to get to the $100.
Correct,
Is
correct. No, that's not over trading whatsoever. The reason is, let's work again backwards. Backwards is, your goal is $100. First of all, which market, which point? How many points I'm gonna do? How many, am I gonna do 5 micros? Am I gonna do 5 NQs? So if you're closer to your target, like that day, other Friday and Thursday, I asked them, you're done $500, you gotta either stick to micros or go home. Both days he did not stop, right? And it ended up blowing the take profit. My advice in that case is you're at 88. You're very close to your daily target. Now you gotta find the least riskiest entries. Because if you're done mid-bands and 11 o'clock has passed, volume has gone down, you're not going to be taking a mid-band trade, right? So because what happens is I'm always trying to protect what I have already earned, right? So I'm not going to take a random entry. I'm down to 12. Yes, but over trading is either you know your down limit. For example, I tell everybody, my down limit on my pro account is $300. I've lost $300, I'm leaving. Meaning that in a micro leaving 300 means $3,000 you have lost. My account size is Bullnox, me and Mansoor Baidu. Our buffer is only $1,500. If I've lost $300 to $450, which is 30% of my capital, that means things are not going in my favor whatsoever. So until I'm at like 150 plus to minus 450, I don't consider anything beyond over trading. If I'm going over and over and over again, and there has been times where I have to stop fighting the market, right? So in 88 to 60, that's not over trading. Where the problem for me happens is you went with the mini, you got your $100, and that was your trade number 1 or 2. Now you're gonna give back, right? So I've done 5,000 trades in 2. You've seen my live account, right? I was trading 9. Average, my price was $20. I went in, I came out. So I took a $81,000 account, turned it into 177, but I was trading 23 hours a day nonstop. In the morning, afternoon, 2 micros, 1 micro. So that's not over trading too, because I understand. So short answer is you're up $80, you're down $60, your goal is 100, either stop at 100 or stop at 450. So there's no, like, you with micros, you can trade more. हम लोग वैसे हमारी असल में कॉम हमारे जो मेंटर्स हैं ना वो स्कैल्पिंग MNQ में कर लेते हैं उसमें आपको इन एंड आउट से हमें ना एक दफा आप NASDAQ कर लोगे ना कुछ नहीं कर पाओगे वो क्योंकि वो स्पीड उसका मजे की है ना लेकिन NASDAQ अब ये डेली की कैंडल है ये देखिए कितने दिन अप्रैल 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 13 दिन से मार्केट 4000 पॉइंट मूव हो चुकी है डेली कैंडल भी 4 सारे फाड़ गई है 250 से 3 वीक्स हमें 3 वीक्स नहीं एक्चुअली टोटल जो है ना 11 दिन है ये साइकिल होता है 5 दिन का 5 दिन इधर फिर 4 दिन इधर या 5 इधर तो 5 से गई 10 अब गई 13 दिन से अच्छा नीचे उतर रही थी तो कोई नीचे की बाउंड्री नहीं छोड़ रही थी प्राइस आपकी 22,960 तक चली गई थी तो साइकिल नीचे का कितना था 1 दिन डाउन 2 3 चलते चलते स्पेशली सो द साइकिल ऑफ द ट्रेंड्स हैव काइंड ऑफ गॉन इन लॉन्गर so look it came down 2,700 points and went back up 4,000 points. I don't know what's going to happen on Sunday night, but because now these are records. It's okay. Green to buy, red to sell. That's for ES and NASDAQ areas, and we will short. So what are we making it for you? Now to coming to a point, this is what I've been working on with the developers across the globe, different countries, different continents. We are making it easier for you to trade NASDAQ. So this was a Friday pilot project, and a lot of people they're scared of NASDAQ, but they're getting fear of missing out. Man, इसने भी बना लिए इसने ये भी ले गया पे आउट ये भी लग गया मैं खाली बैठा रहा हूँ मुझे so we have developed a strategy for you. It's called moving average strategy. There is a mathematical formula called moving average convergence divergence. It's a math thing. There's nothing, I didn't make it, it's just math. All I'm doing is making a calculator and then adding a feature that every time this condition matches, do this. Every time this condition matches, do this. You can write your own strategies inside NinjaTrader or TradingView. So I've written a strategy here that every time my moving averages change the direction of my trend, I would like to go with that trend. So if it's going up, take me with you. If it's going down, take me with you. Now with moving averages, the calculation's happening very fast. So you cannot pre-plan because it's not a price action. Price action, we can pre-plan that I would sell from this price. I will buy from averages. Your mind has to work. So we let the computer do the work and it is doing a phenomenal job. So there was a trader sitting beside me. He was down some money and then I enabled this strategy for him. And he's like, man, the computer already has made $2,200 for me, right? So you are gonna see some really good technologies because what is a strategy do? It takes these greed, FOMO, emotions out of it. It's a computer. It's given a set of instruction, moving averages cross, sell. Moving averages cross, buy. Sell, buy. So you're just, it's not a hands-off strategy. It is just hands-on, meaning that you are a co-pilot. It will take a trade, but it will say, hey, put your own stop loss, put your own TP if you want to exit. So you will take over the trade after the trade gets executed. That's all there is, but it helps you take the trade.
When it is coming live?
It's live now. You can do it right now and follow the instruction and download it.
Please.
Yeah, but I'll give you a video. It takes about an hour to set up the environment, right? So what, just send me WhatsApp. So, and when you are inside, I'll send you a video if you send me right now, because on Friday, I will give you step by step right now. After, if you don't have any questions, how to use it, because आपको setup करना है, आपको भी. So आपके पास software आ गया है ना? ये खाली एरिया था, ये सॉफ्टवेयर भी है, ये आपके लिए नहीं है, ये सॉफ्टवेयर के अंदर चलता है, क्योंकि उसने वो है ही नहीं है भाईजान. अब मैं क्या करूँ?
अरे प्लेबैक में नहीं हम कर
प्लेबैक में भी कर सकते हैं. सॉफ्टवेयर पूरा एरियाज वाले खाली एरियाज ले रहे हैं ना, तो ये अंदर आ जाता है. 150 वाली चीज 300 चलती है, कोई बात नहीं. हाँ जी, ओके. Any questions other?
Rafi, if you could please also talk about
Yes, so yes, you have to, okay, let me make a note here, your RSI with divergence. Okay, good. So, okay, we forgot. So things to do is RSI with divergence. For you guys, here's the plan. For new user, at least I'll put them out of their misery. It's like, man, half of these guys, I have no idea what they're talking about. Go outside, give them your phone number, give them your email address. They will sign you up. They will give you 1 week trial. There's no money happening right now, okay? The reason we ask you is this, that we used to give 14-day trial, but people got lazy. They started reading after like 13th day. They're like, oh, extend this, why? I got sick, my cat died, my dog ate my homework. Anyway, excuses are excuses. So idea is, आपको आज ट्रायल खोल के ठीक है, आपके लिए ये करना है, उसी अकाउंट में ट्रायल. I want you to log into the system of SuperAreas. Not this. Okay. When you log in, and of course, if you need to reference this thing, you're given a username and you create a password and you sign in. Our backend team will make 7 days available for you without a cost. You don't even need a computer. I mean, you can use it on iPad or Mac or whatever, because right now you're not using the software. You're just understanding some basic alphabets of the system. So when you log in, you will see something called Trading Academy. Okay?
Sir, question is, can we do it on iPad also?
सिर्फ पढ़ने के लिए, वीडियो देखने के लिए ट्रेड नहीं होता. एरिया ट्रेड हो जाते हैं, बाकी नहीं. Okay. When you log in here, there are 4 lectures for you, 5. I want you to watch lecture 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's from our CEO, Mr. Daniel. Because what I want you to first,
The morning Hitesh with points, then it goes to, and it's good.
okay. What happens is I have to introduce you to a new skill. Okay, you want to learn to do piano, yoga, swimming, knitting, doesn't matter. It's new. For him, he knows. For you, you know. You already know. But maybe whenever there was a day one, you didn't know something. Today, you know options, you know puts, you know calls, you know strike price, you know everything. But today, you don't know. I want you to do a self-assessment first to see if this makes sense for you. Sometimes you say, no, man, this, like for today, even I can't swim. I can't skate. I don't do snowboarding. I don't do piano. Even if you pay me to become part of it, I'm not going to enjoy it. So there's certain things you do because, hey, there's money tied to it. There's certain skill you just don't do because they bore you to death, right? Like, so you will let us know, okay, I've tried these videos. I think I can do it. It makes a little bit sense for me. And then we will then install the software for you. And then you will go on to the next level of using the software. You say, all right, this makes me excited or this bores me. Good thing I came in. I'll go back to my life. Thank you very much. Nice knowing you for 5 hours. It's okay, no problem. I've given these to thousands of traders. If it excites you, you want to change something in your life, you start watching these videos. Once you watch them, make some notes, etc. There's 4 lectures. Daniel's lecture 1.
Sorry, sir.
There's a-
थोड़ा late हो रहा है. मैं hello करना आया
That's
sir.
very thin, but you guys-
I know. Thank you so much. All the best.
By the way, he's Mr. Rithmic. John, he did a show. His radio show has been running Asian Connection for 26 years, right? So yesterday was a 20, and we are a proud sponsor for his event, diamond sponsor. So he gave me an honor to bring me onto the stage and do a bit of introduction. So we were up until 3 o'clock, and we are very happy for him. And one quick example,
Yeah.
he interviewed this Daniel Mr. and his company for 14 years.
Yeah.
I came on board about 3 years ago. My job was do interviews too. When he calls me, I'm like, sir, Ranveer bhai, you asked me questions, scripted questions. How much money will I make? This and that. And I'm like, I don't feel conviction in your questions,
Yeah.
right? And I'm like, please, I want you to, after 2023, he's like, you know what? I tried it. I didn't like it. I lost a bit of money. I'm like, wait. New things are here. There's something called funded accounts. I want you to come and retry it.
That's right.
I brought him here and I introduced him. I put him through Happy. He took the Happy's course too and everything. And now when the interview comes, he can say, I can show you my accounts. These guys are true. It's genuine. So in order to make a conviction, so yesterday we did an event,
Very nice.
700 people showed up.
Yeah, sir.
It was a brilliant with Komal.
Thank you so much for all the support.
That's actually what team.
I know. Thank you.
So-
Continuing. I just want to say hello.
Absolutely.
Wait कर रही है? तो मैं बस
No, bro. Thank you.
podcast started. Thank you so much, guys. You are at the right place. Honestly, मैं example and he gave me light of the life. मैं अब real estate भी कीता है. I will just take 1 minute. Real estate भी कीता है और रेडियो भी मैं कर रहा है, right? और construction का भी बहुत कुछ कीता है. लेकिन this is the right place. और beauty है कितने बैठ जाए कि इंटरनेट चाहिए एक लैपटॉप चाहिए. मैं सब तुम लास्ट वीक दसना छोटी एग्जांपल मैं किते गया वेट कर तो वो कहते यार 3:30 ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਘੰਟਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਗੈਸਟ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਵੇਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਖੋਲ ਲਿਆ ਸਰ $250 ਬਣਾਇਆ
हाँ
$US what else you want so please sorry about
शामी आ
that
जाते कान 6 बजे
I know
अपने पैसे
अपने पैसे आ गए आराम ਨਾਲ कैश नहीं so
अपने
that's the
पैसे
beauty of the business wherever you are in India you are in Bangalore you are in Pakistan ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਬਣ ਗਏ he is the right he gave me the guidance
But again, thank you.
Thank you.
All
Please.
of this wasn't possible before 2023, I wrote. Why? A lot of things changed. Before 2023, if I had to bring you in, and I'm like, man, after videos, you gotta put in some money, and then you're gonna say, we will think about it. I know when Ashmi Saab joined, we were in that conversion state of funded account. We weren't even sure if this is gonna work, but the explosion came, and now with funded, people are more lenient to say, all right, we will start taking little risk because if I asked you to join the program and videos and you put in real money and you lost $2,000, most of the time you're not coming back. You're like, this is too risky, too fast. It's not for me. I don't have that catch. But now you start this, you do 4 videos, 3-4 months of investment of time, not money, time. And then you learn, you do funded programs, you make $100 a day, 5 funded accounts coming back to it. You have a daily income of $10,000 per month. My friend here, Mansoor, he works for pesticide company. He makes a good income. He's their financial guy. Does the books, invoicing, taxes. Every corporate has a finance guy, a team. He's the finance guy. He gets paid, let's put a number, $6,000 per month, Canadian. Take home is $5,000. Very reasonable, good income for a graduate. He has done his finance, which means what can he write? He's making $72,000 a year by doing accounting for a firm. So 72 gross, 60 net. Okay, reasonable. $6,000 कमाने के लिए भाई को सुबह उठना पड़ता है भाई को जॉब पे जाने पहले पढ़ना पड़ा मैं फिर वो लाइन पे आ जाऊंगा पढ़ा अकाउंटिंग की फाइनेंस पढ़ी ये कोर्स किया ये फाइनेंस का then now he goes to job at 9 o'clock he comes home at 5 o'clock So we introduced him again, a bit of a bumpy ride, but averaging 10 to 12,000, 6,000, 5,000 on the side. Hasn't quit his job. He comes in, he trades during his setup time. In the morning, he opens, looks at it, clear the stream, $100 done, $200 done, $150 done, closes the computer. He hasn't quit his job. He's still at that company, but he now goes to his work for part-time. I ask him quit. He's like, benefit achievement. Why should I quit? I mean, so he's going to work not for finance and his daily. He now has a skill. That other day he was traveling Europe and he sent me the picture. He's like, there you go. I paid for the whole trip. With Germany, Germany, and then, but here's the thing. First trip he took, he was gambling, because the word again is gambling. Because he was aggressive trader at the beginning. So the first Germany trip, very aggressive, and he's like, this is not for me. But the second Germany trip, the more calm they got, the better results came in. And then you're like, I will take each trade, I will assess the situation, and I will see at what point this is not working for me. So coming back to you guys, do your videos, 6-7 days. If it excites you, continue. If it doesn't, thank you very much. You have it. Hopefully I've sewed in a little bit of information for you, a little bit what's going out there in the world. If it excites you, you need a computer, Windows 10 and 16 gig of RAM. It doesn't work very good before that. And then you will start to learn a bit of a language. What is FOMC, CPI? Now earnings is coming. Next week is heavy earners report. NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, these companies are doing quarterly earnings. You will get to know that. And then you are on your way to, and whether you become the 97% or 3%, it's not going to be us that will make you the 3% or 97. You'll make it yourself. Now, him, there's quite a few now are graduating from 97 to the 3%. There's a guy, 22 years old. He took $140,000 in 4 months. Company's called Apex. Young kid. Our mentor stayed here. He's like, I make more money. I don't want to do your mentorship anymore. 20 Apex account, 4 payouts. Each payout 20. He said 14 PAs. 14 PAs times $2,000 per PA. He replicated, and so once you know how to make 100 to 200 daily, replicating is very easy. You can have 80 accounts, 90 accounts, 100 accounts, and I've in the last 3 years, my portfolio has been with you on YouTube, has been with you on Instagram, has been with you on live. I've taken a live account and traded from 81 to 177 in 60 days. I've done take profit. I've done bull longs. I've done Apex. I've done legends. I've done Purdia. I've done, I think, the Funded Next and a few others. So these are the top seven firms. Now, before I conclude and go into the technical for you, last story. My son, 19-year-old, he turned 18 last year, 2025. Exciting trading. I got him to some Apex account. He studied. So January to July, he became a full-time gambler. Gambler means bought account, blew account. Bought an account, blew an account. Bought an account, blew an account. My credit card bill went to negative $5,000. I was like, what are you doing? So like January, February, March, April, May, June, 6 months, he blew so many accounts. Buy, sell, buy, one day up, then next day account blown, next day account. July, we sat down with him and I said, man, I know you're 19, you're exciting. And these guys trade NASDAQ. They don't trade ES at all. They are aggressive traders and they're trading with like 2 or 3 minis at a time. So again, daddy's money, no responsibility. They're playing aggressively. By the time July came, I cut off the credit card. I said, you're buying your own accounts, man. You're not buying accounts through me. So he bought his own accounts from July. So July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 10 months. So he fixed himself, like cleaned up, and he's like focused. So he's got $80,000 sitting in his account right now. And Wise from Purdia Capital, you can go search him up, his name. He became the #1 trader from Purdia Capital. He outperformed everybody with discipline. He's like, now before every trade I take, I think about it. What is my entry? So a guy who went from 6 months into gambling became the #1 trader on Purdia Capital, and he calls himself now Dr. NQ. That's the hilarious part. Like, you're not doctor by any stretch necessary.
He makes more than
So-
that.
But here is the sad part is for 19 to have $10,000 per month. That's a scary for Mike because he just dropped out of university. He's like, hey man, I'm making 10 grand already. So if you look at Purdia, this became. So if you search Purdia, out of 11,160 users, he's the #1 user. Like the amount of 10,000 users, he got almost $50,000-$60,000 from Purdia. Mansoor has seen days like this, $13,000-$15,000 a day. So once you're in full time, and then you are kind of, the guy's gone a little crazy in terms of, so this is my, again, house story. The earlier, so you will all come to one realization point in your life. I'll give you the ultimate, a T junction in trading. You don't know anything today, but 6 months into it, you will decide either I have to fix myself in discipline, greed, FOMO, or I have to quit. There's no middle ground that I'm gonna give you that. Either you're gonna leave, how much you're gonna spend with us? $300 a month, and you have spent 5 months. $1,500 you have given to this organization. 2, and we give you some services too. It's not like you just gave me money and I gave you nothing. I gave you the floor, I gave you the Zoom, I gave you education, I gave you live indicators, I gave you 7, 8, 10, 12 things. You got benefit of it. So you can't say, oh, these guys were creative and they scammed me, right? I'm saying, hey, you gave us money, we gave you the full, honest delivery of our products, right? And then you fail, then we will sit down and say, hey, what's wrong? So you're gonna say, hey, either I have to fix my trading, or how will you fail? Either you don't understand something. Okay, we'll put a mentor for you. Or you're over trading and So this is your route. If you want to stick around, I will go over 2 strategies for you. And if it doesn't bore you, but none of this will make sense to you, what I'm about to do. Okay. So what are you gonna do, sir? Both of you. I want you to close the current workspace. There should be nothing on the workspace. ठीक है. आप sign up कर लो, start कर लो, no problem. Take care. No problem. Thank you. Moving on. No problem, जी. Take care. नहीं इधर आई ना इसके साथ साथ मैं इधर लाइव करूंगा
कुछ आप कर रहे हैं
लाइव करने का
I thought
ठीक है
दो लोगों को बताता
हाँ हमें नहीं हम सारों को लाइव भी चाहिए ना ओके और देन आई विल ओपन अप योर स्ट्रेटजी लाइव नहीं अभी आप जाएं फहद से सॉफ्टवेयर करवाने ताकि फिर मैं आपको करवा देता हूँ सॉफ्टवेयर का ट्रायल तो करवाएं ओके तो ओपन अप योर निंजा लॉग इन और आपने करना है वर्क स्पेसेस जो करंट खुली हुई है ना उसको क्लोज कर दो बहुत अच्छी चल रही है बंदे ने 37,000 निकाला पे आउट खाली इस स्ट्रेटजी से लेकिन मुझे रिजल्ट्स चाहिए अब मैं वो चली गई है तो उनकी उर्दू आती है मैं थक गया मेरे जबड़े थक गए इंग्लिश बोल के इंग्लिश मेरी मेन लैंग्वेज नहीं है भैया Okay. Now, first I'm going to ask you one thing. This is something called beta testing. You know what beta testing is? Beta testing means We are offering you something. I want you to report it to me. How good the strategy is. There's nothing at all. So in terms of
strategy means it's ATM है
ATM है लेकिन built in हर चीज खुद करेगा.
अलग से ATM
हैं?
already मतलब वर्कस्पेस है ना इसको डिफरेंट है क्या
ये डिफरेंट बात भाई इनका ट्रायल सॉफ्टवेयर इंस्टॉल कर दो और मुझे इनका ईमेल दे दो मैं इनका ट्रायल 7 दिन का कर दूँ सॉफ्टवेयर इंस्टॉल कर दो फाइल वगैरह और पूरा निंजा इंस्टॉल करके वो कर दो
वाले को लैपटॉप पड़ा
और आशमी साहब बस आज या विल है मैं इनको दे दें क्योंकि वो स्ट्रैटेजी कर दिया ना तो 7 दिन का ट्रायल करना पड़ेगा
वैसा सिस्टम चाहिए होगा
हैं
वो इनको बोलो 1 महीना ले लो आप तक करते
नहीं वो ठीक है इस सिस्टम में एक 7 दिन दे ही दें चॉकलेट्स लाए हैं मेरे लिए चलो ब्राइब तो कर ही दिया मैंने ब्राइब तो हो ही गया मैं बहुत अच्छा था
ठीक है
देखें आपके देखें अब आपने पहले मैं आपको जा रहा हूँ आप जाएं निंजा ट्रेडर ये हमारी वेबसाइट पे सुपर एरिया से जाते हैं तो वहाँ क्या करेंगे वहाँ से ये स्ट्रैटेजी को डाउनलोड करेंगे ये आप लॉग इन है स्ट्रैटेजी सुपर एरिया जो भाई आप भी टेस्ट कीजिए ये नीचे डाउनलोड्स लिखा है Anybody who wants to follow along can do it.
मैं करता हूँ उसको
तो बता लीजिएगा कि जब डाउनलोड कर लें ये डाउनलोड्स में गए और यहाँ पर लिखा है ये मूविंग एवरेजेस की स्ट्रैटेजी नो रश तो 10 मिनट का काम है कोई प्रॉब्लम
नहीं मैंने इसको लगाता है टेस्ट
इसमें ट्रेड काटने हमने है ना जी खुद ही काट
हाँ
या स्ट्रेटजी उसमें
वो लगा देगा
ATM लगा
एटीएम ब्रैकेट खोल देगा
ठीक है
और वो ब्रैकेट में आपका
तो 2.5-3 पॉइंट का टेक प्रॉफिट ठीक है
नहीं सर लंबा यार मेरे अगर एक बड़ी स्विंग आ गई तो पहले ही ट्रेड में उसने $1000 दे देना आपको खत्म हो गया
और रखे माइक्रो के साथ
नहीं माइक्रो करें कि नहीं करें खत्म
रिजल्ट तो पता चल ही जाएगा
मुझे आपसे क्या रिजल्ट चाहिए मुझे आपसे एक लॉग बुक चाहिए बिल्कुल मिनिमम 100 ट्रेड
ठीक है
अंडरस्टैंड कर रहे हो तुम क्योंकि मुझे बात
नहीं सर
ठीक है लॉग क्या चाहिए मुझे आपसे इस स्ट्रैटेजी के बाद क्योंकि हमने इसको असेस करना है एटलीस्ट 100 ट्रेडर में
ठीक है
और हर एक का एटलीस्ट 100 ट्रेड हो आप ये काम कर सकते हैं 4 दिनों में वैसे इतना बड़ा नहीं चाहिए ये यहाँ गए डाउनलोड्स ये गए और ये जिप फाइल ली और जिप फाइल डाउनलोड कर ली मुझे सिर्फ पहला लिख दें टाइम अपने कि मेरा टाइम क्या था लॉग किया था ना पेपर पे लिख दें एक लॉग किस टाइम ट्रेड एग्जीक्यूट हुआ आपने मैक्स प्रॉफिट कितना देखा मैक्स प्रॉफिट इस ट्रेड एग्जीक्यूट हुआ लॉन्ग हुआ या शॉर्ट हुआ और स्विंग अगर आपने लिखनी है ताकि वो भी मेरे लिए आसान हो जाएगी टाइम ऑफ द ट्रेड इट टुक आपने ग्रीन मैक्सिमम कितना देखा
ठीक है
आपने लॉन्ग किया था ये कंप्यूटर ने लॉन्ग किया था ये शॉर्ट किया था और स्विंग साइज कितना बना बस ये 4 ट्रेड लिखते जाएं और 100 के बाद छोड़ दें और मुझे डेटा दे दें ठीक है अब आपने इसका टीपी क्या रखना है इस स्ट्रैटेजी का टेक प्रॉफिट लेट्स पुट अप 1560 1664 17 20 20 80
Six में
मैं पॉइंट्स में देख रहा हूँ 20 पॉइंट
80 टिक्स हो गए।
हाँ 80 से भी ऊपर जाते हैं ताकि मैक्सिमम मैं पकड़ूँ ना स्विंग।
आप 120 ले लेना 15 पॉइंट।
नहीं 15 नहीं 20 का 80 बने
20 का 80 बना है।
25 100 रखते हैं
30 पॉइंट करते हैं ना।
हाँ 30 अच्छा ठीक है
120
30
बने।
120 टिक्स का प्रॉफिट रखें,
ठीक है।
स्टॉप लॉस रखें 56 ticks. There is a very special reason that I have to go 56. Other day we did 60. At 60, it's not executing the next trade. Because what is happening is, if you put a stop loss of 60, it hits, it doesn't execute the next direction. It's called the leg. So if it went long leg, and it has to hit 60 before it starts the short leg. So we are going to go in with 50.
14 पॉइंट
14 से थोड़ा सा 14 चौक 56 हो गया 14 पॉइंट बहुत
एग्जैक्ट 14
14 points. So let's put it to 56. Don't trail, don't do anything, let it just run. So 120 ticks TP, stop loss of 56. You can even bring it to, because what this will do is it will cover the rejection wicks as well. Now to the losers out there, wait, मैंने अपना ट्रोलन को भी करना है. Please don't copy my strategies, make your own, man. Like, it's okay. बहुत सारे अभी बैठे हुए हैं ना मेरी उसके अंदर जो मेरे competitors हैं, right? और भाई हमने एनर्जी लगाई है. आप हमारा हर कुछ कॉपी कर लोगे, हम नहीं बन पाओगे. कहाँ से लेके आओ? कितने राफे मारोगे, हर घर से राफे निकले. तो फिक्र ना करो. It's okay. आपने इतने रेप्लिकेट कर दिए हैं. Anyway, okay, डाउनलोड हो गया. सबसे पहला काम आपने करना है कंट्रोल सेंटर में टूल्स में जाएं और इंपोर्ट में जाएं. 5 मिनट सर. टूल्स में जाके इंपोर्ट में जाएं और ये जिप फाइल जो आपने डाउनलोड किया है इसको अपलोड करें. नहीं अभी वर्क स्पेस की वरी ना करें. वर्क स्पेस की हमने स्ट्रेस ही नहीं लेनी. अभी ये वर्क स्पेस से पहले वाला है. टूल्स इंपोर्ट में जाएं और ये जिप फाइल को डाउनलोड करें. आपकी पड़ी है निंजा स्क्रिप्ट एड ऑन. तो टूल निंजा स्क्रिप्ट एड ऑन. और वो जिप फाइल जो आपने डाउनलोड्स में की है ना, वहां पर डाउनलोड्स फोल्डर पे नजर आएगी आपको. 56. मैं कल पूरी रात ला के
14 पॉइंट का मतलब है यहाँ एक छोटा सा था.
ये वाली फाइल फिर छोड़ दें. फिर आपने ऑलरेडी की होगी.
300 का स्टॉप.
Would you like to replace the existing file?
नहीं आपने यही फाइल अपलोड कर रहे हैं जो
ये मैंने पहले की थी वैसे आज.
ठीक है फिर आप ना करें. आप इसको नो कर दें. आपके लिए फर्स्ट टाइम आई.
Just successfully imported all.
बस ठीक है डन. ये आपके इंपोर्ट हो गए. ठीक है डाउनलोड्स में गए, ये कर ली. अब आपने क्या करना है, वर्क स्पेसेस में जाके ना जो ग्रीन नजर आना है उसके सामने क्लोज लिखा हुआ. ये देखिए ग्रीन क्लोज हो गया. वो कहेगा डू यू वांट टू सेव. आई से नो, आई डोंट वांट टू सेव दिस. ठीक है. So what am I doing is I don't have any workspaces right now. मुझे सिर्फ कंट्रोल सेंटर दिख रहा है और कुछ नहीं दिख रहा. अब जाएं. हो गया. जब ये हो जाएगा मुझे थम्स अप कर दे, मैं आगे चला जाऊं. ठीक है आपका हो गया. यहाँ जाएं न्यू चार्ट. ठीक है. इंस्ट्रूमेंट सेलेक्ट करना है NASDAQ. हो गया. आपका टाइप सेलेक्ट करना है यूनिरेंको. नहीं यूनिरेंको वो नीचे लिखा है ड्रॉप डाउन. जहां पर ऑफसेट 10 लिखा है ना, इसको 40 कर दें.
ओपन ऑफसेट जो है
हाँ इसको 40 कर दें और टिक रिवर्सल को 60 कर दें। हो गया नहीं? एक सेकंड दीजिएगा। NQ हाँ 10 को 15, 10, 30, 20, 60,
40 60
नीचे वाला 15 था।
जी सर ये ऐसे ही है
हाँ,
मैंने
हाँ।
40 और 60 है।
ओके आपको चार्ट कुछ ऐसा दिखना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल ठीक
ठीक है यही है बिल्कुल जैसा मेरा आपका दिख रहा है।
बिल्कुल ऐसे।
अब आपने यहाँ क्लिक करना है राइट क्लिक और आपका ठीक है ये लिखा है नीचे टेम्पलेट्स। ये राइट क्लिक किया मैंने एक ग्रे एरिया में यहाँ गया टेम्पलेट लोड एंड 3020 BB यस इसको कर लें आपको कुछ ऐसा दिखेगा। बेसिकली हमने उसके अंदर अपने नक्शे डाल दिए हैं अपनी GPS का सॉफ्टवेयर डाल दिया ठीक है। अब एक और काम करना है राइट क्लिक इंडिकेटर्स ये वाली स्क्रीन दिखेगी
राइट क्लिक और
इंडिकेटर
यस
ठीक है। ये लिखा है नीचे पिवट्स पिवट पे क्लिक करें रिमूव कर दें करंट डे ओपन हाई लो रिमूव कर दें मैजिक बैंड पे क्लिक करें रिमूव कर दें तीसरा चौथा ऑप्शन
जी जी मैजिक बैंड रिमूव
ट्रिगर लाइन को रिमूव कर दें
सबसे लास्ट में
ट्रिगर लाइन
ट्रिगर लाइंस
ठीक है वैल्यू एरिया को रिमूव कर दें स्ट्रेंथ को रिमूव कर दें ठीक है। अब आके दाएं ओके दबाएं चार्ट
अप्लाई करना
अप्लाई ओके डजंट मैटर ये वाला चार्ट दिखेगा ठीक है। अब हमने क्या किया खाली चार्ट बनाया उसका टिक ऑफसेट किया उसके अंदर अपने टेम्पलेट डाली और अब हमने उसमें से अननेसेसरी सामान नॉइज नहीं आ रही क्योंकि हमने इस स्ट्रेटजी में सिर्फ मूविंग एवरेज पकड़नी और कुछ नहीं किया। मैं हर स्ट्रेटजी हर चार्ट के लिए बना सकता हूँ अभी के लिए एक बनाई। अब आपने ये करें ये लिखा है ना वर्क स्पेस इसको जाके क्लिक करें सेव एज ये मैंने यहाँ से किया ये जो वर्क स्पेस था जो मेरा ग्रीन वाला है ना अनटाइटल्ड
जी जी
इसको मैंने जाके लिखा है सेव एज
ठीक है।
इसका एक नाम दे मैं देता हूँ NQ 6040 MACD या मूविंग एवरेज कन्वर्जन डाइवर्जन हो गया जी
हो गया
सेव हो गया। अब हमने अगली क्या किया आपके सारी पोल चार्ट्स निकाल दिए वो ऑलरेडी हैं कहाँ पड़े हैं ये MD फास्ट के अंदर
वो हमारे उधर पड़े हुए हैं
वो एक घर किराए का और एक घर ओन किया आप एक घर से निकले दूसरे में चले गए आपका अकाउंट साथ चला गया लेकिन आपकी सिर्फ वर्क स्पेसेस बदल गई उस वर्क स्पेसेस में आपका मिड बैंड भी है सब कुछ है इस वर्क स्पेसेस में हमारी सिर्फ मूविंग एवरेज चाहिए
दोनों कटिंग हो सकते
यार वो फिर नॉइज हो जाती है वो फिर उसने वो 15 चार्ट भी लोड करने हैं ये भी बहुत लोड हो जाता है। मैंने उसको कहा यार ना मुझे 1 मिनट चाहिए ना एरिया चाहिए मैंने वर्क स्पेस ही वो कर दी क्योंकि इस घर में आके मैं इतना सा ही काम करता हूँ मूविंग एवरेज को देखता हूँ ठीक है।
तो सर ये NQ में फंसेगी भी नहीं ये वाली
वो फंस जाएंगी सारी वेरी गुड
अपने आप ही
अच्छा जी नेक्स्ट स्टेप अब अपने चार्ट्स को कुछ इस तरह कॉन्फ़िगर करें जिस तरह मैं इसको मूव कर रहा हूँ ना बड़ा कर रहा हूँ कि मैं ऊपर वाली स्क्रीन को फिल कर रहा हूँ, अपनी पूरी रियल स्टेट है ना उसको यूज कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा इस तरह कि यार मेरा चार्ट इस तरह दिखे और मेरा कंट्रोल सेंटर में मुझे थोड़ी सी जगह चाहिए इसको ये दिखाने के लिए। ये ले जी, अब मेरा इस तरह दिखे, मीनिंग के ऊपर चार्ट है, फुल स्क्रीन है और नीचे मेरा कंट्रोल सेंटर दिख रहा है और मैं उसमें कुछ नहीं है और देख रहा, क्योंकि ना मैंने डॉम देखना है ना मुझे चार्ट ट्रेडर चाहिए। एक काम हम और करेंगे, चार्ट ट्रेडर खोल लें यहाँ पर, इस पे जाके ना ये चार्ट ट्रेडर खोल के, तो अब मैंने इस चार्ट को थोड़ा सा और ऑर्गेनाइज किया है और इसके अंदर एक ऑप्शन डाला चार्ट ट्रेडर का और एक ऑप्शन डाला और यहाँ चले जाएं स्ट्रेटजीज पे।
30-20 ਤੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਏ ਤੁਸੀਂ
60-40 पे मूविंग एवरेज 60-40 पे एक दफा ट्रेंड कन्फर्मेशन हो जाए ना तो फिर वो ले जाता है। जितने बड़े पे जाएंगे ट्रेड उतने कम आएंगे, पर अब वन ऊपर और चलते जाएं बहुत कम ट्रेड हो जाएंगे लेकिन पक्के होंगे, क्योंकि मूविंग एवरेज बोल दें
ਮੰਨ ਲਓ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਚਾਰਟ ਹੀ ਦੇਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਟੇਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ
एक काउंटर उधर लगा हुआ है।
ਅੱਛਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਖਿੱਚੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਆਪਣੇ
लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये ना कि यार हमने उसको इंडेफिनिट नहीं चलाना ना, अपना टारगेट देख के अपने इकट्ठे किए और बंद कर दिया। ये नहीं है कि इसको आपने चलाते ही जाना है तो मोटर सड़ जानी है। चल रही है अब देखें उसने पहले है
बॉट ट्रेडिंग में
नहीं, बहुत ट्रेडिंग में काउंट हो जानी है। 23 घंटे नहीं चलाना हमने, अब आपको अगली में बताना है। यू हैव टू डू दिस सेंसिबली। व्हाट इज सेंसिबली? अभी आप इसको बेशक 23 घंटे चलाएं, क्योंकि हमने देखना है कि मोटर का परफॉर्मेंस कितनी है। एक टेस्टिंग हो रही है ना, 23 घंटे चलेगी तो क्या रिजल्ट है। आपकी मोटर डिफरेंट, शायद आप कहें यार मैं राफी इसको 2 घंटे चला सकता हूँ, मैं फिर आपको ये रिजल्ट्स देता हूँ कि मेरे रिजल्ट्स क्या है, आपके डिफरेंट आएंगे, आपके सारों के डिफरेंट आएंगे, इनके डिफरेंट। लेकिन मेरे पास 100 ट्रेडर का रिजल्ट तो आ जाएगा ना। मेरी हाइव के अंदर मैंने इसकी परसेंटेज निकालनी है। मेरा क्या गोल है? चले पहले इसको सेव करते हैं, दोबारा जाएं वर्क स्पेसेस पे और MACD के सामने सेव का बटन दबा। अब नेक्स्ट टाइम ये वर्क स्पेस खुलेगी तो ऐसे ही खुलेगी, आपका निंजा आपका ऐसे ही जाके खुलेगा, आपने सिर्फ कनेक्ट करना है। ठीक है, ऑल गुड। सेव करते हैं। अब राइट क्लिक करें यहाँ पर और स्ट्रेटजीज पे जाएं। आशीष साहब कह रहे हैं कहाँ से कहाँ लेके आपके साथ शुरू किया था, एरिया शेडिंग ग्रे करते 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 देखें ये अब अगले स्टेप पे एक और ले जा रहे हैं कि हम एक स्टेप। सर मैंने आपका देखा था फ्राइडे वाला, मुझे आपके कंप्लीट करने फिर आपको बताऊंगा। अच्छा, जो आप डेटा चेक कर रहे हैं ऑलरेडी है सर। अच्छा, मैं आपका एक्सप्लेन कर दूंगा। ठीक, ताकि इनको होमवर्क तो देना की जरूरत ही नहीं है सर,
60-40
ऑलरेडी देयर। आई नो, लेकिन मैं ये कह रहा हूँ मैंने इनसे करवाना है। मैं पता है क्या, देखें कुछ काम मैं खुद कर सकता हूँ लेकिन जब तक ये करेंगे नहीं ना, हाँ ये नहीं इंडिविजुअल करवाऊंगा। एक ही फ्यूचर्स की बैक टेस्टिंग नहीं कर रही मैंने, फ्यूचर टेस्टिंग करवानी। लेकिन बैक में तो मैं खुद कर सकता हूँ ना।
नहीं वो आप नंबर्स हैं सामने सारे, जैसे वो येलो डॉट बनेगा।
नहीं, लेकिन मैं ये कह रहा हूँ इनसे लिखवाना है। एक लॉग बुक होगा ये कि ये जब मुझे एक पीस ऑफ पेपर दे देंगे ना तो भाईजान कहेंगे ये मेरे 100 ट्रेड है।
ऑर्डर बुक तो वैसे भी हम बता
नहीं वो ठीक है, लेकिन हैंड से पता है मैंने उसको दे देना चैट जीपीटी को।
सर ठीक है, इनका कंप्लीट करा ले सर फिर।
अब इनकी जो आसान ना करें, इनको रगड़ा लगवा देते मुझे पूरा कर। आपसे आपने हर चीज वो की है जो हमने की, क्योंकि आपने मेहनत की हुई है ना, इनको ही कर लेते थे। क्योंकि इनको एक एक मिड बैंड सिखाया एक है, और वो तो मुश्किल वो करता है। GFF में पैसे भेजो, वहां भेज के इनका तो अकाउंट पैसे को पहुंचे ही नहीं थे पैसे,
पहुंचे ना वापस आए।
ओह माय अकाउंट डार्क होल में चला गया। इनको थोड़ी पेन होनी चाहिए कि कर क्या रहे। एनीवे, ये लिखा है स्ट्रेटजीज। अब ऊपर आपके आ गई है, लिखा हुआ है V1.01। इसको डबल क्लिक करें, यहाँ पर लिखा है आपका यूजर नेम सुपर एरियाज का और पासवर्ड लिखा है, यहाँ टाइप करें। अच्छा, आप अभी आप सुपर एरियाज में लॉग इन किया था ना, वहाँ जाए, वहां से कॉपी कर लें यूजर नेम पासवर्ड। और तीसरा कॉलम जहाँ लिखा है स्टॉप लॉस वहां लग कर दें 56 और जहाँ लिखा है टीपी इसको कर दें 120। ये 4 चीजें आपने करनी है और ओके दबा देना है बस।
अभी इधर दोबारा स्ट्रेटजी में कुछ भी नहीं है।
ये मैंने स्ट्रैटेजी लगाई है। ये मूविंग एवरेज कन्वर्जन डाइवर्जन
ठीक है,
मेरा सुपर एरियाज का यूजर नेम पासवर्ड
डन,
और कुछ नहीं चेंज करना।
ठीक है।
और इसको मैंने जाके
अच्छा जी स्टॉप लॉस पाया था ना सारा कुछ टीपी ला
हाँ ये 56 and 120।
ठीक है, ओके डन किया।
एक सेकंड मैं आता हूँ, मैंने एक चीज चेक करनी है।
बाप रे जाके तो कर चेंज करना था इसमें पासवर्ड डालने के बाद
स्ट्रेटजी ओके
फाइव पे प्लेबैक चला लो कि
चल तक
साढ़े 9 तो चलाओ
है?
9:30 मैं कभी देखी की आता 9:30 है ना ये 9:30 के 10 तो बहुत तेज लग रहे हैं
इट्स ओके।
डिपेंड करता है वॉलेटिलिटी की, बट देयर इज
फ्राइडे तो बहुत सी फ्राइडे
नहीं फ्राइडे थर्सडे को जिस दिन पीपीआई सी
सर ये होता
उस दिन
है
बहुत सी साढ़े 9
ये बनाते बनाते का ट्रेड निकल जाती है तो इससे ये हाथ हो जाएगा मसला
वाह वाह। मैं नहीं मैं सीपीआई मैं साढ़े 9 बजे पहले मैं पीपीआई साढ़े 9
Stop loss।
पीपीआई साढ़े 8 बजे उसी
Stop loss।
वापस आ गई
अप्लाई
साढ़े 9 बजे
हो गया
15 मिनट है बैठा
डाटा भी खरीदा
अच्छा
चेंज अकाउंट
अब जब आप इसको इनेबल करेंगे तो यहाँ ओके लिखा आना चाहिए। फिर ये प्रेस ओके कर दे, ओके कर दे। ये नीचे ओके लिखा है।
लेकिन तो मैं क्यों बाय करनी
अब आपकी ये नीचे ऑथेंटिकेशन ओके, ठीक है। अब आपकी स्ट्रेटजी खुद ही एग्जीक्यूट होनी शुरू हो जाएगी। अकाउंट वो जो जब आपने अगर आपका अकाउंट बदलना है इसको तो मैं अभी तो कह रहा हूँ सिम में करें, लेकिन अगर आपने अकाउंट कभी बदलना है ये लिखा है स्ट्रेटजी, यहाँ पर लिखा है कौन सा अकाउंट लेना है
वो चेंज करते हैं
वो change
अकाउंट रियल लाइफ में भी कर सकते हैं
अकाउंट कहाँ जाके चेंज कर सकता हूँ फिर क्या
नहीं थे
इतनी चेंज कर
अच्छा उधर सर उधर से नहीं
नहीं नहीं, लेकिन इधर से एक दफा आपने देखना सिर्फ इधर है,
ठीक है
सेट अंदर करना है।
ठीक है ठीक
तो अभी मैं सिम 101 पे लगा हूं।
ठीक
उसी को लीडर प्रणाली कॉपी पर डाल दिया।
ठीक है लेकिन अंदर से चेंज करना है
हाँ
एक सेकंड का फेल आया
फेल का मतलब है यूजर नेम पासवर्ड
वापस कैसे कर सकते हैं
स्ट्रेटजी
राइट क्लिक स्ट्रेटजीज
तो सुबह से इसमें स्पेस तो सेव कर दें
अब सेव कर दे।
ठीक है जब वो ऑथेंटिकेशन ओके हो चुकी है तो सेव कर दें
या
ठीक है
अब मैं जाता हूँ जिस तरह आपने कहा था प्लेबैक।
फ्राइडे 9:30
चलो इसको मैं करता हूँ बंद, रिमूव, इसको करता हूँ कनेक्शन प्लेबैक, मार्केट करता हूँ जून की
फ्राइडे बहुत सी
नहीं मंडे
मंडे
और हमारी स्ट्रेटजी है फ्राइडे की। आपने नहीं करना ये तो
मैं तो मैंने
हाँ यही इसी को मैं मैं सिर्फ प्लेबैक पे देखना चाह रहा हूँ। ये 16 की सुबह 14-15-16 की सुबह देखो जी 8:40 थे।
8:40 हाँ चलो
हाँ, 8:40 में शुरू हो गया
फिर आगे उसका
9 बजे काम हुआ
51 पॉइंट गई है। वेट करो पहले तो 800 का ट्रेड बन जाए पहले ਅਸੀਂ आने हैं सर 8:30 थे
8:30 दिखा लो
क्योंकि
8:30 से 9:30 तक की मूवमेंट तेज हो
राइट क्लिक गो टू
रोज हो जाती है।
मैं जाना है 8:30 थे तो यू कैन गो एग्जैक्टली टाइम बैक कि मैं 8:30 पे चला गया।
ठीक हो गया
अब ये प्राइस चार्ट ये मजे की बात है, पिछली भी ठीक थी, नई भी ठीक है, अगली भी ठीक है, इससे अभी हमें पता है कि क्या होना है राइट। ये अब आपकी यहाँ प्लेबैक हो रहा है और मार्केट ये चल रही है और आप गए और आपने इनको सेट किया स्ट्रैटेजीज को और आपने ये 101 की और अपना यूजर नेम पासवर्ड डाला और इसको मैंने प्लेबैक में इनेबल कर दिया सॉरी स्ट्रैटेजीज इंडिकेटर नहीं राइट क्लिक स्ट्रैटेजीज एंड टीपी लगा दिया स्टॉप लॉस 56 का टीपी लगा दिया 300 का
120
तो सर दोबारा फिर लगाना है जब हम
नहीं ये एक दफा कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं प्लेबैक में दोबारा इनेबल कर रहा हूँ ठीक है तो इसलिए ये आ गया और
जो मैं जो हम प्लेबैक के कर रहे हैं ब्लैक फ्राइडे से साढ़े 8 बजे कर रहे हैं उस टाइम इस सॉफ्टवेयर हम पर ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि सॉफ्टवेयर से यूज हो या
हाँ मैं ऐसी की करें हिस्ट्री पीछे जाके बैक टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं इंप्लीमेंट कर लिया
पर उस टाइम में कितना नहीं सी
हाँ नहीं मैंने पता नहीं ना कि कितने क्योंकि ऐसी तो फ्राइडे को 2 बजे कितना लेकिन अगर ऐसी कमर सैंपल प्ले कर रहे हैं पिछले डेटे का ठीक है अब हम इसको करेंगे इनेबल और हम कहते हैं जी ऑथेंटिकेटिंग इज ओके अब मार्केट को प्ले दबा दिया हम बेसिकली शर्तें लगा रहे हैं हारे जीते मैच पे देखो 8:30 तक अभी जलकियों के ऊपर हम ना जलकियां जो चल रही है ना उस पे बैटिंग हो रही है कि अब हमें पता है हमने जीतना है कि वो कहता है ना जलकियां थे हार गए जलकियां थे भी हार गए इतनी उसकी किस्मत खराब सी
तेज करो मैं थोड़ी
हाँ मैं
को प्लस रेशियो इंक्रीज कर दे स्पीड
ये देखें ये प्ले करते हैं सर उसी वक्त इतनी तेज थी उसको अब करने जाए मार्केट
8:40 तेजी थी
हाँ देखना
मुझे लगता है यहाँ से नीचे आनी
आनी है सर हम देख चुके हैं फ्यूचर यहाँ से 51 पॉइंट के बाद आएगी अब ये ट्रेड खुद पिक होगा
सेल का पहले पिक होगा
सेल का पहले पिक होगा लेकिन 51 पॉइंट यहाँ से गई ये जैसे मूविंग एवरेजेस नीचे आएंगी ये सेल का पिक हो जाएगा
अच्छा और आप इसमें स्टॉप लॉस को ट्रेल नहीं कर सकते
नहीं करेंगे मैनुअल
अच्छा मैनुअल
करें हाँ उठा के नीचे ले ये देखिए
और सिस्टम नहीं करेगा
51 पॉइंट हो पाएगा अब यहाँ पर बंदा क्या करे 645 से 880 का मैं पता ही नहीं था वहां जाना है
ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਯਾਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਤੇ 5 की
और स्ट्रेट ओवर बोस का था ना लेकिन गिराई कुछ स्पीड से नीचे 9:30 तक
ये देखिए ये पूरे 8:30 पे ये बगैर कह देता है कुछ आज का
इसलिए कल भी बोल देना फिर हमको क्लास में
सो 8:30 पे 51 पॉइंट गिरने की वजह से मेरी मार्केट खुद ब खुद नीचे आएगी मूविंग एवरेज देखेगी और ये कर देगी अब मैं रियल लाइफ में चल रहा हूँ 1 की स्पीड से फास्ट बीसीआर को फास्ट फॉरवर्ड
यूज आई है रफी की स्पीड को करे ना कुछ
मैं यार रियल में देख लेना नॉर्मल स्पीड कितना बहुत ज्यादा सर पता है 8:32 तक हो ही जाएगा
मोस्टली एनक्यू
सर होना ही एनक्यू
तो
एमपी कभी कर सकते हैं आपको प्रॉफिट लॉस 10 के रेशियो से कम होगा ये देखें जी ये आएगा और ट्रेड खुलने वाला है टक
ये लिमिट ऑर्डर लगा के दे रहा है
नहीं खुद ही हाँ लिमिट ऑर्डर लग गया जी ट्रेड खुल गया जा अभी रुक जा अभी रोकना है अभी रुकना मैं आपसे ये चाह रहा हूँ ये ट्रेड खुलेगा तो यहाँ पर दिखा है डॉलर अमाउंट ठीक है आपने इस ट्रेड में मुझे सिर्फ ये बता देना है देखिए ये अब यहाँ पर क्या स्टैट्स लिखे जाएंगे टाइम एंड डेट है जी अप्रैल 17 और 8:30 AM ये आपका एक रिकॉर्ड आ गया शॉर्ट का ट्रेड है अभी स्विंग नहीं पता हमें कितनी स्विंग ने जाना है और हमें ये पता है कि इसने मैक्स का आपका क्या है ठीक है यहाँ तक आप मेरे साथ हैं क्योंकि हमें ये इसको उल्टा करते हैं ये शॉर्ट का खुला है 8:17 8:30 पे खुला है मैंने अभी तक $5 देख लिए उसने टीपीपी लगा दिया और स्टॉप लॉस भी लगा दिया खुद ही लगा दिया अब इसको प्ले करते जाते हैं ठीक है अब मुझे ना $15 आ गए -10 ठीक है मैंने सिर्फ ये देखना है कि मेरी मैक्स स्विंग कितनी है उससे हम फिर डेटा लेके पूरी दुनिया को बता सकेंगे यार इस हर ट्रेड में एटलीस्ट 2.5 पॉइंट तो मिल रहे हैं ना 2.5 तो आ रहे हैं ना 2.5 का मतलब कितना $50 ठीक है या MNQ पे $5 लेकिन 40 में लिख सकता हूँ अभी
2 पॉइंट हो गया
2 पॉइंट हो गए वेट करें, 3 पॉइंट हो गए हैं अभी, और नीचे स्विंग भी लिखी हुई है, वो देखिए 19 की स्विंग जा रही है। आपको ये पता है कि आपकी स्विंग कितनी बड़ी आई। अब इस ट्रेड में मुझे ये पता लग गया था, इस ट्रेड ने मुझे एटलीस्ट 3 पॉइंट दे चुके हैं। $60 मुझे ग्रीन नजर आया है, आने दें। $20 चार। अब आपने उस वक्त तक बंद नहीं करना जब तक आपका स्टॉप लॉस उतना हो ना जाए पूरे का पूरा, या आप उसको मैनुअल भी नीचे ला सकते हैं। सिर्फ ये क्योंकि सिम में कर रहे हैं डेटा ट्रेडिंग की, इस ट्रेड में अभी तक मेरा स्टॉप लॉस नहीं हिट हुआ, तो इट्स ओके। आप यहाँ पर कहेंगे, लेकिन अभी मुझे अगर आप अब बंद कर देंगे, याद रखिए अगर आपने क्लोज का बटन दबा दिया ना तो स्ट्रैटेजी डिसेबल हो जाएगी। सो लेट इट डू इट्स वर्क थ्रू दिस SL एंड TP, ठीक है।
तो अगर स्ट्रेटजी डिसेबल हो जाए फिर दोबारा
नहीं, सिर्फ जाके इनेबल का बटन दबाएं, वो अगला ट्रेड पकड़ लेगी अगर स्ट्रैटेजी डिसेबल होती है। मैंने अभी तक यहाँ 100 अनरियलाइज 135 है, पर आई हैव सीन $40। तो आपने मुझे सिर्फ मैक्स ग्रीन बताना है। I don't care about your losses because we are not doing it. All I care about कि उसने खुलते सार कितने पॉइंट मुझे दे दिए। अभी तक उसने दिए 60, 3 पॉइंट आए हैं मुझे इस ट्रेड में से, और मैक्सिमम हम कितने लगा हुआ है 120, कितना होता है 20 नहीं 15 30 पॉइंट, $70 आगे। $70 का मतलब है
$470 पे लो
है
470 का टोटल क्लोज होता है।
नहीं वो तो 470
70 होता है कि 3.2 टिक हो।
हाँ एग्जैक्टली। अभी मैं 1 की स्पीड से चल रहा हूँ, जो मार्केट के नॉर्मल के हालात हैं। नैस्डैक 70 पॉइंट एक दफा चली जाती है।
वो सर इसको किसी स्टेज पे भी हम क्लोज करेंगे तो हमें प्रॉफिट रियलाइज होगा।
हाँ लेकिन हमें डेटा नहीं है। देखें $105, $155, ये अभी पहला ट्रेड था नीचे की तरफ। अगर ये जा रहा है 150 का मतलब है $15, आपके 5 पॉइंट
10 और 5 15 पॉइंट हो, सॉरी 5 और 2 12 पॉइंट 12.5 पॉइंट।
अभी हमने मैक्सिमम 150 देखा है इस ट्रेड में।
12.5 पॉइंट
नो प्रॉब्लम। हाँ नहीं आपको, हाँ उसको रिमूव कर देना, सारों को रिमूव करके दोबारा डाल दें।
और जितना मालूम मैं कहता मैं 150 दे
हाँ मैंने इसको अब ये रखे ना, मैं यहाँ ब्रेक इवन कर दिया ना,
या मैं 80 लॉक कर रहे हैं 50 लॉक कर रहे हैं।
आप ट्रेल कर लो ना, क्योंकि इनिशियली आप ग्रीन में चले जाओगे और एनफ ग्रीन में चले गए तो आप ट्रेल हो गया जी, मेरा मैक्सिमम नजर आ गया, ठीक है। तो अब आगे अब ये अगला ग्रीन का खोलेगा, आप ना इसको बंद करो, ट्रेल करते रहो। अभी तो रिजेक्शन विक है, आप उसके ऊपर मिड बैंड के ऊपर 5 पॉइंट करते रहो, नो प्रॉब्लम। लेकिन ये वाला ट्रेड सक्सेसफुल हुआ है, हमें उसमें से $150 या कुछ उसमें से 12 पॉइंट मिल गए। लंबी चलती रहे,
12 नहीं मिले,
चले मैं इसको
5 पॉइंट बनता है, 7.5 पॉइंट।
चले जी स्पीड तेज करते हैं जी आप, नो प्रॉब्लम। अभी मैं 4 की स्पीड पे चला गया हूँ, 6 की स्पीड पे आ गया हूँ।
राफी भाई लेकिन इसने एंटर को नीचे से नहीं किया,
नहीं ये
should be top of the bar।
नहीं बायर तो नहीं, उसने एवरेज मूविंग येलो डॉट पे एंटर किया। येलो डॉट बार के केयर नहीं कर रहा, वो एवरेज प्राइस निकाल रहा है। इट्स नॉट ए बार प्राइस एक्शन पे नहीं है, मूविंग एवरेजेस पे।
हाँ कर देता हूँ ट्रेड्स पैसे सीधे।
हाँ अब देखो 32 पॉइंट की स्विंग गई है ये।
इसमें से 10 आपने निकाल के 12 पॉइंट दे दिया, 10 पे रिवर्सल है ना,
नो प्रॉब्लम। आप उसको खींचते चले जाते स्टॉप लॉस को, जितना देखिए एक ही बड़ी स्विंग आपके पूरे दिन का ट्रेड निकाल देगी। नो प्रॉब्लम, जाने दे। अभी और तेज करते हैं, 6 8 34 पॉइंट की स्विंग नीचे आई है, 37 पॉइंट की। तो ये आपने जरूर लेके, आपने जितने मर्जी मैक्स देख लिए, लेकिन उसको जो आपने ट्रेल करना है ना, मैं एक चीज इसमें बता दूं कि ट्रेल आपने जो मिड लाइन जा रही ना, यहां से तो ब्रैकेट खुल गई है। अब आप देखना चाहते हैं यार इसने मैक्सिमम कितना, या तो 150 देखें, 200 देखें, 250। जब ट्रेल करें ना तो उसका स्टॉप लॉस बार के ऊपर ला के रखते रहे, उसको ट्रेल करते रहे मिड से थोड़ा सा ऊपर, यानी कि पूरा मिड पे ना रख दे। मिड से देखिए, मिड पे आई वो यहाँ पर एक दफा यहाँ आई, ये तीसरी दफा यहाँ आई, तो उसको टॉप उससे 1-2 पॉइंट और ऊपर रख रहा है। एनीवे ये देखें, ये वाला आपका ट्रेड 37 पॉइंट का है अभी। लेट मी जस्ट गो 830 पे स्विंग आई, स्टॉप लॉसेस हिट हुए। ऐसे ये ग्रीन बॉक्स भी अच्छा चलता है 60-40 पे।
हाँ
ये आपको कुछ पॉइंट फ्लिप के दे देता है ये।
लेकिन इसकी डायरेक्शन में जाना चाहिए।
ये 42 पॉइंट की स्विंग थी। दिस हैव वुड हैव बीन ओके, ठीक है। वेट वो ये जरा तेज हो गया। हम 6 की स्पीड पे चलते थे, हम वापस आते हैं। अब यहाँ पर
अभी तो 846 हुए, 930 तो हुई।
आई नो, लेकिन वो ऑलरेडी
वो नहीं उसका impact।
वो 6 की स्पीड से चल रहा था ना, तो वो खराब हो गया। एनीवे, इस ट्रेड में उसने 43 इसमें भी बनाए, इसमें भी बनाए, उसके साथ इसमें स्टॉप लॉस हिट हुआ होगा, इसमें बनाए, इसमें स्टॉप लॉस हिट हुआ होगा। तो ये आपको क्योंकि 1 की स्पीड से पता लगेगा, 4 की स्पीड से ना पता नहीं लगता, चलती बहुत तेज है। क्योंकि जब स्विंग 18 से कम की आ रही है ना, 19 या 20 से कम, तो यहाँ पर स्टॉप लॉसेस समवट
आपको इन स्विंग में भी ना आपको टीपी कम करना पड़ेगा।
यार, लेकिन हमें नहीं पता ना स्विंग इतनी है। एक तो याद रखें कि ये 2.5 पॉइंट तो आ ही रहे हैं हर स्विंग। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये आप
नर्वसनेस में आप जब ट्रेल करते रहेंगे तो आप तो क्लोज कर देंगे।
कोई ठीक है, लेकिन इतना थोड़ा आपने 50 देख लिया, 0 पे ब्लॉक कर दो। अब ये काम आपने को पायलट के तौर पे करना है, आपने उसको टेक ओवर करके आहिस्ता आहिस्ता करना है। सो ये है, इट शुड गिव एनफ। लेट मी सी इफ आई कीप रनिंग एट 8 द स्पीड, क्या हो रहा है जी। देखें ऑलरेडी $560 बन चुके हैं। अगर मैं इसको चलता रहने दूं, वो देखिए नीचे लिखा है स्ट्रैटेजी ने 560, 270, क्योंकि याद रखिए हर स्टॉप लॉस भी हिट हो रहा है साथ साथ 150।
वैसे कह रहा हूं कि इसको ड्राइव भी होने दिया जाए, इसको ट्रेल करें ना जब टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ताकि आपने एंड ऑफ द डे देख लेना कि 10 ट्रेड्स किए या 15 ट्रेड्स।
लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमने टीपी इतना बड़ा लगाया है कि वो हर दफा नहीं हिट होगा ना। तो वो हर दफा दूसरे, या तो टीपी छोटा करो कि यार हर ट्रेड में मुझे सिर्फ $100 दे दो और 300 का स्टॉप लॉस ले लो, फिर तो आपकी रेशियो अच्छा। हमने टीपी इतना बड़ा लगा दिया कि उसने हर ट्रेड में हिट नहीं करना, राइट। इसके लिए मैं ये कहता हूँ ये स्टैट्स हमें आएंगे 1 की स्पीड पे आके, इट विल मेक अस सम रीजनेबल अमाउंट ऑफ मनी, क्योंकि हर ट्रेड 485 पे नहीं जाना। अब ये माइनस और प्लस, माइनस और प्लस हर तरफ चलेगा। You have to trail yourself and see what is the maximum profit I saw in there. So anyway, if I hit close, it will get disabled. So you gotta enable it again. आपकी स्विंग 20 से ऊपर है ना, आप प्रॉफिट में आएंगे।
930 कर लो जी।
ठीक है, 930
स्पीड
हां 930 पे ले है
ये 929 क्योंकि 929 पे लोग स्ट्रेटजी को ऑन करेंगे ना, और हम फिर इसके बदले ही आज तो कितना लगाना है, टीपी कितना लगाना है।
टीपी आप 930 पे जो है ना वो आप लगा दे 15 पॉइंट का लगाएं, मेरा ख्याल है 15 पॉइंट का टीपी।
15 भी ज्यादा है मेरे भाई।
नहीं 15 का टीपी 930 की फर्स्ट मूवमेंट जो है ना राफी भाई, वो
40 पॉइंट दे दिए।
सिर्फ ये कह रहा हूं वोलेटिलिटी देख रहे हैं ना, 930 इज वोलेटिलिटी, आप 20 पॉइंट लगा
80
हां
80 देखते हैं पूरा स्टॉप लॉस होता है।
अब लगी है
ये नहीं अभी
सर, ये तो पहले 15 मिनट में फाइट कर लिया
ना यार से
सर, आपने वोलेटिलिटी में तो खेलना है इसमें,
9
कंसोलिडेशन में तो ये मार देगी।
कनेक्शन
ये उल्टा नीचे था,
कनेक्शन गए सर, प्लेबैक की था
और राफी भाई 830 पे आपको
आ रहा हूँ। अच्छा सॉरी
930 पे आया था,
हिस्टोरिकल
929
यस। एक सेकंड इसको पॉज कर दिया सर। कनेक्शंस ये लिखा प्ले को, फिर आप उस डेट में जाएं जो आपने देखी, नीचे डेट पे नीचे डेट लिखी है, फिर उसमें अपनी इंस्ट्रूमेंट करें और क्लिक करें डाउनलोड पे। सो आप करेंगे 930 पे चला
929 की तरफ
929 और स्ट्रैटेजी ऑन कर दी जाए 929 30 पे
40 पे कर
चले 50 पे कर।
हां 50 पे कर।
अब यहाँ पर ये टाइम चल रहा है, आपने सांप बैठे, आपने आगे बटन दबाया।
मुझे पता है इसमें क्या हुआ, नीचे होगी इसमें।
अच्छा नो प्रॉब्लम, ऊपर हो नीचे हो,
जानी ऊपर है एकदम।
हाँ
17 पॉइंट जानी हो।
हमें तो कोई परवाह नहीं,
हम दोनों तरफ करेंगे।
आपने तो दोनों तरफ करनी है।
17 पॉइंट
ओ भाई रुक जा
वो आपकी वो थी ना,
बनाई दी।
अब उसको तो क्लोज
अच्छा,
करना
इसको
पड़ेगा।
क्लोज करूं?
हाँ
इसको यूं करता हूँ,
हाँ,
अब अगला ट्रेड खुलेगा ऊपर बढ़ो।
यस
अब मैं हूँ
86 से रिवर्स।
हाँ स्पीड इवन कर ली, वन कर ली।
इस टाइम तो
नहीं इससे पीछे तो आप तो अब ये मार्केट कंडीशन,
इस टाइम तो बहुत ही
नहीं नहीं क्योंकि इससे नीचे तो हम कर नहीं पाएंगे।
मजा भी होती चाहिए ना, 9.5 रुपए। सर
क्या
ये
86
प्रॉफिट
लगा दिया?
पीएनएल इसका वो भी मतलब आगे
88 से
लेट हो रहा है, अगर कोई प्रॉफिट टेक कर रहा है तो
जैसे ये तेरे भाई ने भाई
ये देखिए जी अब 9:29 हो गए हैं और पहला ट्रेड खुला भाईजान वो देखिए, वो दे डन हो गया जी। पहला ट्रेड खुला
एग्जैक्ट
175।
15 पॉइंट दिए इसने आपको।
हाँ खुलते सर 26 पॉइंट दिए सर। ये
नहीं आपका टीपी 20 पॉइंट पे है ना,
हाँ
तो 15 से रिवर्स हो गया ना, ये 5 पॉइंट का गैप है।
ये मिड बैंड किया,
हाँ ये 5 पॉइंट का गैप है ना।
हाँ
ये
डन हो गया
हो गया डन।
और आपके $400 दिए उसने।
Yes.
और अगला ट्रेड
अगला ट्रेड ये भी
एक सेकंड, ये भी सही रहेगा,
नहीं,
किसने स्विंग दी है पड़ी?
ये
नहीं नहीं लेकिन $45 दे गई है।
हाँ हाँ 45 पहले आपको देगी
पहला देखिए मेरा कहने का मकसद है, पहली स्विंग खुली 9:29 पे, उसने आपको $400 दिए,
हाँ।
ठीक है 20 पॉइंट पकड़ लिए। मोस्ट पीपल का मसला ये होता है कि 9:29 पे जिनको ओसी ऑर्डर की बीमारी है वो मार्केट दबाते हैं।
हाँ
मैं मार्केट नहीं दबाना चाहता, मैं मूविंग एवरेज के साथ जाना चाहता हूँ। ये मूविंग के साथ
ये पास हो
ये उससे पास हो जाती
ये
है,
पास हो गई है।
पास हो गई। तो 9:29 और
मैं तो
मार्केट का मसला ये है, मार्केट आप दबाएंगे ना तो आपको देती 10 पॉइंट दूर है।
उसमें हम मार्केट जो दबाते हैं ना, वो हम 58 सेकंड्स पे दबाते हैं।
अच्छा वो भी देखें, लेकिन मैं उसमें ज्यादा अच्छा ये कर देता हूँ, मैं उसी ऑर्डर खोल देता हूँ,
हाँ।
लेकिन उसमें वो 20 पॉइंट मिस हो जाते हैं।
लेकिन आपका प्रॉब्लम है तो हाँ
हाँ,
ये
देखिए मेरे ओसी
अब
ऑर्डर
यहाँ पे आपका ओसी ऑर्डर होना ही नहीं था।
होना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि
क्योंकि
ओसी ऑर्डर में क्या मसला है कि पहले ऑलरेडी 20 पॉइंट मूव हो जाए,
हाँ।
फिर मुझे साथ लेके जाए।
Yes.
मेरे सारा प्रॉफिट ही तो उस
ये
20 पॉइंट का
की सबसे बेस्ट स्ट्रेटजी है।
अच्छा
असल
और हाँ जी।
जो ओसी ऑर्डर है वो हैज तो नहीं कंसिडर
नहीं हैज नहीं होता
दूसरा
वो
काट
इधर
जाएगा
और है। तो लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ओसी ऑर्डर पे 9:30 पे ये होता है, आपने लगाया कि यार राफे अगर 20 पॉइंट इधर खुली तो मुझे नीचे ले जाना, अगर इधर खुली तो कई दफा यही मेरे 20 पॉइंट होते हैं। देखिए यहाँ पर है, आप जाके इनेबल कर दो इसको 9:29-30 पे,
जिस तरफ जाएगी खुद ही
उठा लेंगे क्योंकि मूविंग एवरेज से चल रही है।
फॉरेन प्राइस को उठाएगी।
फॉरेन प्राइस को उसी प्राइस
क्योंकि ओसीओ में आपको दोनों को हाथ से
Yes,
बदलाना है।
yes,
नैरो
yes.
नैरो
जबरदस्त चीज
नैरो
है, कमाल।
चीज अच्छी है लेकिन इसके
आप
रिजल्ट
देखिए जरा नेगेटिव ना देखिए।
अच्छा, लेकिन याद
अगर मेरा
रखें
यहाँ निकल गया तो मैं तो स्वागत
नहीं वो ठीक है, लेकिन यहाँ पर मेरे भाई उसने आपको 2 पॉइंट 2.5 पॉइंट दे दिए हैं,
हाँ, हाँ।
$50 कंफर्म है।
लेकिन जितनी स्पीड देगा आपसे क्लोज होना ही नहीं है।
नहीं नहीं हमने
इसे अगर चलने दें इसको जरा एक मिनट, मैं कहता हूँ ये लॉस ही कनेक्ट कर
एक
नहीं ऐसे पैसे देते कि साहब 15 भी पहुंच जा रही थी।
नहीं ऊपर जाना है। नहीं मैं सिर्फ कह रहा हूँ ना 30 पॉइंट पूरे हो गए थे।
वो
आ गया
वो आ गया। दूसरा ट्रेड $800 का हो गया,
चैप्टर क्लोज अब
आपका चैप्टर क्लोज, और अभी आप 9:30 के अंदर हैं, 1 मिनट में आया ये काम।
ये ट्रेड होनी वॉलेटिलिटी के अंदर
टाइम है क्या ना
आपने 9:29 पे इनेबल की स्ट्रेटजी और उसने आपको स्विंग ऊपर जाते हुए 20 पॉइंट दिए, $400 वो। दूसरी स्ट्रेटजी खोली, 56 का स्टॉप लॉस था, वो ऊपर थोड़ी सी गई लेकिन रिवर्स आ गई और आप अभी 9:30 के अंदर ही हैं और उसने आपको दूसरा डाउन का ट्रेड दिया और आप डन हो गए। लेट्स सी, कोई बात नहीं।
अच्छा आपने इसमें नोट किया कि जो इसमें छोटे गैप से ना
वो नहीं खराब हुआ,
उसने खराब
पता है क्यों? 56 का स्टॉप लॉस नहीं हुआ
उसने वो स्ट्रेटजी को खराब नहीं होने
हाँ
और वो छोटे लॉसेस भी नहीं दिए।
यस
इसमें वॉलेटिलिटी भी ज्यादा है।
ये देखिए चले दे, नो प्रॉब्लम। 45 पॉइंट, 40 पॉइंट,
और बड़ी आर वाता करना है इसमें।
नो प्रॉब्लम। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ
जो ट्रेन जो ट्रेन करता है
नहीं कर सकते। एक सेकंड,
अगली
अगली
बाय उठा दी
35-50 नो प्रॉब्लम बाई किया
20 पॉइंट वो आपको यहाँ पे ना एक 1.5 पॉइंट तो जरूर देगी। ये स्टॉप लॉस नहीं होना पाता।
ओके हो जाए 15 लाख जो
तो क्लोज करने क्लोज ऑटोमेटिकली
देगी पैसे। 18 से ऊपर निकल गए ना स्विंग, वो देखे तीसरा ट्रेड आपका ग्रीन का, ये $1200 हो गया,
चैप्टर क्लोज।
ये 1200 का आ गया, लेकिन $120 1 माइक्रोन, 1200 और भी चल रहा है $55। लेट्स सी
तो माइक्रो में प्लीज देखना कि सारे पैसे बन जाते हैं अगर आप
अच्छा इसमें इसने लॉस लगा के ट्रेड नहीं उठाया
नहीं उठाया क्योंकि जब तक स्टॉप लॉस नहीं हो, इसलिए
और मेरा ख्याल है वो गैप बढ़ा ही रखना
जब
चाहिए।
तक मैं आपको ये बता रहा हूँ, आपको $50 नजर आए ना, आप उसको खींच कर नीचे ले आओ, वरना आपको दूसरी साइड का स्विंग में
राफी की तो मौका ही नहीं देगी आपको।
नहीं देगी दे देगी। इतना तो बंदा कर लेता है कि
9:30 पे नहीं
ट्रेड खुलते सार आप फिर ये आप 9:30 वाला ना करो। एनीवे नो प्रॉब्लम, चलिए अगला
लेकिन ये ठीक है कोई बात नहीं।
अभी चार्ट रेट बनती है
तो 1200 में से आपका 400 का लॉस हुआ ना।
हाँ।
4 या 5
नहीं देखो कुछ
लॉस लेने हिट करना है
नहीं करना है बिल्कुल, लेकिन 80 की कर रहे हैं। मैं ये ना लॉसेस ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ मेजर नहीं कर पा रहे। ਜਦੋਂ 100 ट्रेडर 100 ट्रेड बन जाएगा, मेरे को 1000 ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਡੇਟਾ ਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਲੋਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਐਨਕਿਊ ਕਰਨਗੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਐਮਐਨਕਿਊ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹ 2-2 ਲਾਟਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ ਐਨਕਿਊ, ਉਹ ਉੱਤੇ 1200 ਮੈਂ नहीं, लेकिन ਇਹਦੇ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ मैं ਦੱਸੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ 100 ट्रेड ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ 100 ट्रेड ਪੜੇ और उन्होंने 50 देखिया 100 देखिया, सानू ना ऑप्टिमल ला लेना चाहिए इन्ना।
अगर 5
देखो वो ਤੁਹਾਡੇ
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੂਵ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਨਾ
नहीं स्टॉप लॉस तो मूव करेंगे ना, टीपी तो थल्ले लगा है नहीं सर, लेकिन नैस्डैक दे देती है ना।
4 बड़े स्टॉप लॉस रखे
सेम टाइम ਤੇ 9 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 9:55
हाँ 9 तो 11
ਜਾਂ 11 ਵਜੇ ਜਦ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਇਸ ਵਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਤਾਂ
नहीं फेस तो दोनों मैनुअल
manually
करोड़ करता मैं, चलो सारे आप मैं देखो इतने ला देना
ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼
स्पेशली जिस दिन न्यूज़ में
ਇੱਕ ਸਾਈਕਲ
ਇਹਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਤਿੰਨ ਜਲਦੀ
ਉਹਦੇ ਮੋਸਟ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ
ਉਹ ਬੰਦੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੀ 18 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਰਫ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਹੈ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਿੰਗ ਫਿਕਸ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਾ ਕੇ
ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ 29 ਤੋਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ
फिर तो बेटा मसला
ਇਹ ਵੀ ਥੋੜਾ
नहीं वो देखो सर देखो 80 तो ना रेसिपी दे देता है, वो जेड़े तो कुछ मेजोरिटी मेरे चले गए ने एंड ऑफ डे एपेक्स लेकिन मेजोरिटी मेरा यूजर है ना वो चला गया लूसिड दे विच या चला गया फंड इंडेक्स दे विच, इवन फंड इंडेक्स विच एंड ऑफ डे ਉਹਦੇ ਚ
ਨਹੀਂ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਫॉर ट्रेडिंग
नहीं ट्रेडिंग नहीं सर मैं कर रहे हैं
ਅੱਛਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਟੇਕ
ਕਈ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ
ਚਲਾ
ਦੇ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਫਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਪੀਐਚਓ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਿੰਗ ਚਲਾ
ਇੱਕ ਸਿਰਫ ਟੇਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ एंड ऑफ डे नहीं है, बाकी सारे आस्ता आस्ता एंड ऑफ डे जा रहे हैं।
ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਇਵੈਲੂਏਸ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਐਂਡ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਡੇ
हाँ यस ਉੱਥੇ ਬਸ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਸੌਰੀ ਤਿੰਨ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਆ ਕੇ ਪੀਐਚ
ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਸਪੇਰਾ
ਦੋ ਦਾ
ਹਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆ
ਇਹ ਦਾ ਸੇਮ ਥਿੰਗ
नहीं फिर दो फिर दो फिर टारगेट दो कर देते हैं,
ਮੈਂ ਤੇ
टारगेट कट कर हाँ, लेकिन एंड ऑफ डे नहीं है ना
परफेक्ट
हाँ
ਪਤਾ ਕਿਉਂ
ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਉਹ ਕੰਪਨੀ
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਖਬਰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਰ ਜੇ 25000 ਵਾਲਾ ਪੇਰੋਲ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ 25000 ਦੀ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ कि 25000 ਦੀ
25 भी पहले 1500 दूसरे 1500 बस that's it।
ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਹਾਂ ਚਲੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ 3000 ਤੋਂ 2000 ਮਿਲੇਗਾ ਤਾਂ 25000 ਛੇ ਛੇ
नहीं 25000 छा ਜਾਂਦਾ 2000 ਥੱਲੇ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ 2000 अच्छा टारगेट ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਫਿਰ ਡਰਾ ਡਾਊਨ हाँ राउंड ऑफ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2000
ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ 25000 ਵਾਲਾ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ 1500
ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ में हाँ
ਫਿਰ 15 ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਕੁਝ ਚੇਂਜ
अब ये लेट्स से यार ट्रेड लगा है ना, मेरी गोल ये होगी कि मैं किसी तरह जल्द से जल्द इसको
लेकिन उसने अगर रिजेक्शन भी बनाने गई
नहीं बेशक गई है, लेकिन यार इतने ये तीसरा ट्रेड 1310 है, अगर आपके स्टॉप लॉसेस भी हिट हो रहे हैं तो वॉलेटिलिटी में स्विंग बहुत बड़ी है,
सिर्फ 5 मिनट फर्स्ट है
सारे निकल जाते हैं ट्रेड से बड़े से बड़ा। अब अगला ट्रेड है, आपने अगर स्लो मार्केट में करना है, मुझे सिर्फ आपसे ये रिजल्ट चाहिए कि मैंने मेरा स्टॉप लॉस कितना है, नहीं लगा अभी तक नहीं लगा क्योंकि मैंने उसको 56 का स्टॉप लॉस दिया ताकि मेरे फेक रिजेक्शन विक और गैप ट्रेड ना आए दरमियान, ये लग गया। ठीक है, मैंने ये चीज
ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਜੇ
चला के सब
ਜੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕੋਈ ਟੈਸਟਿੰਗ ਹੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਬਸ ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਚੈਟਰੀ ਲੈਤੀ ਹੈ ਅਗਰ ਇਹ ਰਾਈਟ ਹੋਈ 10-60 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਪਲੱਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ 10 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਪਲੱਸ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਤੋਂ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਰਾਈਟ ਵਿਲ ਕਲੋਜ਼
करते नहीं चाहिए सर। देखो मैं कह रहा ਅਸੀਂ
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਉਹ ਹੈ
नैस्डैक इतनी तेज है, लेकिन ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਵੋਲੈਟਿਲਿਟੀ ਚੁੱਕਣਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਹਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਅਪਰੋਚ ਤੋਂ ਲੈਗਾ। ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ 3 ਮਹੀਨੇ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕੱਢਿਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੇ 37,000 ਕੱਢ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ।
ਅੱਛਾ
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਟੇਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਤੋਂ 37 ਲੈ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਖੋਲਦਾ ਹੈ, ਵੋਲੇਟਿਲਿਟੀ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ 4-500 ਕਰਕੇ ਕਾਪੀਅਰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਏ, ਰਾਈਟ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰੋ ਮਾਈਕਰੋ, 1 ਕਰੋ 2 ਕਰੋ, ਫਿਕਸ ਕਰੋ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਜਾਣਾ ਅੰਦਰ, ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਕਾਫੀ ਤੂੰ ਇਦਾਂ ਕਰ,
ਮਾਈਕਰੋ ਚ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ 5 ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਹਾਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਬਚਾਉਣਾ।
ਹਾਂ
ਕੋਈ ਲਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਘੱਟ ਤੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਿੰਗ।
ਹੁਣ ਦੇਖੋ ਫॉर एग्जांपल ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੂਵ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ
ਉਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ
ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ
ਅੱਛਾ ਸਟਾਪ ਲਾਸ ਅਟੈਚ ਕਰਕੇ
ਆ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ।
ਬਾਹਰ
ਉਹ लेकिन वो
नहीं, लेकिन वो
साइड
हिट हो
ये आपने स्टॉप लॉस लगाया उसके अंदर हुआ
जी एंट्री ऑटोमेटिक
नहीं नहीं होता है, उसको मैनुअली ट्रैक करते हैं।
सर इसमें आइडिया बहुत ज्यादा वो ट्रैक कर
नहीं देखो मैं देखो ऐसे क्या करता हूं, मैं स्टॉप लॉस
लेकिन
लगा
वो खुलते साथ ही नहीं आ जाएगा रिफ्लेक्टेड।
पाने नहीं शुरू तो वैसे ही होगा
5 पॉइंट की
बाद में ट्रैक करने के बजाय
लेकिन एक भी मूव होगा तो वो साथ ही आ जाएगा।
देख ना
कैच हो जाएगा।
स्टॉप लॉस
सर उसको अटैच कर सकते हैं स्टॉप लॉस।
हाँ ट्रेल करवा सकते हैं, वो खुद ही ट्रेल करता जाएगा।
हाँ
बिटकॉइन के साथ
तो वो बजाय ट्रैक
वो भी है ऑटो ट्रेल। मैं पहले बिगिनर्स को सिर्फ क्योंकि अगला भी देख चुका हूँ, क्योंकि उनको वो ट्रेलिंग तक कैपेसिटी नहीं रखते, अभी ट्रेलिंग को समझ नहीं।
कंट्रोल पी
नहीं नहीं इसमें सिस्टम है,
हाँ
वो आप सेट कर सकते हो कि पीछे कितना चलता है। मैं ये कहता हूँ, आप कहते हो यार मुझे ना लॉसेस बुक नहीं करने, लेकिन मेरा टीपी छोटा रहा है, मुझे बड़ी स्विंग से मतलब नहीं, ठीक है। आप कहते हो कि यार 2.5 पॉइंट मैं लेता हूँ हर ट्रेड में, 2.5 पॉइंट 50 तक तो हम आ गए। 50 का क्या मतलब है, 4-10 टिक्स। आप कहते हो यार मैंने हर ट्रेड में से आई डोंट केयर स्विंग 40 पॉइंट की है, मुझे 2.5 पॉइंट चाहिए, ये आप कहते हैं ना।
मैं कहते 5 का तो इजी, क्योंकि जेड़ा भी मिनिमम मीटी है ना 4 तो 5 का मिनिमम का है ही ना।
नहीं आई नो, लेकिन कई बार वो नहीं करते ना।
2 पॉइंट का नहीं, 2 पॉइंट का कुछ भी नहीं।
मूविंग एवरेजेस पहले और देखो याद रखना, मूविंग एवरेज ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਮਿਡ ਪੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, ਉਹ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ मूविंग एवरेज ਤੇ ਐਵਰੇਜ ਕੱਢਣੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟਾਈ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਉਹ 7.5 ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ।
अच्छा
वो भी तो ऐड करना है ना, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो स्विंग आ चुकी है ਵਿੱਚ, क्योंकि अगर 17 पॉइंट ਦੀ स्विंग है, वो ऑलरेडी 10 पॉइंट ट्रैवल कर चुकी है, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਪਿਕ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਐਵਰੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ।
ये इस तरह है सीधा है कि अगर इतना चाहते तो इफ तो हम 40 पॉइंट की ट्रिक वो चाहिए, 40 पॉइंट की हो चाहिए ताकि 10 ऑलरेडी गए 30 एक्स्ट्रा करके ताकि से हिट करोगे, ठीक है।
हाँ वो नहीं करते ना, वो रीजनेबल नहीं है। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਨਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਟੀਮਲ ਨੰਬਰ ਕੱਢਣਾ ਹੈ।
क्योंकि ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ 30 ਪੁਆਇੰਟਸ ਦਾ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਨਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਘਟਾਉਣਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਰੱਖਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੁਣ ਖੁਦ ਟ੍ਰੇਲ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਸ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਕੱਢਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੀ 50 ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਏ, ਮਿਨੀਮਮ 40 ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਏ, 30 ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਏ, 20 ਆਏ, ग्रीन कितना आंदा है, मैंने उस लॉसेस की परवाह ही नहीं है।
सर ऑटो ट्रेल ऑन करते हैं 2.5 पॉइंट का रख के
नहीं ये देखिए, लेकिन मैं अभी 2.5 करते हैं, चलिए अभी 2.5 कर लेते हैं। हम क्या करते हैं, ये रिसर्च इमीडिएटली आंसर नहीं आता, ये रिसर्च 100 ट्रेडर के बाद आएगा। और आप इसको अनअटेंडेड नहीं छोड़ सकते,
वो तो करते भी नहीं करना है, वो सब तो जरा जरूरी।
चलिए मैं स्टॉप लॉस बताते हैं कितने का, कितने पॉइंट, ये 2.5 पॉइंट का टीपी है, ठीक है। अब हम यहाँ से फ्रेश से स्टार्ट करेंगे, ठीक है। कि हर मूविंग एवरेज पे 2.5 पॉइंट के बाद वो खुद ही करेगा। 2.5 पॉइंट मूव हो गई, उसने 2.5 पॉइंट पक्के कर दिए, उससे आगे आए मुझे परवाह नहीं है। वो स्विंग 40 की है, 50 की है, मुझे 2.5 पॉइंट चाहिए,
2.5 पॉइंट ले लेगा, राइट।
हाँ
10 तो बाद
नहीं 10 हो 8 हो, मूविंग एवरेज के साथ चलता है, वो फिक्स नहीं है। मैंने आपसे कहा कि यार 2.5 पॉइंट के बाद लॉक इन हो जाए।
वैसे आप सेम बेसिस क्वेश्चन करेंगे, जब एंट्री हुई तो कह रहे हो 10 पॉइंट तो बाद है।
हाँ
10 पॉइंट
बिल्कुल सही।
अगर 2 पॉइंट अपन लेते तो 12.5 की टोटल रन होनी चाहिए।
एग्जैक्टली सर, मैं ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੈਲਕੂਲੇਟ ਕਰਦਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ 17 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਦੀ ਰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਵਿੱਚ 2.5 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ। ਉਹ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਦੇਖੋ ਨੈਸਡੈਕ ਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਪੀਡ ਹੈ, ਨਿਆਗਰਾ ਫਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫੜਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ 10 ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕਈ ਦਫਾ 9 ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕਈ ਦਫਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਸਕਿਪ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਆਰਡਰ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇੱਕ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਸੈਟ ਹੈ ਯਾਰ, ਹਰ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ 2.5 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ, ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੱਕਾ। ਜਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਓਪਨ ਤੋਂ ਬ੍ਰੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਦੇ मैं खुद ही कर लूंगा क्लोज। अगर क्लोज अच्छी मैनू शायद 0 ਤੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਵੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ +500 ਚ ਬੰਦ, ਮੈਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਬ੍ਰੈਕਟ ਵੱਡੀ ਖੋਲੋ ਤੇ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਵੋਲੇਟਿਲਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਚੁੱਕੋ ਨਾ। ਦੇਖੇ 929 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 3 ਸਵਿੰਗਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ, ਇੱਕ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਥੱਲੇ, ਇੱਕ ਉੱਤੇ 20 40 ਲਏ, 1200 ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ, ਖਤਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਰਾਈਟ। ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਹੈ।
20 ਮਿਲ ਗਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ?
ਸਰ 40 ਦੀ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਆਈ ਨਾ,
40 ਤੇ ਆਈ 10 ਦੀ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਲਿੱਤੀ।
ਹਾਂ।
30
30 ਫੜੇ ਨਾ,
ਫੜੇ ਨਾ 20
ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹੋਗੇ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਵਿੱਚ 20 ਦੇ ਦੇ, ਇਸ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਵਿੱਚ 20 ਦੇ ਦੇ,
ਸੈੱਟ ਕਰਨਾ
ਸੈੱਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਏਗਾ ਨਾ। ਇਹ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੈੱਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਇੱਕ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਦੇਖੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ 3 ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਬਣਾ ਲਓ ਥੱਲੇ, ਇੱਕ ਥੱਲੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਗਈ, ਇੱਥੇ ਰਾਈਟ ਬਣਾ ਲਈ।
ਟਾਈਮਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ
ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਦੇਖੋ, ਇਹ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ, ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਨੇਬਲ। ਇਹ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ 56 ਤੇ 120 ਦੀ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਗਿਆ,
ਨੇਮ ਕਿਦਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ?
ਨਹੀਂ ਨੇਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਬਣਾਈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਲਿਆਏ, ਸੌਰੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਲਿਆਏ, ਇੱਥੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਯੂਜ਼ਰ ਨੇਮ ਪਾਸ ਕੀਤਾ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਯਾਰ ਤੂੰ 56 ਤੇ 10 ਲੈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 2 ਆ ਗਈਆਂ ਥੱਲੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੀ ਫਰਸਟ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰੀ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ 10 2.5 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖੁਦ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਇਨੇਬਲ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਇਟਸ ਓਕੇ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਨੇਬਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਬੈਕ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਇਹ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ 929 ਤੇ 50 ਤੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਵੱਡੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਵੋਲੇਟਿਲਿਟੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਇਹ 929 ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਹ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਜਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਣੇ ਹੀ 10 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ, ਮੈਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਵਿੰਗ ਔਨ ਕਰਦਾ, ਇਹ ਛੋਟਾ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਔਨ ਕੀਤਾ, ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਰੀਅਲਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਔਰ ਸਿਰਫ 2.5 ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਪਿਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, और कुछ नहीं पिक कर, हर बारी, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम, लेट इट रन।
इनेबल कर
है,
इनेबल कर
हुई, लेकिन ये कौन सी, नहीं मैं सर उल्टी क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी नहीं लग रही चाहिए, और तो $80 दे गई। मैं आई नीड टू डबल चेक।
ऊपर वाली पहला हुई,
हाँ एग्जैक्टली थोड़ा जब मैं पीछे ले आना है सर, क्योंकि मेरा ख्याल है उन्हें स्टैक थल्ले कर रहा है। 5 मिनट दो सर, आई नो हैप्पी जी थक गए ने। अच्छा ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ 2010 ਵਾਲੀ, ਸੌਰੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਹੈ 2010 ਨਹੀਂ 56 ਤੇ 10,
यही है शायद।
हाँ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੈ 56 ਤੇ 120 ਵਾਲੀ, ਉੱਤੇ ਆती है, ठीक है। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੀਤਾ ऑन।
सही, दूसरी स्ट्रेटेजी कौन सी है?
मैंने इसी में आप जितनी मर्जी एक स्ट्रेटजीज की कॉपी बनाते जाए, पर इन बेस करते जाए कि मैंने स्विंग बड़ी लेनी है, मिडिल लेनी है, स्मॉल मीडियम लार्ज लेनी है। तो आपने सुबह ले ली एक वाली, मिडिल में दूसरी, लेकिन आपको एक ही वक्त में काम हो जाना है यार, उसने फायरवर्क्स खोलने, आपको उसी ऑर्डर लगाने की।
कॉपी कैसे करते हैं?
मैंने कॉपी नहीं की, मैंने सिर्फ जाके एक और स्ट्रेटजी ऐड कर ली है, एक और स्ट्रेटजी लूं और उसी को दोबारा तीसरी दफा कॉपी कर लिया ना,
ठीक है।
तो आई जस्ट एडेड सेम,
और
और उसकी सेटिंग्स बदल दी। तो लो सर आपके लिए मैंने ये 2.5 पॉइंट की बनाई है, 56 पॉइंट का हमने 13 चौके 52, 14 पॉइंट स्टॉप लॉस, 2.5 पॉइंट टीपी, और ये बनी 9:29:50 पे, और इसको हमने किया इनेबल, और लो जी ऑन कर दी। लेट्स सी व्हाट डज इट गिव मी। एंड 929 पे बड़ी स्विंग वाली देनी चाहिए, छोटी वैसे मजा नहीं आएगा। लेकिन आपने कहा यार मुझे हाई में $50 तो मिल जाएंगे ना, लो जी आपके 50 हो गए, $250 बन चुके हैं आपके। वो देखिए वो नीचे लिखा हुआ 250 बन चुके हैं, 345 बन चुके हैं, वो देखें नीचे सर, वो देखें, वो रियलाइज जाके देखें 395 बन चुके हैं।
तो बैठने की लोड नहीं, प्लस हिट जे उन्हें कभी स्टॉप लॉस
चल
नहीं करना, क्योंकि जाने नहीं।
$95 बन चुके हैं। ये अगला चला गया आपका अभी यहाँ स्टॉप लॉस हिट हो गया, 195 वापस दे दी क्योंकि वो स्विंग इतनी बड़ी नहीं थी, सिर्फ 18 की थी। तो आपने या तो 395 के बाद सारे वापस कर दिए क्योंकि स्टॉप लॉस बड़ा था।
स्टॉप लॉस मुझे नहीं आ रही हर बार
सर माइक्रो पे है ना,
तो ज्यादा
हाँ,
फास्ट
लेकिन बात पता क्या, मैं आपको बात
पैसा भी तो कम करेंगे।
ये आप पे डिपेंड करता है। मैं आपने जो
पॉइंट ठीक है जी,
सर आप देखिए मेरी बात, आपको फ्लेवर पसंद है ये वाला, मैंने सिर्फ आपको एंट्री देनी। आई डोंट केयर कि आपने उसमें से 5 पॉइंट लेने,
वो एपिटाइट अपनी
2.5 लेने, आपके रिस्क पे।
ਗੱਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ
हाँ जी
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਭੈੜੇ
नहीं, नहीं,
ਲਾਹੌਰ
नहीं।
ਵੀ ਭੈੜੇ ਗੱਲ ਪਤਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ 200 ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਮੈਨੂਅਲੀ
अच्छा हाँ
ਜੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਡਿਸਪਲਿਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਹੈਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਵੀ ਡਿਸਪਲਿਨ
नहीं, लेकिन यार इनको एंट्री नहीं लेनी आ रही।
मैं एक बात कर रहा हूँ
हाँ
चले 1 2 3 बंदों को आप निकाल दें
हाँ
जो जितने शौक से आ रहे हैं ना कराएं 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 खुद 200 300 बना लेते हैं लेकिन जब डिसिप्लिन वहां नहीं है
अच्छा यहाँ पर भी
यहाँ पे भी डिसिप्लिन नहीं होना उनका
पता क्या, ये मैंने अब आपको बताया, आपने 345 बनाए, सही बात, और आपने
उसी क्या 345 बढ़ के जा रहा है तो मशीन लागी सारे वापस चले जाने
नहीं, इन्होंने बात यही की थी, ये मैं 23 का मोटर सड़ जाएगी,
हाँ
मोटर बच्चा खाली चलती रहेगी,
बिल आ जाना तुझे कहना ये तो पलियों पै रहे हैं
कमीशन ज्यादा देना है।
ये बात सही है।
ठीक है माइनर
नहीं देखिए, ये आपको एक टूल दे रहे हैं, ये आपके लिए कोई गारंटी नहीं, क्योंकि अगर आपकी स्विंग 16 से कम आई ना आपका स्टॉप लॉस हिट हो जाता है, मैं आपको भी बता रहा हूँ।
सीधी बात है और देखो 395 के बंदे के बन गए
हाँ
उन्होंने खुरक रहनी है
यस
कि भाई मैं ले लवा और अगर मैनुअल तो नहीं कर पा रहे कंट्रोल के उन्हें थे कंट्रोल करना
ठीक है,
मैं बना सकते हैं।
इसे 1.5 महीने से
बात सुनिए,
माइनस
इसको-
क्लोज नहीं की थी
की बात सुन ली कि यार ये तो हम लगा के सो जाएगी,
बात
हमें
ये है
क्या
कि-
काम है।
NASDAQ में एवरेज है 100 200 मिलते हैं पॉइंट
हाँ
मैं 900 475 पॉइंट ही लेते हैं
इसका मिसयूज
ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਆ
कुछ भी नहीं।
ਉਹਦਾ 475 ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨਾ
नहीं उस तो बाद भी
जब
200 200 हाँ, जब
50 वाली
मैं
अच्छी
तो
चल
महीना डेढ़ हो गया
हाई
कोई
पॉइंट
माइनस
बन
कोई
रहे हैं।
क्लोज नहीं किया था कोई काउंट भी नहीं उड़ाया
ठीक है फिर
अब तक मैं बढ़िया चल रहा है मैं तो कहीं गया तो बढ़िया है कहीं
It's okay. ये सिर्फ उन लोगों के लिए जिनको नैस्डैक में स्ट्रगलिंग आ रही है, आप नहीं एंटर कर पा रहे, अभी भी हम -345 से +205 पे चले गए हैं। अब आपके पास एक डिसीजन है, 930 पे शुरू हुए, 933 पे, अब हैप्पी है।
पूरा दिन पिया जनाब पूरा दिन पिया 5 बजे मार्केट बंद होनी कैसी दिन लगा 5 बजे मार्केट बंद होनी है मैं बिलियनर होना रात तक कर
2-3 चीजों पर गल कर
ले यार
यही मसला है।
स्ट्रेटजी पे जाएंगे
भाई प्रॉब्लम ये है डिसिप्लिन नहीं है
ये दूसरा एक भी ये तो 400 ये एक मैंने कहा था कि एक अकाउंट तो शुरू करना चाहिए एक अकाउंट 300 बन गया बंद
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਕੰਕਲੂਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਲਦੀ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ, मैं स्ट्रेटजी ਨੂੰ बिलीव नहीं करता एट ऑल, 0% पता है कि बहुत अच्छी लग रही है यहाँ पर,
हाय
बड़ी खूबसूरत लग रही है, हम प्ले
अंडे हैं मुर्गियां होंगी
हाँ।
फार्म बनाऊंगा पूरे शहर में ट्रक है
मेरा सवाल लगा
नहीं
डाउनलोड नहीं किया
ਸਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਯਾਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਲਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ
मैं की चाह रही हूँ, छੱਡते हो यार
मैं
अकाउंट
वैसे कह रहे मैं स्ट्रेटजी
यार जे तो 475 पॉइंट दे के मैं ला रहा
लोड ही नहीं है मैं नहीं ले रहा
पॉइंट भी नहीं तुम ले
यार फिर वही गल
आई तो कहते हैं
की ना मैं
पॉइंट
जतिन
जतिन
सुनो यार, मैं बैठा
सुनो सुनो
मैं सुनो जी क्या है
मेरी गल सुनो, मेरी गल,
मेरी
मैं
बात सुन लो
मैंने पहले
पहले मेरे वो उन्होंने सवाल किया था कि जवाब देना
बड़ा की जवाब
जतिन मैं जेडी इस स्ट्रेटजी पे सवाल कर रहे ना तो ना तो मैं डाउनलोड की ना मैं करनी है मेरा अपना मैं तो ना
सिस्टम
डाउनलोड
चल रहा है ना,
डाउनलोड नहीं की मैं सवाल
वैसे ही खाल दस
नॉलेज मेरी ਵਧੇਗੀ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ
नहीं
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਭਾਈਜਾਨ ਜੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਜਾਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਰਸਤਾ ਕਿ ਪੁੱਛੀਏ
ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਸੇਮ ਰੇਟ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੇਮ ਨੈਸਡੈਕ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ इसकी मार्केट बता
अच्छा
ਯਾਰ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਯਾਰ
475 पॉइंट ले
आंसर
अभी ध्यान नहीं मिल जाते
सुनता है
ਪਤਾ ਯਾਰ ਸਾਡੀ
मेरी बकवास तो सुन लो।
ਓਏ ਉਹ ਚੌਧਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਪੰਚਾਇਤ ਚ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਚੌਧਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ
मेरी बकवास है कि देखो फ्राइडे ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਂਚ ਕੀਤਾ,
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
ਮੈਨੂੰ 3 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਮੇਰੇ ਚਿੱਤੜ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਬਾਲ ਛਿੱਟੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਉਹ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਨੇ, ਇੰਨੀ ਮੈਂ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ, ਚਲੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਰਾਤੀ 10 ਵਜੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰ ਲਈ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਯਾਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਬਣੇ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਰਾਤ ਭਾਈ 5 ਸੇ ਬਣਦੇ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੂੰ ਸੋ ਜਾ ਜਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੂੰ ਸੋ ਜਾ। ਰਾਤੀ 11 ਵਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, बैक करते डेवलपर्स मिक्स आके। ओके, फ्राइडे हम इसकी बात करेंगे 4 हफ्ते बाद। 4 हफ्ते हो रहे हैं, ठीक है। 4 हफ्ते से पहले स्ट्रैटेजी पे बात नहीं होगी। आप इसको मिनी करें। मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ 4 हफ्ते कोई अकाउंट ही ना जोड़े। आप कह रहे हैं मैंने इसको एक अकाउंट जोड़ना है। मैं आपसे कुछ और रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ। मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ मेरे भाई, मुझे एक लॉग बना दें। 100 ट्रेडर और 100 जब तक रिजल्ट्स नहीं आएगा, 1000 ट्रेड के बाद मैं कोई एक कॉन्क्रीट निकाल सकता हूँ कि गौरव भाई कि हमने इसको टेस्ट किया 1000 दफा। उसके जो ऑप्टिमल रिजल्ट्स आए ना, वो ये थे कि यार एटलीस्ट $50 बन रहे हैं, ठीक है। फिर मैं एक कॉन्क्रीट एक अनाउंसमेंट कर सकता हूँ, जो क्योंकि 100 ट्रेडर्स का वॉलंटियर होगा, उसमें से आप मेहनत कर रहे हो ना, आपको यार मैंने माइक्रो लिए, आप अपना टेस्ट सिनेरियो कर दो। आपको यार मैं माइक्रो करता हूँ, मैंने इसमें से इतने लिए, मैं उसको ये बिलीव कर रहा हूँ ट्रेड कम पकड़ो, स्विंग बड़ी पकड़ो। हमारा और आपस में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट पता क्या जा रहा है? मैं कहता हूं बड़ी स्विंग हो, ट्रेड कम हो। आप कह रहे हो यार मुझे स्टॉप लॉस मैंने लेने हैं एक एक कम पॉइंट, ठीक है, ट्रेड नंबर ज्यादा हो जाएंगे या माइक्रो हो जाएंगे।
2 लाख
सर देखें, सर देखें वही स्ट्रैटेजी 933 पे आपको $1300 दिए, सर 6 लाख के लगे या $780 माइनस हो गए हैं। आप मोटर सड़ जाएगी, मोटर क्या बड़े से बड़ा अकाउंट सड़ जाएगा। स्ट्रैटेजी आपको हेल्प करती है एक एंट्री पॉइंट के लिए। आप जितना उसको तेज चलाएंगे, 9:30 पे खुली, 9:30 30 सेकंड में 800 बने। इस वक्त वही 50 वाली लगाई हुई है, मैंने चेंज भी नहीं की। इसमें स्टॉप 10x वाला है ना, तो उसके अंदर कंसोलिडेशन शुरू हो गई सारे। आप प्लस 1300 से माइनस, आप कह रहे थे यार मैंने छोटी स्विंग लेनी है, रिस्क बड़ा है, तो उसमें आप माइनस 750 में।
तो डेली जो नोटिस वाली गल, हाँ व्हेन यू सी के 400 500 तो आया भी हैगा 415 1500, ठीक है
नहीं रुकता यार, ये मेरी आप
नहीं भाई एक मिनट नहीं रुकता सर, अगर जवाब दे।
हाँ, रुकता ही नहीं।
यदि की छोटी है कि पहले आती 500 बन जाएगा, पहले आती 600 बढ़ गया तो
ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਲਾਸ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਟਾਪ ਲਾਸ ਇਸ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਲਾਸ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਟਾਪ ਲਾਸ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਹਿੱਟ ਕਰੋ ਲਾਸ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ।
ਮੈਂ ਉਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਰਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ,
ਬਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਵਾਲਾ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ,
4 ਵਾਰੀ ਰਿਟਰਨ ਲਿਆ,
ਜੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਦਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਤਾਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਓ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਜਨਾਬ ਵੱਡੇ ਭਾਈ
ਨਹੀਂ
ਗੁੱਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਾ
ਵੈਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਹੁਣ ਨੇਚਰ
ਜਾਤੇ हैं यार।
4 कितने हैं, 2 कितने हैं, 4 कितने हैं, उस 600 बनता है।
ਅੱਛਾ ਦੇਖੋ ਹੁਣ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣੋ, ਇਹ ਗੱਡੀ
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ
ਹੁਣ ਸੁਣੋ ਨਾ ਗੱਲ, ਇਹ ਗੱਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਹੈ,
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪੇ ਮਾਰੋਗੇ ਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਰਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਰ ਦਾਂਗਾ ਨਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕੱਢਣੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਪੇ ਮਾਰ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਆਂਦਾ।
मतलब
ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਤੇ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਜੋ ਉਡਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਭਾਈ ਆਪੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਟਰਗਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਡਾਓ ਨਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਝ ਵੀ ਪੱਲੇ ਪਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਮਾਰ ਖਾਦੀ ਹੈ।
एंड ऑफ द डे सीखना तो हमने
मेरी गल दिल से लिया करो, शायद मेरा अंदाजे बयान जरा ऊंचा है लेकिन यह गल है ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਨਾ ਯਾਰ ਤਾਬੇਦਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਲ टच करके अज्यूम ना कर लो कि कुछ निकल आई है।
सर मैं इस फेवर में जा रहा हूँ, आप नंबर ऑफ ट्रेड कम करें और स्विंग बड़ी रखें, क्योंकि अभी तक मैं 938 हो गया और प्लस 1300 से माइनस 1000 पे हूँ, क्योंकि ये स्टॉप लॉसेस खा जाएंगे आप। ये स्विंग्स क्योंकि नैस्डैक की ना कोई सर पैर नहीं होता।
नहीं, नैस्डैक जो चलती है ना वो सारी कैलकुलेशन के बाद चलती है।
यस
आपने 9:30 बजे भी अगर डिसीजन लेना है, 8:30 बजे जो आपके पास एनालिसिस आता है उसको पढ़ के
यस
स्ट्रेटजी ने एनालिसिस हुआ कर रहा है, उन्हें तो उधर ही चढ़ना है स्विंग ने मूव होना है।
यस ये स्विंग बेस्ड है ना।
या
एनीवे लॉन्ग स्टोरी शॉर्ट, जो भी इसको डाउनलोड
कोई गल नहीं हो जाएगा,
इसको
अपना
करे, रिपोर्ट करे, फिर आप लगाओ, आप मिनी करो, माइक्रो करो, 1 करो, 10 करो।
अच्छा मेरा फनी गल लिख दी जी।
हाँ जी,
तक बुखार मैनू चढ़िया होवे, मैं दवाई लैन चला जावां हार्ट अटैक दी, ये कोई तुक बनदी है? नहीं ना बनदी। डिसिप्लिन मेरे अंदर नहीं है, मैं मेंटर चेंज कर रहे हैं, इधरों उठ के SNP जा रहे हैं, SNP उठ के मैं गोल्डन जा रहे हैं। मैं सिर्फ इस सब नूं कह रहा, ईवन कोई सुन रहा है उन्होंने भी कह रहा, डिसिप्लिन दी बीमारी सब नूं,
मैं
एब्सोल्यूट डिसिप्लिन दा
नहीं हम भी खराब हो जाते हैं।
ऐसे ही है, आखिर ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਸਲਿਪ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਡਿਸਪਲਿਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ 'ਚ ਬਹਿ ਜਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ नहीं होना है, ये डिसिप्लिन का इशू है बस हमें।
लेकिन पता क्या मसला, मेरे सामने कल ट्रेडर भाई इन्होंने देखे भाई आया
एनआरडी कितने देखी
नहीं मेरे साथ में बैठे हुए थे,
तो आप तो ही बैठे थे।
हाँ,
पता नहीं मेरे को अकाउंट लेके
कौन से अकाउंट लेके गए $90 ES में मैंने उनको मिड बैंड करवाया है, $90 का अकाउंट लिया, लाइव सामने आके बैठे, 4-5 ट्रेड लिए, $500 बना, मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम पे भौंक रहा हूँ, भौंकते हैं कि यार खुदा के लिए बंद कर दो, ठीक है, नहीं बंद किया, 500 से गए -450 पे, $1000 लॉस किया, कोई बात नहीं, वापस चले गए 500। मैंने उनसे कहा यार मैंने कर दो, नहीं किया जी, घर गए
-700 पे,
हाँ सारा करके ना अकाउंट साट दिया।
चीमे आज नहीं, आज नहीं चीमे आज नहीं।
अब आप पता है कि मैं
फिर पुरानी तस्वीर आती है इसमें अकाउंट को ले दो।
अच्छा एक और ले लिया, राउंड 2 डे 2 फ्राइडे आ गया, बैठे हैं, देखिए मार्केट की ना एक 9:30 से में एक वॉलेटिलिटी होती है, आपकी प्रोबेबिलिटी बड़ी हाई होती है, आप ग्रीन दबाएंगे वो चलती चली गई, उन्होंने फिर 500 बना दिया, मैंने फिर वो किया, भाईजान माइक्रत आ जाओ, मैंने यही किया, भाईजान नहीं रुके, अब क्या कह रहे हैं
मार्केट पे वाव किया,
भाई क्या कह रहा है मुझे, भाई मुझे ये कह रहा है 11 बजे कि राफी भाई मैं डाउन हूँ $1000, ठीक है, मेरे पास सिर्फ 500 का बफर रह गया, अब मुझे बैठ के ना रिकवर करो, ये आपके सामने हुआ, लो जी राफी साहब ने उड़ता तीर दे लिया करवाना है, मैं उन्होंने करते अब मैं यहाँ से एवरेज कर दूं, मैं अब यार मैं ऐसे ट्रेडिंग नहीं करवाता ना, कोई भी नहीं करवाता, मैंने उनसे कहा यार ये ले लो, ये खेलते रहो बस, यानी कि अब मुझसे ना पूछो, जो मैं नंबर दे रहा हूँ आपको नहीं समझ आ रहे ना, अब ये ले लो, लाइक मैं आप उनको एक नई तोहफा दे दिया कि ये डाउनलोड करो, इंस्टॉल करो, जब थक जाना ना खेल कूल के सीधा हो। एनीवे सो दैट्स द डील।
कोई बात नहीं, सब बनाएंगे, डिसिप्लिन कंट्रोल कर लो,
आपको आखिरी बतानी है, then we are done। सर आपने क्या करना है, 30-20 के चार्ट पकड़ना है, चलिए
नहीं यार राजा भाई किससे यार खाना आ रहा है यार, की कर रहे हैं आर्डर नहीं किया, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ, ਰਾਤ 8 ਵਜੇ ਉੱਠਣਾ
नहीं होना चाहिए, मैं तो इन्होंने डाउनलोड ही नहीं की थी,
नहीं मैं
ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸੈਟਅਪ ਵਧੀਆ, ਮੈਨੂੰ
सर रोज से 100 कटो सर, खत्म करो, नहीं ठीक है, वेरी गुड, मैं आई डोंट,
ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਮਾਈक्रो वाले हैं, दो लोग बने सब,
कैसे समझाऊं आपकी बातें अपने ट्रेडर, कैसे समझाऊं जो आप कर रहे हैं,
$4 भी बंद करने के लिए
आई नो,
ठीक है, उन्होंने कोई ट्रेड
लेकिन आप देखिए मेरी
मैक्सिमम ट्रेड कितने 18
ਇਹ ਬਣ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ कैसे ਲੋਕੀ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ,
ਚੰਗਾ ਭਲਾ ਰਾਫੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਲੋਕ ਰਾਫੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ, ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ,
ਹਾਂ
3 सेकंड चेक माइक्रो
ਮੈਂ ਜਨਰਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਨਾ
ਅੱਜ ਪਾਜੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲਿਖ
ਭਾਈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਾਰ ਕਾਣੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਸੀ ਪਕੜਨ ਦਾ, ਕਿਹਨੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ, ਦੋ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਰ 1000 ਬਣ ਜਵੇ, 500 ਬਣ ਜਵੇ, ਕਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਓ,
नहीं नहीं बात देखिए, लेकिन यार
कितने बंदे करते हैं मुझे पता है, कितने बंदे करते हैं, अपने आप से आप कंट्रोल नहीं कर रहे तो मशीन कंट्रोल करेंगे आप,
ठीक है, मैं क्या सिर्फ ओवर
और
ट्रेड हो,
ये पिछला हफ्ता गई है मार्केट ऊपर, हर रोज ऊपर नहीं जाती,
देखो ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਸਿਪੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, एंड ऑफ द डे पे आउट होने चाहिए बस,
और सर होपफुली सब्सक्रिप्शन
वेरी गुड, क्योंकि ਤੁਹਾਡੇ पे आउट आते रहेंगे, मेरी सब्सक्रिप्शन चलती रहेगी,
वो तो पैसे चल रहे हैं।
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
सोल्यूशन में आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप मेरे भाई कर रहे हो, नैस्डैक में आप पकड़ते हो 30-20, ठीक है, और आप देखते जाते हो, और आप कितनी स्विंग के बाद सेल कर रहे हो, क्या आप कहते हो 99 RSI हो गई, कितनी करते हो,
यूजुअली यही होता है 99,
ठीक है, आपने यहाँ से सेल मार्केट करते हो, और आप कह रहे हो कि मैं यहाँ से 5 पॉइंट ले रहा हूँ, मिनी हो माइक्रो एक हो डजन मैटर, मैंने सिर्फ आपसे ये कहा है कि इस स्ट्रैटेजी को दफा करें,
ओके,
सीधी ओवरबॉट ना लें, मैंने आपको क्लास में कहा था कि आपने एक काम करना है सिर्फ, ये आशमी साहब को दिल से याद है, हमने एवरी सैटरडे बात की है, इसको चढ़ लेने दे, जितनी पीक पे जाती है जा लेने, एक नंबर लिखा आएगा हाई हाई, आपका ये मिड बैंड चल रहा है, ठीक है, प्राइस को मिड बैंड पे टच करके वापस फिर इस हाई हाई से सेल कर, यहां गारंटीड 5 आ जाते हैं बस। आपने जब तक इसने वापस अच्छा, आप यहां से अपना स्टॉप लॉस भी लगाइएगा, कई दफा वो दौड़ती चली जाती है, उसने मिड बैंड टच किया, एक और 100 पॉइंट ले लिए, लेकिन आप पहली स्विंग को ना पकड़े, आप पहली स्विंग, अच्छा मिड बैंड से अगर नीचे आ गई ना, छोड़ दें, दफा करें स्ट्रेट को, वो ट्रेंड चेंज कर गई अब, आपने इग्नोर कर देना है, डायरेक्ट ओवर बॉट ओवर सोल्ड में ना जाएं, आपको मिड बैंड टच कर लेने दें, और इस ये नंबर 20,000 है, 21 है, जो भी है, 70 की स्विंग है, यहां से सेल कर, मिड बैंड को टच करने के बाद दोबारा ऊपर आए, और अगर निकल गई आपको फिर पता होगा मैंने स्टॉप लॉस कितना लेना है, इसको मैक्स पीक के बाद मिड बैंड डाइवर्जन डाउन। आई नो पापू भैया 6 घंटे बिठा लिया इस स्ट्रेटजी के लिए, पर यही है, कहते यार आप पहले नहीं बता सकते, ये फिर मैं कहता हूँ इनको घसीटना ज्यादा, मारना कम है, क्योंकि मारेंगे तो आप भाग जाएंगे, घसीटेंगे तो आप All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.